In the mysterious world, Yokaev, where power was of the highest value, only the most powerful could claim existence. For the main character, this became a common activity. Survival here did not cause any difficulties. He appeared to the world of powerful yokai, the strongest among himself, which determined his position in advance. Again stopping before the enemy, he warned him for the third time to understand the danger. Leaning his foot on the muzzle of the enemy tiger, Ho strictly forbade him to threaten foxes with his sharp fangs. Ho considered him a dishonest criminal who easily breaks the promises, and he did not find any argument for the benefit of this enemy to continue to live. Suddenly we were faced with a giant creature whose fury reflected in his burning red eyes belonging to an angry tiger. For Ho, this giant body was nothing more than a massive breast of the flesh. He sent the enemy to the knockout in a capacity. Having reached forward, Host released a powerful energy impulse that tore the tiger into pieces. He was an elder named En in Ho, the wisest of all Yokaev, the leader of the foxes Yokaev, who is also known as the king of the demonic kingdom. However, he never intended to become a king. Such a desire was not his driving force. For 5 centuries, he overcame many powerful opponents who did not wrest his fox clan. In the end, he was appointed king, although he did not seek this position at all. The king was in many worries. Every question required his attention, creating a real nightmare. For such measures, he appeared every time with an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. Somehow, a Buddhist monk followed him by dharma and true righteousness. He arrived with deep faith that foxes bring significant harm to all intelligent beings. The boundary that separated the human kingdom from the demonic was so fuzzy that some yokai easily penetrated into the human world, creating chaos there. However, it would be unfair to throw in the hod. Such issues were hardly concerned, he maintained indifference. The monk was distinguished by the extraordinary physical strength and speed that made him look like a real monster. In Ho, it remained completely indistinguishable, confidently and calmly reflecting all the blows. It seemed that the martial art that the monk possessed was nothing more than just a clever trick. Having realized his tactics, Ho skillfully reflected every blow that he was a pacifier. In the world of people, this skill could be considered impressive, but it remained just children's fun for him. Touching the chest of the monk with ease, he forcefully sent him to fly into the open sky. It was difficult to strike so that the target remains alive. The Ho servant approached the monk, noted that he was without a sense, and asked his master whether it was worth the last blow. Ho realized that there was no point in depressing the ant that would fussy at his feet. He decided to save the life of the monk, giving him a chance to return home. This guy seems to have finally lost his sense. He appeared again after the 15 days of disappearance. This time he brought with him a friend and classmate named Tang himself. He proposed to overcome demon with the help of yin-yang harmony. Ho-Hos remained indifferent to their martial arts, easily defending against all attacks. Host thought that, if left alive, he could return with an even numerous army. Without even thinking about allowing it, he firmly squeezed the monk's neck as one of his tails. He did similarly to his friend who came with him. The space was filled with stunned bone crack and piercing screams. Perhaps before engaging with the enemy, they had to study it more carefully. Ho, fun on their breathless bodies, turned and moved in the opposite direction. Suddenly, a female voice came behind. "Brother!" He turned, trying to see who was there. In front of him, a girl leaned on the ground, turning to one of the dead bodies, calling him a brother, and with pain in her voice asked how to continue to live lonely now. Ho was always convinced that he was a true embodiment of rest among the yokaev. His sister's eyes seemed to have turned into an endless source of tears that were not exhausted. Host began to think that exactly her heart poured so ruthlessly. It has passed the whole Sunday, and she has not yet moved from the place, never tasting his food or drinking water. Ho asked his servants about whether they were able to find out why she did not return to the world of people. One of the servants said they were collecting gossip. The girl was dependent on her brother, who had many enemies among people. It was obvious. As soon as she returns to the world of people, her life would break. However, the servant said, it will be extremely difficult to survive in the demonic world. Ho convicted that she would die from hunger rather than someone else's disaster. Her face was dominated by exceptional innocence, which glowed with warmth and kindness to others. Ho Yu put in front of her dishes prepared for people. He said that the soul of her brother would be able to calm down in the underworld if she takes care of herself and eat properly. He decided to leave this child with him for her whole life. After all, it would be difficult for her to survive. Fortunately, the girl recognized his ideas and resigned to circumstances. Perhaps that is why she accepted his proposal without hesitation, deciding to stay in the world of demons. She has been increasingly adapted to life among yokai, getting used to this unknown world. The wave of helplessness and embarrassment when he watched this child. Although she allowed him to approach closer, one glance at her was enough for him to feel peace that he had never been in his life like yokai. But suddenly a spooky scene opened before him. The girl seemed to be a loop around her neck. She was connected near a huge pillar covered with blood, and Hawk, with pain in her heart, looked at this creepy picture. His subordinate dropped to his knees in front of him, begging for forgiveness for the offense. He apologized for the negligence of yokai who came to worship Ho. He felt that his own care was the cause of the suffering of this young lady. The girl lay motionless without any hope of salvation. Ho felt the heartbeat when he watched her, because this child was truly expensive to him. Later, a rat appeared and also apologized for not coping with the task. Hardly the man tried to deny his involvement, how Ho lightly dealt with him. The one who was aware of everything, but still decided to close his eyes. The one who participated without realizing what was really going on. The giant stood fearlessly before Ho, firmly stating that he was not worthy to call the king if he accepted the girl to the Fox clan. But at that moment his life was cut off. Everyone who was a little involved in a deadly tragedy with a child, even those who had a close relationship with the Ho, could not slip out of his fierce. Their fresh blood flooded the demonic world. However, chest pain did not leave me. The destruction of all these yokai brought Ho only a slight relief. He returned home with his heart completely wounded and unbearable bitter pain. However, he no longer sought such existence. And suddenly, from the depths of the puddle of blood, something unknown has shook. This immediately attracted the attention of Ho. The light beam expanded, filling the space with increasing brightness. A sophisticated flower began to grow here. At the same moment, the lotus blossomed from the blood puddle. Only deities are capable of creating such heavenly miracles. Host remained in reflection, whether he was in front of the Louis Dunbin, or perhaps, the divine creatures who were honored in the Taoist tradition. He returned to the flower and said that he was late for this performance because he no longer wanted to shed the blood of others. Then he asked the flower, asking her to disappear from his field of view. This flower has grown constantly, gaining greater brightness and grandeur. In an instant, the radiance became such a power that everything around disappeared into its dazzling shine. The space was filled with unusual, amazing sounds. The celestial envoy emerged unexpectedly on the horizon, ready to extend the hand of help in Ho-Ho. His heart was overwhelmed by hopelessness, and vital energy left him. This creature played the role of a guide for anyone who tried to avoid tangling in fate. It was Tathagata who addressed the Ho with an unexpected proposal, to leave his essence of yokai and start a new life in the form of an ordinary man. Initially, I decided it was just a fool. However, thinking better, he realized that there was no reason to give up the opportunity to start a new life far from the yokai world. He had already decided to put an end to his life, so he thought that it was worth giving a chance and trying to live like an ordinary person. Gathering with the spirit, he proudly addressed Tathagata. "Turn me into a person." It was not possible to get human life at all. For this, he would have to accumulate virtues for 1,000 years. He was illuminated. He has been waiting for a millennium in the service of immortal inhabitants. However, without hesitation, he immediately agreed and accepted the proposal. For the yokai who had the gift of immortality, time was like a Lucca cloud, which is easily moving in the sky. However, when he thought about it in a year of service, he seemed to be incredibly long and almost unattainable for 1,000 years. The idea of surrendering visited him so often that Ho began to lose confidence in his decisions. Does it make sense to spend a millennium to eventually turn into a creature with such a short life? However, considering an agreement with Tathagata personal pride, he overcame all obstacles, dispelled doubts, and gathered the necessary merits. Tathagata has realized the huge amount of merits he has received up to this point. Finally, the moment of truth came. He had to be released from what was superfluous for human nature. Tathagata gives him the opportunity to live a true human life. Tathagata extended to him a huge hand, which impressed his size, being 10 times larger than his own. Inside the hole gradually inflamed the illuminated blue sphere. This layer inevitably climbed and reached his chest, and then the warmth began to climb up, enveloping the neck with a pleasant feeling. In a moment, he left the mouth of Ho like a bright flash of energy. Before him lay a smooth, radiant sphere which contained all his spiritual power, collected from millennia of grueling training. Undoubtedly, it was painful to say goodbye to her, but there was no other choice. Tathagata asked him once again if he would regret the decision. "Do I look like a person who regrets something?" he responded with pride. Hearing these words, a smile blossomed on the Ho face, and Tathagata said, "Yes, let the Buddha light be awake with us." The life of Ho as yokai continuously pressed him every moment. For a moment he felt the lightness and happiness he left his past life. The lotus petal, which grew in the puddle of blood, lowered on the ground slowly. His flight led to an incredible place. The petal has easily landed near the exquisite, amazing house. After that, he broke into the room and quickly went down to a young man who was unconscious. The petal flew closer as if it wanted to touch his head, and in a moment he easily touched his silky black hair. Thanks to Tathagata, HK has returned to the human essence and now leads the life of a simple mortal. His adventure is just unfolding. A woman with a bowl in her hands stepped around the house, immersed in the thought that the owner is only 15 years old. However, even the strongest potions and the most famous healers could not alleviate his suffering. Opening the door of his room, she stepped inside, reflecting on whether the stars were really indifferent to his fate. What she saw made her eyes expanding from surprise. The young owner is located on the bed directly opposite her. She shuddered at the fright, releasing a bowl that fell on the floor. The young master sat, looking infirm and lifeless. The news of his awakening lightly reached the ears of the head of the family. He learned that his son finally came to his senses. The nanny, with a face that was blue from an unexpected shock, was hard to formulate a request to inform the manager urgently. The manager, despite the valuable parchment in his hand, threw him in the face of a man standing nearby, and he immediately rushed to the son of a son whom he found there. Remaining in a state of easy surprise, he got up from the bed, trying to comprehend what happened. He was in his head as if a female cry came to him. Having taken a few steps forward, he came across the mirror and looked into his ironing. He could not realize what was displayed in the mirror. Meanwhile, voices that were even far beyond its walls have spread throughout the house. The first thing that came in his mind: why was he not revived in the body of a baby or a newborn? Sudden cacophony of voices filled his consciousness. Before him, the vision of a variety of faces flashed. These were passages of memories that flashed in his mind. Over time, he realized that these were the memories of a person who previously belonged to the body. He was the oldest son of the ruler of the powerful trade region of Chonhajang. Not only his body was weakened, but also the mind of darkened. The loss of the mother that happened a year ago was so moved that he gave up food and water. When he fainted, healers diagnosed him with chronic illness and took up treatment, but unfortunately, the young man did not survive. The former bishop of the kingdom of Yokaev was imprisoned in the body he despised, considering him worthlessly weak. That unhappy died from illness after a vain struggle for his pathetic existence. Ho felt deep irritation by the decision of the Tathagat. He did not even find himself angry. Here his head was dizzy. He absolutely could not understand this body. If you seek death, why so cruelly mock yourself? Raising on one knee and breathing heavily, he realized that he made mistakes without discussing his conditions in advance and not weighing the possibility of such a situation. Tathagata asked him if he was really confident in his choice. Now his position became crystal clear. He found himself in a real trap. However, it was necessary to take in hand, because now he is the master of this body. This body can be strengthened due to natural protection, so there are no problems. Is it not the grandeur of nature in its ability to turn the patient into a healthy and a healthy one into strong? Initially, however, hunger should be quenched. He carefully approached the shelves, finding something delicious for a snack. Something was heard by someone's male voice, which he named his name. The father could not hold back the tears of joy when he saw that his son was standing on his feet again. What happened? Did you overcome the disease? The father asked anxiously, coming closer and firmly holding his hands. Ho tried to remember who this man could be and sought to grasp the whole situation. In fragments of memories, he remembered how this man said to him, "Even when it seems too late, the main thing is not to stop, but to move on in Ho." The boy replied, "Okay, Dad." The father asked his son if he knew him by calling the ruler of this land, Ha-Gin Yu, his dad. The young man was only slightly muttered, while his father was patiently waiting for his words. Jean appealed to the nanny to bring something nutritious to his son. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered under their home, waiting for news. The nanny hurried with food and carefully laid it on the table. Gin advised his son not to hurry and enjoy the food, tasting her slowly. Ho viewing the dish, thinking interested in whether to take the risk and taste it. When he was yokai, he was pushed by the interest in tasting human food, but it seemed to him unbearably bitter. He was weighed with a spoon to his lips. He reflected on what he has now become a person, and he would have to get used to this new status. He enjoyed his tongue on a spoon, tasting the first sip. He opened his eyes as if they were about to escape from orbits. My father was alert to see his face. Perhaps the condition has deteriorated again, he thought anxiously. Surprised by raising his eyebrows, Ho asked them, "What is it?" The nanny said that it is a porridge made slowly over light heat with thoroughly sliced vegetables and slices of meat. She refrained from the addition of spices, worrying that hearty food could adversely affect his stomach after a long period of starvation. However, Ho-Ho, smiling from ear to ear, noted this porridge as beautiful. He quickly ate everything to the last crumb from a bowl and even asked for a supplement. Was human food so tasty before? He thought with surprise. Wonderful start. Soon Gin organized a real holiday. Raising a glass, he urged everyone to share the joy of the moment because his son finally got out of the hospital bed. In the eyes of all collected, the ruler of these lands raised a glass to honor their common happiness. The Venical crowd gathered unanimously shouted, "Let the owner of the hour live! We wish him many years of life." Meanwhile, there was a young man in a cozy summer gazebo located near the reservoir and trees. He felt that he had become too humble, and when he turned to the girl opposite, he asked what was happening here. She said that the young master was already getting out of bed. The young man was so stunned that the book was out of his hands and fell to the ground. The next day, Ho spelled up in the morning, running lively in the yard. Having made a few circles, it became extremely difficult for him, so he leaned to restore strength a little. He was annoyed by annoyance, although he could not understand his cause. At this time, several men monitored his actions. They were busy with their own business, trying not to pay attention, but inadvertently witnessed how he stumbled again, running on the inner courtyard. While cleaning in the library, they discussed his unusual behavior from the moment of awakening, as if something had entered him and completely changed him. The servant said that after lunch, he always spends time running with the owner. Then he sits on the bench and delves into his own reflections. One of them noted that they probably have something to think about, but the other laughed. And what to think about? We are just a servant for him. Others could master the classic 1,000 hieroglyphics in a few months, and he spent more than a year. It is not guided by any special considerations. Outwardly, it may seem silent, but those who know it well are prone to a consensus. The young master turned into an idiot. These words, librarian, were instantly hung in the air, stopping all the busy things. They froze on the spot, because the owner Zhang, higher than rank, emerged behind. From this, everyone instantly subsided, biting the tongues. He raised the question with an unmoved voice whether it was appropriate to discuss such things behind the back of others, and advised to think about his own actions. This is especially true for those on whom their income depends. Having put his thoughts, Zhang resolutely left the premises and went outside. Turning to the right, Zhang noticed how he fussed around the yard. After graduating from the jog, he fell into a convenient meditation pose, plunging into the maelstrom of his own thoughts. He was thinking that, despite the absorption of natural energy for 2 weeks, due to the weakness of the body, he could not accumulate it in sufficient quantity. The natural flow of this energy was stopped by various external factors. The idea of a waste of time did not make him smile. When he approached the gate, the guard strictly warned him that it was forbidden to go beyond the estate until he recovers. Listening to these strict restrictions, he said, "Be still, I still. They would have been killed for a long time." He could no longer hold himself and felt a barely noticeable flow of energy. He had nothing left but with all his strength to focus on making her decision. Slashing the eyelids, he completely plunged into the depths of meditation. However, he suddenly realized that someone was in front of him and began to open his eyes carefully. "Brother, what are you doing?" asked the girl with big expressive eyes. Immersed in the depths of his memories, he sought to understand who could be, and after some reflection, he remembered the little girl who was crying. She complained of all the detractors and hugged him firmly. Somi, his sister, was nearby. Hasomi, a younger sister, is passionately committed to the H. On the day he woke up, she moved to him in tears. Since then, Somi has been constantly visiting him when he can find a moment. It is one of the main obstacles on the path to assimilation of the natural. This time she did not come with empty hands. She took a few lick pieces and invited her meal to share with her. These were delicacies purchased on the market specifically for her. Despite the fact that she all the time distracted him from the training from these, he made the decision to forgive her, because she came not with empty hands, but with delicious sweets. Just tasting the first piece, he immediately lost his head with pleasure in taste. At that moment, the catfish realized how deep it changed. He once avoided sweets, considering them too tight. In response, he noted that she would now have the opportunity to open up new facets of his character, which still remained a mystery to her. Despite their external resemblance, he was well aware that it was not really like her older brother. Somi, smiling, said she liked all his features. She only asked that he would not suffer from illness. On the street, it was slowly starting, and another day ended. This indicated that the evening meal was already on the doorstep. In front of Ho, a rich feast unfolded, where all the culinary dreams came together, combining the charms of land, the wealth of the sea, and the generosity of heaven. If any of the supernatural creatures came across this table, it would probably have shed tears from the blood. And yet, what is he to do now when he became a simple person? His face was reflected by an unrestrained appetite, which instantly attracted the attention of his sister. In the meantime, Dad joined the company. Taking the wand, he suggested that the meal proceed. But he did not have time to register how Ho was already skillfully thrown into his mouth a huge piece of fish, which could barely fit there. Once upon a time, the father always gave the championship in the meal, and Ho patiently waited for 1,000 or even tens of thousands of years before he began to eat himself. When his sister turned to him, he already rhythmically chewed a large piece of juicy ribs. The father appealed to his sister not to be distracted, adding that time was already starting the meal. Subsequently, the father and son were comfortable opposite each other, with cups of tea in his hands. The father noted that his internal energy had recovered significantly. "I said that the road is still distant, but it is already enough to keep your head over the water. By the way, maybe it's just your father's passion for money," he joked. "You spent all year long, you have to leave training. What about returning to the academy?" said the father. However, he wanted his son to live the way he liked, so he said he could go when he feels better. "The academy is located outside the main palace," said Ho. In the imagination, he has already begun to make plans. Without delay, he replied that tomorrow he would go there. The father smiled, pleased with the fact that his son met expectations, and felt pride in his determination. For the other, it turned out to be a happy coincidence, because it was he who was thinking about what to give an excuse to find the opportunity to leave this place. It was perfect. He lifted a cup of tea to his lips and in an instant drawn it, not even noticing that the drink was hot. As the tea touched his lip, he threw his head back as if from a flame and immediately spit out him. The morning of the next day, his father carefully passed his son, reminding him to be careful. Before going on the road, Ho was aware that studying at the academy had lost its relevance. Life in itself teaches the necessary things better, and the academy only serves as a way of earnings for scientists on rich descendants. In his memory, excerpts from the life of the previous body owner came, desperate days in the academy, and moments of study in its walls. However, the academy was only a formal reason to leave the boundaries of the inner yard. Crossing the threshold of the gate, he filled his lungs with the fragrant aroma of fresh trees. It was the aroma of freedom. Stepping forward, he breathed the natural flow of these, which was much more powerful than in the inner yard, and he could fill him with his body. During this small period of time, his body felt lighter, and strength increased significantly. Closing his eyes and focusing, he decided to test this idea. Pushing from the ground, he rushed up with incredible speed. And then, pushing even more energetic, he made a powerful jump. At the peak of his jump, he caught several leaves. The luck of this maneuver has caused him a real, sincere smile. This natural waterfall seemed truly astounding. Did the young master decide to return to the academy? Zhang asked, turning to the head of the house. My father said that he only advised him to return to the academy when he realized that he had woke up and felt well. In the end, he would not hurt a little. Zhang noted that being on the face of death and finding a new life is a completely extraordinary phenomenon. He emphasized that Hangzhu did a striking work, raising a young owner, so in the future he would turn into an outstanding heir. However, Gina still did not think about whether his son was able to truly be headed by his family as her heir. Undoubtedly, the other is a great child with a big heart, but his kindness can turn into an obstacle when he faces the difficult elections. Zhang was convinced of his abilities, thinking that difficulties with decisions appear only because of his young age. Jin thought, and finally nodded silently in support of what was said. However, it was the end of their conversation, as others already turned to the owner. The news of the return of the young owner quickly flew all, transferred to one of the servants. The father immediately felt anxious about what could happen. Soon he was opposite the HO, who looked all in scratches and contaminated. He asked his son for what reason he was here instead of being in the academy, and why so soon returned in such a contaminated outfit. Or no one offended him. I was expelled from the academy, said I. It was a response that he absolutely did not expect to hear. Soon Hein Yu was already talking to the teacher. The teacher shared that his son immediately committed a clash at the academy. The word fight is not entirely appropriate in this situation. It was rather a duel with the common consent of both participants. It was difficult for his father to grasp this news. His son just got to his feet after a long recovery, and he had to enter a duel. It was even more difficult for the teacher to believe what his father said. On the contrary, he was more interested in whether the son mastered the martial arts, given the large number of opponents overcome. Meanwhile, in the silence, he watched their conversation. The father asked him if the teacher really was telling the truth. It is quite true, said Ho, avoiding lies. He said that he was constantly mocked and persecuted for his desire to be diligent. At first, he tried not to pay attention to it. At first, he tried to keep himself in his hands, not to make a hassle immediately after his return, but when they touched the memory of his late mother and father, his patience broke up. He noted that similar situations are not repeated for the first time. These young men have long been demonstrating complete disdain for his relatives without stopping mockery of them. Turning to the teacher, he expressed confidence that he was aware, but remained inactive. Each patience has its own land, it is undoubtedly. However, this body is tired of waiting. Ha Ginyu, with a barely hidden annoyance on his face, directed his look at the teacher. The teacher only bowed his head without words for answer. Suddenly, Ho father exploded with loud laughter. Later, heading with his son, he told in detail what had happened. The teacher pleaded guilty. The father noted him for bold behavior to the teacher, so he even lost the gift of language. At the same time, he said that true wisdom is not limited to the walls of the class. In this case, I will begin to study on my own, Ho said. He apologized to his father for his statements. With a slightly cunning smile on his face, turning away from his father and other satellites, he made a step forward. Hagen-yu returned to Zhang Nima and asked his thoughts about the situation. He stood on the guard of justice, defending the honor of his family. Unlike their peers who did not think about such things, he demonstrated true bravery. Throughout this period, he has constantly expressed his sincere intentions. Zhang outlined his vision, and in response, Hanu just smiled warmly. In front of him, the guard of the guard with harsh features and thick mustache emerged. He answered the expression of no less serious face. From now on, the young owner can come freely and leave the main yard at any time, even in the morning. The chairman ordered, and here it is not possible to argue. After leaving the yard behind, he plunged into the deepest aroma of nature, sitting in meditation on a massive boulder. He fully immersed himself in meditation, listening to the quiet whisper of the stream that was floating nearby. When the evening squeezed, the sky gradually darkened, come to life with warm orange shades. Ho decided not to go home. Instead, he continued his workout on this mountain. He cleverly maneuvered between the trees, pushing away from their trunks, and effortlessly climbed up, even conquering huge crowns. Extremely pushing from the tree, he raced rapidly along the steep rock. He was able to jump to a huge rock, climbing almost at right angles. The spectacle was truly exciting, but his face did not express any emotions. His breathing remained even and comprehended, whether during a rock slope or during meditation. Even when the speed increased, breathing was completely under control. He gladly felt his feet not trembling, and the body harmoniously absorbs the natural flow of these. In the end, he was able to achieve some success. He was pouring time, and in the gazebo, under the rustle of the leaves, he had a conversation with his father. The senior asked his son to ask, "How do you think is the most important for a man?" The HO answer was laconic. Money, because their value became noticeable every time he enjoyed the taste of food. The father just smiled, because it was such an answer that he hoped from his smart son. Then he asked a new question: what will be the next priority? The answer was simple: power to protect their wealth. At first, his father could not hide his surprise. He remembered the words of his son and acknowledged that they could also be an answer to his question. However, the father noted that the best answer was the ability to protect his own body. After all, if you lost everything but remained healthy, it is always possible to start a new path from a blank sheet. At first, the H could not understand what purpose his father pursued. Standing in the yard with an expression of genuine surprise, he asked, "Do you really want me to master the martial arts?" The father asked if there was some reason why he did not want it. At that moment, Ho came back to his memoirs, past life and skill in martial arts, which he practiced that stupid Buddhist monk 1,000 years ago. It laughs a little. It is necessary to study what is known for a long time. However, this also promised interesting findings. Therefore, he did not argue and said that he would like to learn it. "Excellent," said his father, and offered first to work on his dantian. Ho did not fully realize the meaning of this word. Then the father said that in the martial arts, the key role is played by these energy. It gathers and spreads from everywhere from a special point called dantian. First of all, in order to master the art of combat disciplines and begin their careful study, it is necessary to form dantian. Homen mentioned that it reminds him of hair loss on his top. He asked his father if he would be able to remove it from the body at his own request. Zhang, who stood nearby, reassured his father, explaining that as soon as dantian appeared, he remains in his body forever. This was somewhat different from the characteristics of the bald bead. The father, together with Zhang, was offered to start and was asked to take the position of lotus. As soon as he took a seat in the center, his father sat opposite, and Zhang was behind. They asked Ho Hover to close their eyes and carefully follow their father's instructions. At first it was necessary to unlock the closed meridians, so he was asked to take a deep breath that he did. Meanwhile, an elderly man moved on the donkey. Long gray mustaches and beard fell from under its wide visor. The donkey moved slowly forward when the old man was comfortable on his back. At this point, the blood dropped to the ground. She drained from her mouth while her father, supporting him in arms, tried to regain his consciousness with despair. The father, without hiding his anxiety, was persistently asked by Mr. Jang when the doctor will finally arrive. Soon the doctor appeared and carefully examined the young man's pulse. The father told what happened. The body of his son was soaked like a burning ball, then he was pulled out with blood, and he lost consciousness. The father was convinced that he had not made any mistake, so he could not understand what was wrong. The doctor carefully examined the state of Ho, trying to fully understand his situation. After a thorough examination, he stated that no damage was detected. In general, it can be argued that it is in excellent condition. The father could not understand what the doctor meant talking about wonderful condition. The doctor shared his experience, noting that he had already met with such a phenomenon when a significant number of internal is going in Dantian. And these words convinced Gina that something is unusual because his son did not devote his son to the study of the technicians of the internal. And how could he master these cultivation without Dantin? The doctor noted that the method of cultivation can be practiced without the use of Dantian. However, under this condition, energy will be accumulated throughout the body, spreading through the veins, not concentrating in Danjan. He noted that the level of its internal energy seems to have increased significantly, because all the blocked meridians opened without any complications. It seems to have reached a higher degree of harmony between the meridians of yin and yang. Hearing these words, the father and Zhang thought, what really can the power of the inner? When they went to the doctor with this question, he advised his father to put his hands on the son of his son so that he could feel it himself. The father approached the Ho, realizing that when the meridians yin and yang have reached a harmonious state, then his inner energy exceeds the usual peak values. When his father touched his son, he felt all the capacity of his inner quo. What came before his eyes literally stunned him. He felt that this son's energy was enough for all 120 years of life. It was twice as high as its own stock, which it has accumulated over 40 years and would correspond to 60 years of life experience. As a person who has never been studying cultivation methods and all year long was the bed, managed to reach such a deep internal one, their reasoning interrupted the phrase, perhaps his body has departed from this world and returned after the merger with the spirit of a hermit sage. These words came from the mouth of the old grandfather, who, as soon as he arrived on the donkey, was now standing at the gate. He also turned to Gina, noting that his son had changed quite a lot and grew up since they saw the last time. Ho suddenly opened his eyes among the thick green grass and then sharply hit his feet. The surrounding landscape was completely new to him, and he did not realize where he found himself. The memories were limping, but he mentioned that he was doing the creation of his Dantian in the training hall of the central yard. Suddenly behind his back, an old voice appeared. So do you want to master the martial arts? Ho Willie unfolded to look back. He saw the old man who settled on the stone and asked who he was. In response, the old man, offensively remembering him as a snot, asked why he was so helplessly staring at him. When meeting with your mentor, it is worth paying tribute, the old man noticed. Hono could believe that this man was really a real master. There was a frail, old man who was barely on his feet. It seemed that one blow would be enough to overthrow it. Ho could not believe that it was this man who would become his martial art teacher. Ho asked, "Who are you to be called my master? And where, to the uncle, am I now?" Grandpa again reminded him of the importance of maintaining respect. The old man, perhaps my father said something, but I will make a decision myself who would become my mentor, said Hoch. He did not stop, aiming to express his demands to avoid cruel beating. As if lightning hit, the old man suddenly broke from the stone. It was only necessary to touch the hand of the HO as he immediately flew, as if a bird in the sky. The HO body flew back at such a frantic speed that a powerful flow of air pulled out the grass with roots. His body pierced the air a few meters before he clapped his back to the ground. Then he rolled several times on the ground and stopped on his back. Hardly breathing, he felt the chest mastered the pain of a blow to the ground. Ho has remained in this position for a while. Suddenly opening his eyes, he sharply hit his feet. Before him was the peace of mind, the embodiment of absolute equilibrium. The old man was quietly saying that his body was even weaker than he imagined. I could not contain indignation and constantly asked what exactly the old man means. The master noted, "And you still lack education." Outraged to the depths of his soul, Ho hoked on his feet and flew to the old man, asking who he considers himself. He tried to strike, but his fist only bent in the air when the master easily reflected the attack. The old man directed the energy of HO against his creator, forcing him to fly back again. I wonder how many times this day he looked at the sky over himself. Rising again, he still held his head. When the master approached, he suggested that it was time to start. He suggested that he grab himself by the collar, promising that if he was able to do it, he would just let him go. If he does not succeed, he will have to recognize him without his teacher and become his student without hesitation. Ho considered this couple absolutely meaningless, similar to childish fun, and could not understand why the old man so persistently tried to conclude him. The master just raised the edge of his clothes, as if challenging. After that, he wondered if H was really so sure that he was ready to give up. In the mind, X began to rage many different thoughts. He remembered how, without even having a mentor, he gained the throne of the ruler of the world, Yokayev. Will he not be able to give advice to any grandfather? However, when they only tried to touch him, the master Loveko jumped up. The grass came around them, climbing the air and breaking away from the ground. The master was quite surprised to see that such an inexperienced hand could generate a real vortex. In the look of Ho, the old man resembled a rabbit who was trying to break free. He did not intend to retreat, so he actively took up the action. Deciding to grab him by the collar, he was determined to reconcile his skin. He struck the stone on which the master stood and crushed him into small pieces. The master quickly retreated sideways with graceful ease. He noted that despite the years, his skin retained its elasticity, though it became a little rougher and dry. It was as strong as a stone that lifted Ho. He was now ready to launch this stone towards the master. With ease, as if playing, the master evaded the stone, which he threw Ho. But it was only necessary to look away, as he immediately noted that the young man had already been quite close. "Close only this baby," the master flashed. With a rapid and instant grace, he went to the side. Ho looked at him completely differently. He realized that this opponent needs a more thorough strategy and will require much more effort. He increased the pace, which did not slip from the master. And now, finally, the long-awaited moment of collision between the HO and the master has come. The HO palm cautiously touched the breast of an elderly man. A wide and treacherous smile shone on the young man's face. The master only clenched his teeth. At first, he watched silently and then exploded with laughter. He described HH as an interesting guy, but at the same moment he decided to give the boy once again and simply struck him. Swimming in heaven, Ho again thought, "Well, who is this strange old, damn him?" When the evening twilight gently wrapped the earth, the master visited the house of HO. The father sought to understand whether his son lies in his son to become a master of martial arts. Earlier, he had already addressed the old one with this request. After so many hours spent from Ho, the master could now clearly and without any doubt about him. Your son has a congenital warlike nature, although sometimes it can be stubborn and even a little sharp. Even my younger brother, who is called a warrior from nature, cannot be compared to talent with Huh. Hearing these words, Hainjin was frozen in place, trying to understand the truth of what he heard, because he knew perfectly what his younger brother was. Once upon a time, he was headed by Hun, and in the role of the alliance leader Muse, he was proud of one of the 24 great masters of martial arts. It was a sword lover to us Gungin. He could not stand and ask the master whether he was so sure of his words about Ho. Like no other, you have to understand that my frankness is inalienable, the master replied. Subsequently, he made an unexpected proposal. Perhaps it is just a passionate desire for an elderly man, but I want to grow in an unsurpassed warrior and open his world. Hein did not have any objection to the master personally engaged in the training of his son to the martial arts. However, the master has something else that he sought to share. He remembered how Ko hit him. In the meantime, H was in his room, resting on the bed. He could not sleep at all. His mind was constantly overwhelmed by the same obsessive thoughts. He decided to cross the expanses of the street. In the yard, Jean was escorted by a master who said, "A man should appreciate every promise as carefully as 1,000 gold." Jean asked the master to accept his son to study. Suddenly, the master stopped as enchanted. He suddenly froze, looking at the Ho-Hu, who stood silently at the gate. The Ho face was covered with bruises, and his appearance left much to be desired. The father asked him, "What purpose are you here?" However, in response, Ho just said, "Why?" He asked the master to ask why his vortex stroke had no effect. After that, he immediately asked the master to take him to the students. His knees with rolled noise hit the ground. Again contacting the master, he persistently repeated his request. He again asked for him to teach him. "I asked me to teach me the martial arts with hope and lowered head. Now you like it," the old man has fallen. On the same day, I went to Zhang to find out more about the master of Us Hun Chan. Zhang said that this old man is actually a prominent martial arts master. It has a huge amount of knowledge that is much higher than those that are in others. Although it is not always noticeable among prominent masters, as it often leaves the Gun family because of their love for travel, other masters agree that it has reached the highest level of skill. He deserves a place among 24 great masters, along with his younger brother, the former alliance leader. For Zhang, it became a great honor when Gun Chan decided to take Ho to his students. But what really means honor for Ho? He fearlessly joined the duel, even with Tathagata himself, so he believed that for the old it was rather a privilege to consider him his student. And he asked himself why he was so powerful, honored his worship of this old man. He was afraid that when this news flew around the world of Yokaev, he did not pass the shame among the monsters. However, do he now have reason to worry about it? Hoet realized that he bowed to the master because he sought to gain more, and no more. Time has been insoluble, and that is not surprisingly, it has passed for 2 years. Winter prevailed outside the window. However, between the trees, the melody of the cross, bell of the swords was heard. The master and Hu, traveling in the air, repelled from trees and reflected attacks by the opponent, sampling their skills. They honed their skills for a long day without feeling fatigue. Their blows were distinguished by striking accuracy and perfect expressiveness. In this duel, they gave to 100. It happened that even the most acute sword was not enough. They used the equipment synchronously, accumulating energy in their palms. Suddenly, their hands were on each other's chest. A loud, explosive sound sounded, and they were scattered in different directions, as if they were paper dolls, and the snow flew in all sides, creating around the Vikal. Every blow was so powerful that it remained prints even in the snow-covered. Both knew that only by overcoming the path, littered with thorns, you can achieve skill in martial arts. "Have you worked out? Try not to kill your mentor, I said enough," said the old man. As a response to his interlocutor, Host recalled the words of a teacher who was determined to reach the end and be the first among all. The master put out his brush for inspection, inviting her to look at it, because it glowed on it a protective shield. He confessed that at this point he was unable to coherently with Ho, but explained it only by the fact that he was beaten with old age. To relax and discuss important issues, they are located near the campfire. There was an object wrapped in red cloth near the master, and he said, "Ho," that his desire to make the gift had now decreased significantly. However, despite this, he threw the roll directly into the hands of Ho. Hot soaked the package and found that the sword was wrapped in a fabric. The old man said that for mysterious reasons, this sword always found himself in his hands, as if he wanted to find his true ruler. Ho looked carefully at the sword and asked the old whether it is possible to return the weapon if not necessary. The master replied that in this case you can simply throw it away. Ho decided to pull the sword out of the vagina. He lifted him up, squeezing in his hand. Then he made a few steep movements, cutting the air. The master watched these movements closely. He thought that when he reaches his climax, he would be able to generate even more striking these, directing it to the heart of the blade, and thus surpass the power of the sword itself. Without tearing his gaze, he watched the snow lifted into the air every time the HO sword cut the space. The master remembered how he received the true power of his sword only when his hair was decorated with gray. However, HO was able to achieve this in just 2 years since he felt the weight of the sword in his own hands. The motion of his sword HO cut a huge stone boulder. The test of my sword made him exclaim, "It's a wonderful blade!" And so the mentor came to turn to him. He said, "I know that you have an incredible force." He added, "You have gained the top of your skills, training under my leadership, and I once studied in US Gun, the greatest swordfish clan. It's more than just art, is the technique of a celestial sword without any borders. You are so powerful now that you can effortlessly overcome the elders of large clans." On all the strict instructions of the master host reacted only a short, clear. The master threw a few more fields in the flame and then continued his explanation. And here suddenly he stated that he did not seek to strengthen his strength in this way. He said he was seeking to avoid the restrictions that any technique imposes. The fencing art of the clan of Hunus is undoubtedly the most powerful, and it is because of this that he has achieved incredible power. Although the art of possession of the sword of the clan, he always considered the Hun to us unsurpassed. Over time, he felt that it began to become an obstacle for him, which does not allow him to fully realize his potential. The master asked him to explain in more detail. "Small, what are you trying to convey it?" asked the mentor. Ho heard the question and thought for a moment. He glanced at a giant tree that stood behind the master's back. Instead of explaining something, he chose the way to demonstrate his words. Pulling his sword, his piercing look focused on a tree. His eyes suddenly lit up with a bright blue light, reflecting the same shade emitted by a sword aimed at a tree. Using his power, he created a hole in the heart of the tree. The power of energy was so great that the master spoke involuntarily. At that moment, Ho changing the position of his sword slightly. The vortex of the wind began its work, spreading the tree from the formed hole to many small fragments. The vortex grew steadily, gaining strength and power. The teacher got up, in a confusion, trying to understand what was happening. Ho was forced to make even more effort, screaming his teeth from tension. He waved his sword, lifting him to an unthinkable height. It became so much energy that it caused a grand explosion. Ho, keeping calm, put his sword in the vagina and looked at the funnel left after the battle. He carefully inspected a huge funnel, the size of which suggested that a large lake could be formed in her place. This is the moment when the master understood. The power of the sword host is not subject to description with the usual words. It was both emptiness and quintessence of martial arts. "When did it start?" the master asked, and Ho Kid said, "I just start." The teacher was convinced that his student would be able to surpass him, but even in the boldest dreams he could not predict that it would happen so grand. "Well now, when you are aware everything is okay," Hu said with his boldness. It was obvious. If it is just a start, so the process is still ongoing. The teacher sought to find out what limit he could reach HO in his strength. He made the decision to support him, to reveal to him the wealth of his knowledge gained in distant journeys, gathering the secrets of martial art far beyond his own country. There was no idea to reject the proposal of the Master Ho. However, he confidently stated that he would feel humiliated if he could not thank him. Such boldness was so angry with the master that he almost thought about destroying this brazen. Rising above, the master told the student that the creator of martial arts was a master of Dharma. Under the guidance of Master, Mr. Tan himself and the heavenly demon, martial art has undergone its highest development. Ho began to mention who the master was telling him. And who is this Tan? The gentleman himself is the scoundrel he mentioned. As soon as he remembered this name, he also remembered that it was this person who at the same time competed with him, talking about yin and yang. Suddenly before his eyes, the image of a girl appeared. She was the girl from his past life, which he once loved, but eventually almost forgot. The same child. I think about whether she is comfortable in the other world now with her older brother. Meanwhile, the master followed. If HK was born into that ancient era, he could challenge those people and may be recognized as the most powerful in history. Being the strongest of all times is really impressive. Recalling the words of the master, Aur was filled with a ringing laugh. The master even stopped the course and asked what laughter. He just waved, but that's for no reason. At first, the HOS was only a tool to gain power. Now his main goal was the sword himself. He sighed heavily, covered his eyelids, and then opened his eyes again, focusing his gaze on a master who stood 2 tens of meters ahead, confidently holding his sword in his hands. Ho worsened. If it is not possible to repel his blow with a sword, it can lead to death or to injury for life. The master asked again if he was sure of his readiness. Ho no nodded in the affirmatively. The master covered his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already flashed in his gaze. Pushing away from the ground, he rushed forward. His eyes were excited, and a strong hand was confidently holding his sword. Now he had to use all the potential that he collected over the years. He put all his power in one powerful blow. The blade rapidly rushed towards the head of the Ho. 2 bright blue sparks. His eyes were erupted from under the thick eyebrows. This light aroused amazing power. Thanks to this powerful force, he shamed the sword of the master into tiny debris. The bright blue light swore in all sides. The master flashed, leaving behind a sword shake in the air. Ho breath, and a light ball of steam escaped from his lips. Behind him was a master, quietly giggling. He looked thoughtfully at the fragment of the sword, which was still squeezing in his hand. The unity with the sword caused by the years of training and the unbreakable power of the blade, everything that has previously had importance for it, now it turned out to be empty. Returning to the student, the master said that he was completing his studies. Ho hooed at his sword because he remained nameless. Despite the fact that he lives on earth, his pride is so majestic that he reaches up to heaven. This sword is able to withstand the heavens themselves, forcing them to shudder. That is why the master called his blade Heavenly Blow, a blade that can split the heavens in half. The master gave him such a name because he felt true power in him. This sword name was extremely impressed by Ho. Ever since he first met his mentor and has been confidently grabbing his sword, it has been 5 years. Now his blade has made history as the most powerful, the cockroach of heaven. After completing his studies, Ho went to his home. Walking through the palace's yard, he was lazy. As he opened his eyes, he immediately went to his father. Justifying himself, he said that he slept because yesterday he stood late, repeating the lessons from his teacher. In any case, Dad was happy to come and asked him to go to school to pick up his sister. Ho believed that this task was assigned to Mr. Zhang, but his father asked to replace him because for a few days he was forced to leave because the mother's health had deteriorated. Ho looking for any way to avoid this task by asking to send someone else, but his father stood firmly on his own. He ordered Ho to act as soon as he was instructed. Ho only shrugged and reluctant gave his consent. On his way to his sister, he realized that the training seized him so much that he had almost seen Somi. However, some things still caused dissatisfaction with it. And did he begin to obey his father's orders and worry about others? He felt as if he actually turned into others. He constantly repeated about himself, "I am others, I'm alive, I'm not a deceased man," and rushed forward. Soon he was at the gate with a majestic inscription, Academy of Golden Doctrine. Leaning on the tree trunk, he began to watch carefully. Watching the carriages who arrived at the students, Ho-heed thought that only gifted children from wealthy families attended this academy. Just look at these wasteful crews, all for showing. He even felt awkward, imagining that Mr. Zhang via Somi was on such transport. A man stood patiently near the horse. The man saw a guy sitting under a tree and asked what he was looking so carefully. He came directly to others. Realizing that H-Core had neglected, the man covered even stronger anger. Stressing in his direction, he shouted if he was looking for a hassle, and wondered if he knew who was the owner of this crew. At the beginning of Ho, without hesitation, he reached out to his sword. He did so because the opponent also reached for his sword. However, Ho chose in a different way for his actions. The man got a token heated directly to his face. In front of me lay a golden token, decorated with sophisticated engraving in the form of a hieroglyph, heaven, which was located on the background of light clouds. The man realized that he was faced with a person who belongs to the noble family from the capital of Chonhajin. Ho, watching the fear that frozen on his face, asked about the owner of this crew with a casual peace. A girl with a glowing smile on her face rapidly rushed to him, with every moment filling the space with joy. When she saw him, she could not restrain himself. She rushed into his hands, hugging with such force, as if her whole essence was still sad behind him. "You are already 16, so when will you finally stop pouring on me at every meeting?" He chased. She only smiled at this and replied that she did so only because of her deep feeling for him. She laughed, and at that moment he wondered. Her sincerity reminds him of his native, already late mother. Despite the displeased facial expression, he noticed how this girl blossoms, turning into every day. On the way back, she suddenly suggested to look at the market and taste something delicious. Meanwhile, one lazy man was watching them with suspicion, turned to Guj, who stood nearby, and asked if he knew that guy. Guj noted that this young man is a young master from Chonhaj, who becomes obvious due to his confident posture and decisive view. The sky became darker, while the sun was constantly falling beyond the mountains, dipping the street into a twilight haze. In a cozy house, the Master Jin thoughtfully watched the space. His gaze was difficult. Along with his hand, he resting the envelope with the inscription, "Family to us gun." On his face, sadness, insightful and deep, shone. Suddenly his ears came the joyful voices of children who sounded from the door. Dissolving the door, he noticed how he and his sister was crossing the threshold of the house. But at home they were already waiting for their father with the news, which seemed to turn their whole world. With notes the sum in his voice, quietly saying, he turned to them, trying to collect all his courage. The morning when the sun was just on the horizon, the father shared what happened 2 days ago. His words were like a sudden blow. He was silent in the hover, not finding words, because he heard in his mind. Soon the carriage went on the road, and they were inside, ready for a new trip. There was such a deep silence in the carriage, as if she had absorbed all the emotions. Everyone sat, bowing their heads gloomily, losing the gift of language because of awareness of the situation. In Ho, he closed his eyelids, plunging into a swirl of memories, trying to find pleasure in the past. He remembered how once, walking with bows with the master, they discussed his dream of a simple, ordinary life. The master noted that this path is difficult, but deserves attention, especially if you are the most powerful, since all times. He was passionate about how much he could continue his way forward. He confessed that he himself had been settled, and a bitter echo was heard in his voice. He set up the student to avoid any attempt to shed blood, and even when the circumstances would be impossible to pull to the end when there is at least the slightest opportunity. One day I asked him, "How do you think how many things in this world will become exactly like you dream?" He sincerely wanted the mention of blood or demon to never be associated with the name of others. His anxiety focused only on this. 5 years of our life together have passed, as if a relentless but short-term rain, which left a deep imprint in our hearts. In Ho-hoing opened his eyes, finally coming out of captivity of his memoirs and returning to reality. He wondered that death could not be the end, but rather the truth, and this thought brought him peace. Their journey continued all night, and in the morning they have almost reached the great gates. The inscription on the gate was the inscription, "The Family of Us Hun." At the entrance, a crowd of people who were looking forward to those who had to arrive gathered. When people returned, 2 carriages appeared before their eyes, in a dance surrounded by numerous guards. It was immediately clear that the heavenly guard of Chonhajana was in front of them. The guards were famous as the most faithful defenders of Chonhajan, and each of them was worthy of the highest praise. One of the guards got off the horse, introduced himself, and reported that the celestial bishop with his descendants was already here. Just a few minutes later, as they entered the yard, they were already met by the head of the clan of Us Hun. Smiling, he greeted them, noting that it was a great honor for them. In Homo, he considered the surrounding atmosphere, realizing that the famous family did not give considerable respect to traitors. However, despite this, the head of the genus Hun personally went to greet his father. Like the young man who once tried to engage him at the academy, now he probably felt a fear of Gin's financial power. The leader of the clan has put all his affairs. His teacher recently left this world. The words X have caused some surprise to those behind. Even if no one tells it, my uncle, I think, will be glad to your visit, the manager said. After those words, Jean drew the attention of the audience to his daughter and son, presenting them wide. The Somi bowed and expressed her honor and respect from meeting with the outstanding leader of such a significant family. Uncle Ho repeatedly returned his thoughts to the Somi, dreaming that she was his granddaughter. Then the head looked at the young man. He uttered his name, making it clear that he knew who stands in front of him. Then the leader wondered if it was true that the young man studied the martial arts with his uncle. Ho noted that only superficially acquainted with the martial arts of the clan of US Hun. The members of the clan were quite surprised that the uncle allowed himself to teach a foreigner to the martial arts. Their emotions were boiling, but the head only raised their hand, and silence reigned immediately. How can you afford such disrespect to the respected guests? He asked with a reproach in his voice. A quick look, full of rest, instantly brought balance and order. In HH, he had a clear and harsh look, similar to that he was in the head of the clan. The head himself asked for forgiveness, emphasizing that young people were lacking in experience to realize how to express their thoughts. Gin understood him well and did not express any reproaches. In addition, because of a long distance, the head made the decision to accompany them personally. At the same time, a mysterious figure traveled in the depths of the forest, whose face played a sly smile. In front of me stood a young man with dark hair who constantly sniffed the air, as if trying to find something unusual. Carefully examining the terrain, he lifted his eyes up. "Do I feel the aroma of yokai?" he whispered to himself, looking intently into the world. He looked at the distance continuously, where the majestic palace owned by the Gun family was distinguished. In Ho-Hortley, he thought about his teacher, looking closely at a photo of a mourning black ribbon. The deep sadness enveloped his soul as he thought about the loss of that special person. He was counting on peace, but this place was amazingly crowded. Not only the representatives of 9 factions and 5 influential clans, but also people from various other currents and sects came. All this information came from a sister who has repeatedly met many of these people at the meetings held by their father. They were passionate about his sister's knowledge and listened with interest to her words. They came to their father, who suggested that they eat a little because he had to discuss something with other guests. He wanted to go out into the fresh air, and he asked his sister not to forget to leave him more. A powerful hand gently put a small bowl with tea on the table. "It seems to be losing sense," he muttered, turning to myself. These gray, boring funerals caused him a deep sense of disgust. The accomplices at the table, with a gesture, invited the girl to take the 4th, still empty place, with the hope that her presence would improve the atmosphere. One of them nodded towards a healthy, pointing to a tiny girl sitting at the table. He looked at the girl and immediately realized that it was Somi, sister, etc. She continued to do her business at the table. Smiling widely, he turned to friends with the news that the problem had already been successfully solved. The young girl with a gentle voice was heard unexpectedly. Somi desperately asked him to free her hand, which he grabbed so firmly that it caught her pain. She could not have stopped what was wrong with this young man. "Why do you always hold so distorted? Everything I want is to sit nearby and share the pain of a loved one together," he said. "I beseech, do not exhibit me with a scoundrel," he said, trying to sound as herself as possible. Despite her hand had already burned red, and she was written from painful sensations. Suddenly, behind his back, he put him and called him a lavish beast, advising to take away immediately and spend time in sorrow in his own hole. Seeing him, the girl exclaimed with excitement, "Brother is the other!" As soon as his ears were caught, the giant immediately asked if he spoke with the owner of the celestial blade. Others did not intend to answer this question. He only warned him that he was looking for trouble with such questions. The people around them began to look at them because they raised a real stir. The majestic warrior called himself Pajak, a descendant of the northern tribe. He proudly explained in his voice that he sought only a little bit with the girl, and nothing more. Pak thought that enho just misinterpreted the reaction of his sister. Even if it is true, he could not accept that he portrayed him as a scornful beast while feeling the image. Pak, with the volume in his voice, stated that he was simply obliged to apologize to him. The Pak's comrades at the table were only happy, imagining what serious problems would now be waiting for others. However, enho was a completely different opinion. He warned a strong man who, if he did not want to be humiliated in front of all, it would be better to apologize peacefully and politely for forgiveness from his sister. Oh, just! Look at this ordinary merchant who considers himself invulnerable just because he has full pockets of money. He threw it mockingly. On this, he said with laughing, just look at this formidable beast. Hearing these words, Pak could not restrain himself and decided to assil, if not to kill, then at least to hit him well. Sister Sami closed her eyes tightly, unable to withstand the horror that happened before her. However, remaining motionlessly, with the incredible ease of avoiding a huge hand, which rapidly approached his head. So you have learned some things, Pak agreed. In Hokei, he immediately knocked him out of the panther on his leg, so his words had to remain unsaid. Pak slammed over the tile so powerfully that the moon from the impact swept throughout the room. Others, deciding to demonstrate another aspect of his skill, he firmly grabbed him for the ankle, demonstrating his power. Only one grip, and the ligaments are pulled to the limit. Significant pain covers every corner of his body. Her loud cry is so strong that everyone around just laid her ears. Pak grabbed his ankle, crawled on the ground, and merged, calling others a crazy freak. At that moment, her sister was bent with her brother. Behind him, two brazen brave men rapidly attacked, trying to catch others. However, in the game, he jumped instantly, forcing both opponents to start fighting his own shadows. A shadow was hanging over his head. It was others. Each of them felt a blow to his soul, which left the imprint on his face. And they suddenly fell directly on the guest table. The blood and the remains of the food were crumbling around, stunning everyone who was around. At the same time, a wrath was trembling, looking at everything that was happening, and was ready for any action. Suddenly, he felt someone's pressure on the nape of the neck made his face press to the ground. It was the foot of the other. Calm, as if nothing happened, he himself asked if he wanted to repeat his words again. However, in HO, he remembered the significant guidance that he once received from his late mentor. If it were not for the advice, he would have shown it for a long time, where the crayfish hibernate. Pak, pressed to the ground, only groaned with pain and humiliation, as if this earth was his last revocation. Suddenly before them a man who decided to intervene and bring calming. He was surprised to follow what happened, and his face expressed his sincere confusion. His astonishment increased even more when he saw Mo Jones with a bruising under his eye. He also noted the head of the family of Coriol's family, from which blood flowed blood. Pajak, who seemed to be ready to hug the floor with his lips. There was a young Somi nearby, a 16-year-old girl who could not contain trembling after recent events. She could hardly hold her tears, who were desperately trying to escape from her eyes. The man struck that these so-called warriors were not even able to realize the difference in their abilities. In Ho, he returned to the interlocutor and noted that, judging by the circumstances, it is probably not necessary to explain something. Initially, the man was confused, not finding a word, but finally, in a whisper, he was called the name of others. He later called Han, deputy chief of Hodan. He was responsible for ensuring the order in the Seong and announced that they would now control the situation. At the same time, he stated that it was simply impossible to believe that these scoundrels made themselves brazenly clinging to the daughter of the head of one of the 3 large houses during the mourning period, thereby insulting both the leader of the clan and his son. He noted that the rules in the HUN house are probably not fulfilled as it should. He advised not to leave this issue aside just because he is a representative of one of 5 influential clans. It would be extremely concave. Meanwhile, quite close, someone slowly enjoyed the tea, watching the events. A mascot, skillfully woven from a rough rope, was attached to his belt. The man was stunned by the fact that the heir of the great trade guild so easily overcame 3 high-ranking soldiers. Subsequently, I began to take care of the wound on the hand of his sister. She told how politely refused Pak, but he still grabbed her. Thanks to the medicines used by the other, the injured hand will heal in a few days. Suddenly, behind his back, a small cough came. The elderly man wondered if he would not be able to find a free place for himself, such a good age. In ho-hoed, he carefully studied his gaze, carefully leaking the star from the bottom to the top. The old man had worn clothes, but his belt was decorated with 8 knots. There are many varieties of views, but one of them is especially concerned. The old man's gaze from Kiban was piercing, as if he were able to look directly into the soul. On this, the old man just smiled. He sat side by side, calling the Chuvang, and began a story about his life in the open air, where he had to ask for food every day. The old man came to discuss the gossip about whether he did not study with their late master, so he immediately suggested proceeding to the essence of the case. Chuvan recognized that although the late master lived alms, he was able to find real talents. Chuvan visited here, seeing a huge talent in the other, and invited him to join the combat union of the seas. Still, his late master endowed in the hook, which can expand the horizons of new opportunities before him. In HK, he knew about Murya's Muryan Union, one of the most powerful organizations in the martial arts world. Those who ended up with their table could not help but notice how the elder from Kiban sits opposite the young. For the other, it was an infinite honor, because all the elderly elected were always honest in the Muri Combat Union. Hearing the proposal of the elder, in the other for a few minutes he delved into reflections. Then he stated with her untouchedness that he did not intend to give his consent. Such an answer was a real surprise for Sensation. In HO, he so decisively and uncertainly refused that it caused all a great surprise. Grandpa finally dared to find out what really caused their refusal. "Is it necessary to have an excuse not to want something?" said others. He simply suggested that the issue be postponed because it is not interested in him. The elder decided to change the direction of the conversation by choosing a new topic for discussion. He warned that the other was expecting a serious test in the near future. Quan Van Pechen, known as the Bloodthirsty Lord, managed to get this name in the province of Kapuk Penga, where he is recognized as 24th. And here this cruel lord is most concerned with the fate of the pathetic scum that he has just studied. Chuvand encouraged the young man, expressing a firm faith in his power and the ability to overcome this trial. The genus Penga will not allow to reduce its authority, and definitely will not remain aside when their renown is at risk. Hearing this story, Chuvang addressed others with the question of his thoughts about herd. Although only a young owner, Chuvang was convinced that he would not tolerate such persons. Therefore, he suggested that the mentor of Menu to intervene and resolve the question with his younger brother. Of course, if the brother is at least a little interested in joining the combat union, the younger sister felt a great excitement for his younger brother. In Ho, he turned to Chuvang, noting that his empty chats only cause anxiety with his sister. And if there was no words left in Chuvang, he asked him not to interfere with their meal. "Just look at him," the old man thought, watching. Rising from the chair, he left them with confidence in his voice, noting that their next meeting would not be delayed. The sister wondered her brother whether it was considered normal, so it is expelled. Inhoho reassured her, saying that no troubles were threatened. When he moves away, Chuvand was immersed in reflection, even if he knows nothing about him. How does he manage to maintain such immobility before the old Keban? Moreover, when he learned of the danger, he did not reflect a single shadow of fear. He wondered if he met someone like this among his recent students. Not just an unconditional faith in others, but a true confidence in their own capabilities. It was incredibly annoyed by lighting the flames of anger in his soul. After a certain period of time, 2 guards were near the majestic stairs. It was a cool dungeon with cameras that were held by convicts. The man approached one of the cameras and said, "I warned you to keep your tongue and be careful, but you ignored my advice." Because of the lattice, a nasty voice was heard who pleadedly asked, "I ask you, sorry for me." Near the man stood Keon, assuring that he acted in full compliance with the established disciplinary standards. However, the man warned, if Lord Hapukpenga learns about it, he simply does not forgive it. But Kinen emphasized that no person in the clan of Gun has the right to exceed the laws of the clan, and there was nothing left for the man except to put up with this truth. In a spacious house, a voice full of anger was flying. Van Pechen's Quona was outraged when the news reached that his son had been thrown into a dungeon. The man explained that he did his best to give him freedom, but the elders were too unwavering in their support. The indignation that flashed inside the Van Pechen's Quan broke out when he squeezed an iron bowl in his hand, smashing it. These arrogant people of this world have caused him a true anger. Without wasting time, he immediately called his loving fighter. He ordered him to go and break both feet to this descendant of the merchant. Hopin asked if they were talking about the son of Lord Chonhajan. Another man said that the owner of Chonhajan has supported mutually beneficial trade cooperation with them for many generations. He noted that exacerbation of the situation can be dangerously shaken by their future relationships. With the outbreak of Quinny's anger, a heavy iron bowl with a grunt collapsed on the floor. He explained to his subordinates that, as his father, he would not remain indifferent and would not allow his son to be despised and thrown behind the lattice. Watching how they reacted, he stated that he was ready to personally go and break the neck of this bundle. The brave warrior Hopion made an attempt to detain the owner, persistently asking him to give up his intention. He decided to go himself as a real warrior, leaving another man for discussion. They confessed that the powerless in a situation where Quan Van Pechen so highly values this scoundrel. Borodan assured that he would take into account all the difficulties of the situation and called the warrior for the same prudence in the actions. Everything had to go unnoticed so that no one guessed, just that night. The night has already reigned in the yard to us. One of the Hun family approached the Hun family. He passed the report from his father that the negotiations would probably last until late at night. Therefore, it would be reasonable if he returned to guest apartments to rest. In the HA, without hesitation, a sister's suggestion to make her company. First, they both felt hunger, and secondly, it was already tired of the inseparable views of others. He expressed the proposal to hold them in the room. At this point, a warrior had a warrior on one of the roofs. The warrior stood and, thinking about his own, could not but be surprised. He had the task of worrying about a fight with a child, which, in his opinion, did not pose a serious threat. And all this is just to survive in this world. The other suggested sister first to enter the house and relax. He decided to go for a walk, because after a hearty meal it was just necessary. "You never lack enthusiasm," sister smiled, joking. She persistently asked him not to stay on the street for a long time and return as soon as possible. However, the desire to stroll was not caused by heaviness after eating. He realized that there was an uninvited visitor nearby. Even the one who was thrown overboard in the middle of the endless ocean, at a distance of many miles, would certainly feel this insightful and difficult look. He was stepping on the street from time to time, casting his eyes over his shoulder. Carefully looking around, he carefully sought what could fall into his eyes. The other noticed the burning look that came out of darkness. After that, he openly asked how long the warrior was going to look for the perfect moment for action. "It would be polite to appear before you get into the mess," he said. The warrior was incredibly surprised because he disappeared carefully, leaving no trace, using the technique of tortoise breathing skillfully. Despite the fact that the distance to the other was approximately 20 meters, he could still clearly hear his unspoken, excited breathing. The warrior covered his mouth with his hand, suspecting that there was some insidious trap here. He was convinced that the guy was only trying to provoke him. "Why are you delaying? Do you realize that you intend to do something wrong?" he asked others, pouring the oil into the fire of his hesitation. Then he noted that the warrior lacked the courage and belief in himself. The warrior felt his eyes lit by anger because numerous thoughts were swinging in his head. Of course, he was thinking about doubts about his purity and nobility, which were needed by a true leader of Hopen. However, he could not afford such reflections. If no one knows about it, then there will be nothing, he thought, because he was only an H and he. He thought everything so that the guy would not walk after that for at least a month. The fighter intended to secretly jump from the roof and quietly sneak into the other. However, turning his head, I said to him that he was in vain for all his workouts. The power of the impact was so incredible that the warrior was barely lifting the block in time. However, even the protective unit did not save it, and it flew directly into the wall. Did you dare attack from behind, showing your restless thirst for death on all sides? What was the goal? It seems that you perceive me for a slight garbage, said others. These statements to the warriors seemed to the superior, as if they were from a person who overestimated themselves. Angry, he pushed away from the wall, throwing again on the other, who had just called a scoundrel. Grasping the guy with both hands, he tried to overcome him with his power. With these two blows, the fighter gathered all his power to break the resistance of the other. However, his casual smile could be recognized that he did not feel pain at all. An ironic note in his voice said, "Is this a maximum of your opportunities?" In HO, he effortlessly parried the blow, which caused even more surprise to the enemy. He emphasized that it was due to his skills of a prominent mentor who conveyed this knowledge to him. Then he asked to translate the following message. The next time they came to someone stronger, if you are not going to stay here forever. He asked for this message to be handed over to the father of that obscene shameless. The warrior lit an even greater fury, breaking into a cry. "Contact!" he exclaimed with indignation. "How did you, the descendant of a simple merchant, laughs?" However, there was no time left for the continuation. HO immediately attacked, forcing him to silence. Another moment, and he undoubtedly would not find the strength to pronounce at least one word. In HO, he did not resort to a physical attack, but reached out, releasing a powerful flow of energy that the villain could immediately curb. He stood at ears, catching his ears as a warrior, trying to recover from an unexpected blow. Then in the air, the voice of an elderly man who, as if accidentally, was nearby and watched closely at the development of events. It was a Chuvang that asked if everything was fine. "And the hair did not shake," said with humble confidence. Nevertheless, his grandfather remained skeptical and doubted what he was saying. Suddenly, he sharply turned his head away, looking intently into something unusual. At first, he cast a look at the soldier who looked like a real veteran and asked, "Is he like that?" Going closer, Chuvand realized who this figure was in front of him. But now this condition clearly did not resemble the ordinary image of the warrior Hopian Tange. Standing behind, Chuvan asked in other whether he was recognizing him. I explained that he was no one else than one of the most prominent masters of martial arts and the leader of the elite branch of Pak Penga clan. Hearing these words, Ho replied, "Well, let's yes." Turning to others as a younger brother, the old man tried to convey that this situation should not be treated lightly. The fact that the leader of the Penga clan has sent this warrior to him indicates that he does not plan to gather to solve the situation in action. "You have already mentioned it in the daytime," said others, because earlier the old man only expressed his guesses and exaggerated a little. "And if the leader of the Penga clan learns that even his best warrior failed to win you, he will certainly show you interest and come personally." Therefore, he insisted on him to listen carefully to his advice. In HK, he demonstrated indifference, but the old man did not give up, persistently assuring that this time his anxiety is real. If the head of the Penga clan decides to intervene, even the owner of Chonhajan will not be able to save you. He continued to be Chuvang. He spoke these words afterwards, who stab his ears with his fingers did not pay attention to the old man at all. In fact, in Ho, he exceeded all the expectations of Chuvan, acting much bolder and unexpected. It happened that it is the leader of the Penga clan that can feel the heat of hot coal comes to his heels, which unambiguously hints at his inevitable defeat. Both Ho, only he stepped a few steps back as Chuvand came to the wounded soldier and asked if he was fine with him. At this time, when the evening was slowly turning at night in the home of Quan Van Pechen, the warrior who lay without the entrance to the headquarters quickly moved here. Serious damage was escaped, but he still did not come to his senses. A man with a beard considered this situation a final catastrophe. In the same house, but in the morning, the warrior suddenly felt the weight of his hand on his shoulder. It was the hand of Van Pechen's kuna, which was engulfed by frantic anger. "I instructed you to break his legs and you have failed," the fighter justified, arguing that in HO he had seen it through despite shadow techniques and even activated a protective barrier. He tried to convey that he was a special young man, but Kavon only became angry and threw him against the wall. In his opinion, the warrior simply underestimated others, approaching too self-confident, and now tries to justify himself. At that moment, Quan stated that he should meet this guy personally. Smiling, the bearded warrior apologized and reported that everyone was given news about the rapid arrival of the ruler. Quan Van Pechen, holding back a wave of indignation, exhaled silently through the clapped teeth. Gin's reconciliation was proudly standing in front of the bench of his warriors. These were strong men, hardened and adhered to strict discipline. They became on both sides, creating a free path for his passage. The respectable figure traveled calmly and with unbreakable confidence. Near him, the head of the clan of the gun, reflecting on returning to the citadel, stroked. They hoped that he would remain a funeral, but the Jin's fracture explained that, as a leader, he was burdened with numerous urgent responsibilities that require his attention. The Jin's reconciliation stated that he could not be given sorrow for his brother as other members of the gun clan do. When he was stepping on the street, he grew respect from everyone who met him. People with his head bowed, they made a friendly manner. Glory to the Lord. Behind these people was the other, that he clearly felt a powerful energy that emitted from the Lord. He remembered the wise words of the teacher and acknowledged that he was absolutely right. His greatness was striking, only one light smile, and he effortlessly captivated the aura of the nearby. King of Swords, King Gin Gin, is a real lord who challenged the leader of the demonic clan in the fight for the rule. At this point I said, "One day I want to get with him in a duel." His emotions raged so much that even his sister could not notice it, asking what happened. However, as soon as she asked the question, HQ paid attention to another unusual character. He was a strong physique with a man with 2 braids who immediately attracted attention to his person. It was Kavan Van Pechen himself. In HK, he suspected that he was in front of the same dishonest lord from Penga, Kapuk Pupung. In his opinion, Quan was like a small but surprisingly strong bear. Maybe you should take the risk and face it in a duel. The head of the Hun, when he saw the head of the Penga clan, asked for what reason he creates so many inconveniences, especially when all the honorary guests are preparing to go on a long journey. Once again he emphasized, everything that happens within their clan should be decided solely by his law, without any deviations. Quan cast his gaze on our head and asked sarcastically whether he was planning to continue his disappointment until the end. The head of the clan again emphasized that according to the code, their guilt should be made public and punishment made to the general, taking into account the honor and dignity of this trinity. He personally executed the sentence and sent them to the dungeon. The giant was limited to the sarcastic remark, "Here's the shame." He was angry, and he began to pronounce anything that came to mind. Near him was an old name, and a smile shone on his face. Kvon Van Pechen, without holding back his annoyance, shouted at him, demanding that he finally spoke rather than remain silent. However, the old man noticed that if everything happened by the rules, he should add nothing to him. The giant called him completely unnecessary. Many have recommended him to remain calm, reminding that there were situations that could be influenced and those that are only subject to time. At this point, Gingin intervened. He asked where the Quan came from, that even if he apologizes, they would be accepted. After all, the firstborn Clan Penga leader attacked his daughter, leaving traces of bruises on her fragile body. In addition, John was able to reassure the conflict, while the Quona, on the contrary, throws firewood into the flame to blow it again. He warned Quona not to despise the merchant. If the events came out of control, the Jinn was ready to show its power immediately, attracting all the possibilities of the Chkonhajan clan. The voltage between them increased with every second. They were silently exchanged by views rich in unspoken words, but another's presence did not allow them to open completely. Being on the street, Enho had a conversation with his sister and discussed Quona. "His skills are limited only by battles, while our father was really unsurpassed," said others. Suddenly, the door flew with a loud crash, and Quan Van Pechen jumped outside. He stopped just before the other, who instinctively raised his hand, trying to protect his sister. Quan was such an impressive giant that even the huge door behind him looked almost tiny. Each inhale and exhalation was accompanied by visible clubs of a couple, as if it were a beast that was going to enter the battle. He slowly moved forward, taking a few casual steps. After going a little further planned, he finally froze behind the back of the other. "Reed, you were lucky that I did not break your neck here and now," he could whisper. A gentle smile blossomed on the lips. With a smile on his lips, he mockingly turned to the Quona. "Hey, a small, stubborn bear." Kavan stopped, stunned and unable to understand what had just happened. With care, he wrapped his head extremely slowly, looking back. "I even asked twice to make sure what exactly I was in mind. I thought you had hearing problems because I couldn't understand your reaction to words. But it turns out you heard everything perfectly. Yes, I baptized you with stubborn small bears because that's what you stand in front of me." The words of the other was poured into the soul of the firing of the fire, forcing each vein to stretch, and the breath turned into a formidable river of an angry demon. At that time, the owner of the clan of Hun and Gin, we were passionately traveled to the street, vividly sharing thoughts about current events. Ha Gin expressed gratitude for the fact that his head so wisely and skillfully resolved this question. Suddenly, Jean noted that his daughter remained in absolute loneliness. She turned her head and noticed her father. When he came to her, he asked where her brother went and why she stayed here. Looking at the giant silhouette in front of him, he said that the nickname Rebellious Monster, a warrior who always put a fight in the first place and destroy the opponents with his relentless fury. He was tired of tolerating it, and he decided to stay for a few more days to put out a lesson of obedience. But unfortunately, it seems that this boy has grown a little and became more restrained. Looking at this giant, he remembered his previous life, and in his soul was surprisingly fun. Looking at the Kuna, he inadvertently thought of someone named Rebeam Bear. But how much effort does it take to finally get into a stubborn beast a little mind? He wondered whether to start with several light cuts, though it would seem too monotonous. They were already located on the battlefield, and Quan Van Pechen's confidence was so unwavering that even the greatness of Chonhajan had no importance to him. In response, he just laughed loudly, calling him again a stubborn little bear. He could not really tolerate arrogant persons who did not even imagine what a real power was. Therefore, the quarrel warned that lightning would strike him if he continues to carry such nonsense. Hearing this, Quan was only harder with anger. His anger has grown to such an extent that the grass was scattered into small fragments, the true embodiment of one of the 24 great masters of martial arts. In spite of everything in HO, he felt the incredible power of his energy, which really impressed with his obviousness. However, in ordinary battles, he does not feel any joy. Quan became even more creepy, finding that he intended to quench his anger at first, only breaking other feet. However, he now realized that this is not enough. However, if he actually wanted to cling to his claws at the guy, he should do it as decisively as possible. He smiled cheerfully, encouraging him to try his hand, desperate hint at the irony of this situation with a giant. He teased his rival with jokes, trying to get him out of balance. As soon as the Quona broke away from the surface, the earth under his feet trembled. He was racing at HO at such a speed as if he weighed only 60 kilograms. In HO, he took him with absolute peace and carelessness. He cleverly escaped the grip of the quail, rushing to the left. Kavan, along with his separated hand, flashed past, missing his goals. He sharply turned. Hot breathing broke out of his nose. The facial expression combined anger and wonder. Kavan confessed that it was truly impressive for the young man who forced the earth and the grass to rise into the air around his giant body. In addition, he acknowledged that he had well mastered the training of his mentor. Saying it, he roared on him, aiming to strike the next blow. It seemed that a massive fist would hit the face of others in a moment. However, instead of an aggressive face, his fist came across a tiny arm that suddenly stopped a strong opponent. She held it firmly, not allowing you to take even a step forward. He froze in place. "And how do you think I have taken over the martial arts skill to reach such heights?" he asked Ho-Ho with a smile. He voiced this question without making a look from the predatory eyes of his enemy. He looked silently, carefully examining the possibilities for retreat, while planning a further battle. Unexpectedly, he sharply turned back like a wave and surprisingly lifted Ho into the air. The giant suspected that he conceived the escape and called out loud, stating that he would not allow him to do so. As he touched the earth, he rushed lightly. "You are too angry. You start to break me. A little more, and I'm completely indifferent," said Ho sarcastically. Hearing these words, Quan Van Pacine was fierce, and his desire to deal with this bold young man became even stronger. Sticking his fist on the ground with great force, he was convinced that he finally gained his goal. Raising his hands, he freed his fists from the ground that dreamed around. However, suddenly the sounds were heard behind his back, which immediately destroyed the feeling of triumph. They say those who are on the list of 24 outstanding masters of martial arts have reached the pinnacle of their skills and brought their skills to absolute perfection. A voice came. "But when I look at you, I do not see a master on this list," Cho frankly confessed. These words came from his back, forcing the enemy to suspend and think. They even mentioned the discussion in the main hall of the Trinity. Nogwan Chin Sachok, Savan Chol Chol Monus, and Quan Van Pechen, calling doubt on their skill. Everyone unanimously acknowledged that this Trinity could not conquer the tops of their schools, unlike others. Some even expressed an opinion to rename the list to 21 Great Master and to exalt the 3 outstanding figures, 3 Divine Masters. And all this time, the corner of Van Pechen was unnoticed around the corner. The memory gradually dispelled the fog of the past, returning the freshness of thoughts and clarity of consciousness. "How sorry to interrupt this short-lived life," Quan said, sadly sad. His energy has undergone dramatic changes, turning into a more powerful force. His appearance changed markedly. The eyes began to glow with a yellow glow, just like the 2 spheres that were born in his fists. Instead, he sighed deeply and said, "It would be great if you demonstrated it before." The power of the giant has risen to a new level, demonstrating its true power. He gathered all the unbreakable determination. His next maneuver, known as Harmonious Stable, unfolded a whole drain of golden balls that rushed in the direction of the young man. These 10s have already become hundreds. Only by touching the object, the balls exploded so much powerfully that even the mountains shake from the humming roar. It was a miracle from heaven, which was difficult to control, testing the capabilities of Quona. With explosions that risen into the air, even from afar, a few kilometers, everything was visible. The martial arts of the Peng family originated in the arms of military traditions, acquiring strength and skill in the resolution of conflicts. This art is a deadly technique, the most powerful blow, designed to destroy enemies in the very battle. When a huge bump was formed after the attack, he looked at it and thought that the boy was a real unhappy fool. "If you prayed with all my might, I would give you life," Quan whispered. In a dense veil of dust began to win a blue glow. From under the blue strip, the silhouette came to life, which immediately got into the field of view of the giant. I stood in front of me, and a sword shone in his palm. Quan Van Pepen was shocked and did not believe his eyes. "Damn, it's incredible!" Ho was able to survive under the flurry of relentless determination, which was struck on him like continuous rain. The sword in his hand glowed with a rich blue light, while boiling from excess energy. Seeing this sword, Quan could not restrain his astonishment. None of his techniques got into this young person. Kavon could not understand how he cleverly reflected all his attacks with one sword. In his memory, the words of the warrior sounded the echo who spoke them when he firmly held him by his neck. The fact that this young man is not at all the average new moon, only now did it come to him that these words were not empty excuses. Quan detained his view on the swords, thinking that his strength is probably in this artifact. After all, if the sword was able to suppress his final technique, then the cause should be found in it. However, in the thoughts of Quona, the question was permanent. What kind of witchcraft could help the son of a regular merchant to gain the status of a master of martial arts? He accused Hose of deliberately hiding his true power. What is the difference? What is it? The giant muttered, staying confused. He was forced to confess to himself. The young man was completely unsurpassed, exceeding all expectations. Under the impression, he even involuntarily pulled out his blade. But if the blade is already removed, it would be a mistake to put it back in the vagina, especially in the face of the enemy. Instead, Ho so sought to demonstrate to his rival something really exceptional. Quan Van Peppen firmly believed that even when a young man reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, he still remains just a boy. He dared to test his capabilities to the limit, transforming into an even more tremendous form. In the celestial dance, the blade intertwined 3 different techniques, each of which is marked by its own unique style. Today, this technique will be the first time before the world. This is the most beloved sword technique in the Ho Mentor. It is restrained and laconic, without unnecessary details and jewelry. This technique was the first that he was able to master. Having taken a fighting position in front of the enemy, Ho thought only that this technique was a favorite of his mentor. When the blank dance began, the grass around it began to rise rapidly. Hearing the name of this technique, the enemy mockingly responded, calling it a stupid and senseless activity. In response, he hit the heavenly palm of the earth. The spheres were directed directly towards Ho. The initial shock was called cloud cutting. Huge eyes of health suddenly shined with a very yellow glow, and something phenomenal in front of him almost deprived him of his language. He did not have time to give his eye how HK was already in front of him. The young man left behind a striking trace of powerful energy that cuts even the sky. Only the echo came behind, the last echoes of the attack, which was only made by Quan Van Pecken. It was only necessary to push the sword a little forward, because the earring on the ear of the giant was already cut. He did not have time to realize the moment when the icy cold of death pierced him through. Now he realized that this rapid and powerful sword does not know even in a circle of 24 well-known masters. At the same time, it became apparent that this newcomer's combat skills rose to the highest level of excellence. The grass still remained in the air. The guy already got rid of the weapons, gently putting the sword in the vagina. He gave a giant a new chance, recognizing him as the first person after his mentor who saw his remarkable skill in his action. "Why didn't you finish with me?" An uninvited request to the giant, which pressed his palm against the neck from where the blood flowed. Ho told that his mentor strictly forbade to kill without good grounds. In addition, he noted that if it was necessary to choose between whether Kavon Van Pessen was a thief or good, he would have stated better that he is more prone to stupidity than crime. Quan, feeling an unbearable shame of the need to admit defeat from a young opponent, began to be pleased to deprive him of his life, considering such a fate less humiliating. "Are you serious?" Leaning closer, asked Ho whether he was aware of how unbearable death could be. "Then why are you standing on the side of your beloved son, who humiliated and offended my younger sister?" He didn't stop. "If you apologized at once, we would have avoided this situation," said Ho, calling him a naive bear with a light smile. He, without thinking, put him a good slap. A powerful blow threw the giant to the side. As soon as the earth was reached, he kneeled again, gasping and spitting blood. These were the consequences of how the son of Quona caught images of Sister Ho and threw a shadow in the good name of Chonhajan clan. If he does not seek to get the condemnation for disrespect for his father and for the shame that Quan himself enveloped, he should think again for what reason his head has not yet taken off his shoulders. He soon heard from his father a reproach because he left his sister without care. The father demanded that he did during that time. The sister easily responded to his father's remark, explaining that he had a stomach and he simply traveled to relief. "Well, are you better?" the father asked. Ho, with a smile, assured that he feels perfectly, especially after such a release. Of course, these words seemed somewhat suspicious. However, Ho never gave his emotions. His face always remained unmoved. The guard behind his father informed that they could go. The master, with a calm expression, headed forward. Then she followed her sister with her brother, asking if everything was fine with him. "How can you assume that something is wrong with him?" Before leaving, Quan left a note that revealed the reasons for his sudden disappearance. "We take on all the burden of responsibility for Mr. Juke's guilt. I ask you to punish my son according to the laws of the clan Nagin and safely deliver him to Hapuk." The leader Nagin decided that a person with such a turbulent character undoubtedly fell into a mess and got into a hopeless situation. Could something else encourage him to change his point of view? Khan recalled the mention of the guards at the gate. They reported that the young master and leader of the clan Paino went together to the forest. The young owner returned half an hour later, and in the meantime the head of the clan appeared only after the departure of the family of the ruler of Chonhajan. However, the young master remained unharmed, but the head of the clan, as rumors argued, had the appearance of a person who had just visited a fierce battle. Of course, he was aware that it sounds incredible, but still risked to assume. It looks like the young master was able to defeat the head, giving him a real science. It is possible, this explains the situation. He remembered the science of a senior mentor, who once drew attention to the fact that the Chonhajan clan is a force that is better not to joke. The teacher strictly warned to avoid this insurance. Is he the true embodiment of the monster? His dad often resorted to mysterious stories to clarify the difficulties of this world. He perceived the monster as a signal of the threatening financial power of Chonhajan. However, now his thoughts have gained a different direction. Remembering the moment when he met with other Ho, he looked so that it immediately became clear. Not just a regular student before you. And if that's really, he overcame Lord Panga? Could the monster be mentioned by the father, no one else than the young master of the other? Multicolored wooden rectangles rapidly climbed into the air. Then they fell on a bright red fabric on which the hieroglyphics were mysteriously written out. The child who dropped them up quietly remarked, "This is a real madness. It is only necessary for me to break and fall as I break my nose, and my hands will be cut. Even silk is able to leave deep wounds." Then he carefully tore a leaf hanging from a branch of a tree, and he said, "Let this letter bring all my failures today." Amitabh. He easily slid into the leaf and let him go in the air. Let it fly to where he finally finds his peace, he flashed in his thoughts. However, something went out of the plan unexpectedly. On his hair, a gently leaf. He realized that even a simple exhalation can be a step in a dangerous abyss. Meanwhile, within the Chonhajan clan, squeezing a fragment of the giant earring in his hand, hoed it so that the sun's ray was drawn into the heart of the material. The glitter won extremely charming beauty. His reasoning went so far that he considered the opportunity to cut his ear, but something inside screamed it from this step. This thought would never have appeared if he remained yokai. "What kind of mercy here? I would just take and break it in half," he flashed into his thoughts. He could not comprehend that he had shown mercy, and this thought suggested him a feeling that he was changing dramatically, becoming a person fully. The whispering words about the transformation were heard by Zhang, and he was interested in asking who he became. Ho asked not to worry and threw a gold earring towards Zhang, asking her to accept her as an initial payment for his mother's treatment. He caught her in the air, though he had no idea what it was. Ho hilariously explained, this gold earring was once decorated with the head of Clan Panga from Kapuk. The street raged from the human flow. Everyone was moving, immersed in their worries. Ho came into the market, looking for something to have a snack. The dishes were just cooked and incredibly tasty. However, his satisfaction suddenly lost his power. His attention was attracted by a crowd that had accumulated around something mysterious. Obviously, something has taken attention there. Bright, colorful wooden rectangles poured on the red canvas. The young man with dark hair thoughtfully considered them from above, deepened in the prediction of human fates. He advised them not to focus only on enrichment, because the accumulated wealth could disappear at any time from their hands. The Green Man also wanted to know how his financial fate would be, and joined others to know more. The young man just said, hundreds of nujagi. He offered other customers his services for only 5 or 10 nujags, so the man did not hide indignation when he learned that the cost for him suddenly increased to a whole 100. Everything is decided by the buyer, the new moon said, but something is completely different. He began with the exploration of air as if he had caught something. His gaze was constantly sliding all over, and at that time, the man in green put him in an uncomfortable position, accusing fraud and selling counterfeit amulets. The young man suddenly grabbed on his feet and struck him desperately. Returning on the heels, he rushed to run, screaming with his best, "Yoke!" It came. The man looked and mentally noted that so usually only a regular deceived was escaped. The rest of the audience also suspected the guy in fraud and crashed in different directions. Ho did not move out of place, listening to the conversation of the old man, who thought that it would be good to catch this guy and study him. Him himself froze, unable to grasp what was going around. He just managed to think, what was it now? He realized that this young man undoubtedly noticed and baptized him. Meanwhile, a young man with black hair was already rapidly breaking through the forest, quietly tumors under his nose, because he was certain it would definitely happen. He was convinced that the aroma he felt belonged to yokai, and today's meeting with him only exacerbated the situation. He raced so quickly, mysteriously whispering that the yokai should hide in the high mountains when the harbinger appears. However, it was at this moment that the stick that flew in his face rapidly. She stopped him, kissing her knees. Stumbling, he fell to the ground, hitting the dust. He quickly approached Ho, asking with irony whether he was tired of being. "I was looking for you, a small, annoying prophet." Hearing these words, he became confused and started waving his hands, not imagining how to proceed. Pointing to the red stick on Ho, he wondered in surprise how this yokai dared to wander the world of people without feeling fear. Then he removed the leaf covered with sketched hieroglyphics. Running his hand, he launched a piece of paper into the air, and he flew forward with a great speed, eventually caught on the outfit of the Ho. "Is this a mascot?" Hu asked Ho with surprise, glancing on a piece of paper. "Is this little one really believes that I yokai?" It was the same moment when the young man exclaimed, "Well, I warned. Dry yokai. You had to pet. Now you can't move, yes." However, Ka's hand rose up, and he continued his journey. In an instant, he was fired at dozens of mascots. They even clung to his face. Cho, with disdain, was deprived of them, calling it a waste of effort. After that, he grabbed the small collar and lifted him up. However, the young man did not stop complaining about Ho, considering him unclean yokai. "Let's sit down and discuss everything," said Ho. He met Tathagat, and the one, as a divine creature, gave him a gift, an opportunity to live as an ordinary man, giving up his nature by yokai. He is already a man, not yokai. How could this happen? This persistent harbinger perceives him as yokai, not as an ordinary person. Tathagata cannot be mistaken. Setting up a blackberry on the very edge of the rock, Hu wondered why he so stubbornly refuses to see a person in him and prefer to perceive yokai. "After all, you, yokai, how not you look, you are able to deceive people, but you will not spend me," said the young man persistently. After saying these words, he immediately attached another talisman to his head. From the side, it looked quite fun. Ho approximated several times, struck him on his head with his palm, repeating him that he was not yokai. The baby asked in surprise, "Are you definitely not yokai?" Ho asked the question again, wanting to find out why he was perceived not as a person, but as yokai. The guy said that he has a special intuition, which even his teacher recognized. She warns him loudly, "Hoi." For Ho, the word intuition had a funny sound. Intuition is something half accurate, and the rest is false, he thought, feeling that there was some other reason. However, the young man was convinced that his inner sensitive compass always worked without fail. Then Hu asked with interest, "Why didn't the mascot on it?" A guy with black like a resin, his hair was lost in search of words, not knowing what to answer. He tried several times to explain, but all his efforts were in vain. It seems that H successfully convinced everyone that he was not yokai. The young man dropped to the ground, began to put his things carefully, and noted that he understood everything. He confessed that he did not learn good manners, said goodbye, and jumped from the rock. However, Host had time to grasp him by the collar. Lifting him, he asked how he dared to blame the ordinary person of being yokai and then trying to escape. "Are you trying to say that you can see the heavenly spirit?" Suddenly he said, what he struck and embarrassed the young man. So I asked where he learned about his ability to see the heavenly spirit. Not hearing the answer, he strongly threw him to the ground. Ho help released him, no longer kept holding. Then, marking it as his intuition, he answered. He said his name loudly, patiently waiting for the young man's reaction. The man looked around sharply. Dissatisfaction was read on his face. By scratching the back of the head, the young man introduced himself as Lee Ryan. Hauled later, he invited him to go with him. Lee could not understand why he had to follow the H.O. Assuming that H.O. was hungry after escaping, he simply suggested that he eat. The boy kept his breath without finding any reason for refusal. Shortly afterwards, they went to Chonhajan. Lee looked, fascinated by admiring the incredibly beautiful plate that stood over the entrance. He could not understand why Ho brought him here. If the goal was feeding it, why didn't they go to a restaurant or tavern? On the doorstep, they were met by a man, giving a friendly referral to the host as a young owner. Then Ho turned to him and asked what purpose he was in this place. The guard asked the person of Lee, to which Ho replied that he was a traveler. At first glance, Lee realized that his satellite was the young owner of Chonhajan. When they crossed the threshold, they opened a picture of a festive table, generously decorated with a variety of appetizing dishes. Lee could not look away from this stunning beauty and unspeakable taste. "I hope you don't deny the common lunch with yokai," said Ho, revealing his true essence. On the street there was Ho-Ho's father. He came to the house where he was. He learned from the nanny that the owner was now busy with the guest. Gin was stunned when he found out that his son was with a guest. Conveniently settling at the table, Lee predicted Ho that after the fortune-failure period, he usually smiles in the most amazing way. He introduced Lee Rosen and said that he was traveling to the country to learn the mystery of the Tao's way. So he introduced himself to Haiyan's father. Jean turned to his son, politely asking whether he could distract him for a few minutes. He turned to the Ho, asking her to go outside for an important conversation. The question concerned how long he collaborated with the leader of the clutch Nagin. Ho said that the chief brutally annoyed him because of a fictional accusation, perceiving him as a master of martial arts. He answered him at all as he expected. "Did the chief really say that I showed rudeness?" Hu asked with uncertainty. "Well, not quite," the father replied, looking at him. Despite what happened, Lee decided to carefully listen to their conversation. Nothing significant happened, so the father did not find the reason to keep his son. However, H.O. was surprised that Jean only appeared with this question. "Maybe this time you make me accompanied?" Gin asked. An unexpected event is a task to accompany the lands of the shaman's lands. Lee also listened to this conversation, and he was genuinely interested in the mention of the Shamanov clan. Ho looking for all kinds of ways to give up, but his father insisted that it was a great opportunity to gain a valuable experience in interaction with people. H was okay to move in any direction, not to go to the shaman's clan. However, his father's eyes expressed everything, even without a word. It was enough for the son to make this decision. At that moment, Lee carefully looked out of the corner. With great passion, I repeated Gin's words about accompanied by shamans. Ho was surprised to think why the child was so amazed. At first, I asked Ho not to look at him in this way. He stated that in any case, he would accompany him in this mission. Ho, paired with their faithful partner Lee, sat on the peeler's top, as if real adventurers, looking at the boundless landscapes around. Ho looked as if the whole world was discolored, losing any meaning for him, and only deep confusion remained on his face. Lee, unlike his companion, glowed with happiness. For him, The faction of shamans symbolized the true spirit of Taoism and insurmountable power. He was fascinated by the city because this day was not just an event for him, but a real holiday that will remain in his memory for many years. And what is so special about these shamans? Cho wondered with distrust. His face reflected skepticism. Li, without holding back the admiration, said that the shaman's clans sometimes grandex earthly heavens because they have a lot of possible immortals. Ho could not have such conversations and believed that the usual sky was much better than these eternal fanatics. The great fox, the leader in the realm of spirits, stepped into the heavenly world, leaving behind the execution of dark things. His hands made a terrible impression. "What maybe your tails will be better able to sweep than a broom," one of the elders hinted at the huge tails of the guy. That is why Ho could not tolerate all these immortal ones that managed to survive even after they were torn into pieces. Li, waving his hands from incredible uplift, shouted joyfully about his long-awaited journey to the edge of shamans. Ho was in such despair that he threatened Li, "Continue, otherwise I will bind you to the cart." The journey lasted until they plunged into the depths of the dense forest, where each bush whispered its mysterious stories. Little Li has already plunged into a dream, clutching the dreams of mighty shamans. Focusing his gaze on it, he sighed quietly, realizing that this man is nothing but a huge problem that he would have to pull behind. In general, little Li was a cheerful boy, and Ho's seemed to have lost all doubts about him, ceasing to rush his mascots. However, in the shrubs on the side of the road they traveled, they hid strong, healthy, in the eyes of which a threatening shine appeared. Ho felt the strange presence of some ignorance, and his intuition whispered, "They are not alone." Immediately contacting a guard named Chan, he pointed to suspicious movements that were hiding behind the trees. "Someone is watching our carts from the trees," he said briefly. At first glance, there were only 3 or 4 pursuers, so he did not even worry. Now they are about 25, and the situation has been much more complicated. The vat stood up, looked through the roof of the crew, and noticed that it was probably the Asasa gangs, one of the 10 famous forest gangs. Due to the fact that their estate had already paid the travel duty, he was convinced that after the check, they would no longer be disturbed. Therefore, Chan advised young Hussein to maintain calm and not attach importance to this situation. However, Ho decided to ask Chan once again, trying to see if he was really confident in his statements. At that moment, a man crossed them with an axe, appearing right in the middle of the road. He stopped in front of the caravan, strongly raised his hand, and ordered them to stop. Chan appealed to the young owner not to move from the place, avoid any collisions, and just wait for him to return. He went to negotiate with this bold criminal, decisively to solve the situation if such a need arises. Chan asked their leader whether he really belonged to the ACSO gang. Introducing himself, he added that they were from Chonhajan to emphasize the seriousness of his intentions. In addition, he shared that the duty was already paid, and now they are waiting for an explanation for what reason it was the road blocked. Perpetuously asking, Chan urged to resist and not to create additional obstacles. However, this boldly, rudely inserted his blunt axe in the ground. It is quite clear to make it clear that he does not intend to retreat. He recognized the truth of this fact, although it was only the start of his ambitious requirements. He later reported that the fare made us substantially jumped up, which made the vat to be alert. Chan in a whisper asked, "What is this witchcraft?" But there was a long silence in response. Suddenly, from the trees came the sinister laughter of other giants that expected a signal for a rapid attack. Their sinister smiles gradually appeared one by one because of the leaves that hid them. The guards immediately formed a dense circle around 3 carts, preparing for the defense. The thickets of the forest have already been the bandits. Chan felt the tension rolling a wave because he realized that the situation was constantly slipping out of control. He turned to the leader of the gang, asking whether he went too far with the requirements. "No benefits," he replied with a smart smile, clearly without intending to give any chance. The leader was aware that something was being transported in the carts that promises them a significant benefit, so he was not going to waste such an opportunity. He suggested that the can be calculated without delay, then carelessly continue the path. Meanwhile, on the roof of one of the carts, it was conveniently settled, looking at everything that is happening with a slight interest. Lee jumped from sleep without even having time to wipe the saliva from the corners of his lips. Looking around with surprise, he asked, "What is happening here?" Ho, without holding back a sarcastic smile, he noted that he was openly pleasing to the boldness of these thieves. They have the courage to demand money from the Chonhajan clan, even blocking the path for profit. Chan persistently negotiated with the bandit, seeking to resolve the situation peacefully, avoiding clash. At this point, he turned to Ho to share his reflections. "I think they seek to increase their profits because we guessed that we were transporting alcohol," the can said, hinting at a completely mutually beneficial agreement. "Maybe just throw them a little money to ask to free the road?" He expressed his proposal. He was clearly not delighted with this proposal, and immediately, with notes of indignation in his voice, asked the vat whether he had lost that mind. Full of disgust for these criminals, he thought that, in fact, they had to return all the funds that they once squeezed out of those who were blackmailed. Chan sought to assure Hose that in the interests of his safety, it is wiser to solve this case peacefully and with the bandits to find out the relationship already returning to Chonhajan. Despite this, the host suddenly jumped out of the passage, unambiguously hinting that he had conceived something else. He reached out to the vat, asking to give enough money to reassure the demands of these scoundrels. The vat carefully put a bag of 150 nungs in his palm, with the hope that this amount will be enough. With a smile on his face, the vat approached the bandits and reported that the issue was resolved and they can safely climb. "Do not worry," he assured, with confidence in his direction. "It is interesting that these robbers will be able to oppose the young leader of Chonhajan clan." After completing the dialogue with the vat, he strongly trimmed to the brazen bandit with a tasted axe, offering him money. The thief did not restrain himself from a wide smile when he heard about 150 nujags. This round amount was undoubtedly pleased. However, having bored his eyebrows, he began to indignate, claiming that it is unlikely to be enough to cover additional travel costs. He appealed to him persistently and decisively to release the way so that the carriage could continue the movement. The robber strongly squeezed the axe in his hand and, with the force of pulling it out of the soil, showed his fighting. Then the guy with a gesture pointed to the path, making it clear that they could drive. "Rather," said the young owner impatiently, pulling on to action. The carriage began to move forward when the horses, piercing the land with hooves, paved the way through the forest huts. Downloaded with heavy barrels with alcohol, it slowly disappeared in the distance, and Ho, stopping for a moment, threw the last insightful look at the bandits. Lee is located on the top of the console, watching the outside world with no span interest. Lee was worried, watching the development of events. His gaze was inseparably followed the young owner, which caused excitement in him. "Well, I missed them and now you just have to pay," brazenly threw the bandit, putting his hand to get money. The offender was confidently expected that the bag of silver would slip straight into his hand, and his eyes were burning with greedy glitter. And so, out reminding the young master, he urged him not to be banged and finally transfer to him the money he wants. Behind the bandits, they were not consistent with each other, considering how much alcohol they would be able to buy for these 150 nujags, while their faces blossomed in ominous smiles. Their laughter is sarcasm, because they were already felt by the winners, enjoying their victory. But Ho, playing in his hand with a bag with coins, looked at them from under his forehead, and a cunning smile blossomed on his mouth. "I change my mind and you will not get a single penny from me," he said boldly, causing the criminals a storm of anger. At first, the bandit did not even know what the young man who stood before him was. He repeated his question as if heard. Realizing that his hearing was not deceived, he decided that this young man would only give them problems. He began to declare that if Ho immediately returned the money, then in the future he would be closed to this road. "In this case, we will not only face difficulties in the future, but also destroy the already established agreements, which can result in losses that will exceed the initial amount of hundreds, if not thousands of times. Expressing all his arguments, the offender reached out his hand again, convinced of his triumph. "It will be wise to pass this money faster," he said persistently, provoking Ho to actions. "To cling to them is a futile business," the bandit said, covering his face with deceitful courtesy. Ho listened to him, only barely smiled with the fate of sarcasm, sweeping that the talkativeness of the bandit was honed perfectly. "Why can't I borrow you?" "The reason, in fact, is extremely simple," he said, looking closely into the eyes of his opponent. "If I hand over money to you, and you will pretend that you have not seen anything, in a difficult situation we will be both." Therefore, Ho asked the bandit to take him to their camp. His decision was to hand money directly to the leader of the Asso gang in order to avoid any possible misunderstandings. After completing, he patiently expected the reactions from this boulder, smiling playfully. Ho decided to act immediately. He was going to return all the funds they demand from the Chonhajan clan, using this pass as their cover. However, such a turn of events was a real surprise for this Rob. He turned the axe, leaned on her blade, and put the handle on the ground, emphasizing his self-confidence. "Unfortunately, our leader went to the city for a few days and will not return shortly," he said, smiling with Lukavinka. "This money will stay with me. I will keep them like the pupil of the eye until his return," he assured, trying to give the impression of a person who can be trusted. However, the young owner only playfully crossed a bag with coins between his fingers, smiling mysteriously under his nose. The thief even tempting him to spend a few days in their society, certifying that it would be an interesting adventure. Ho rejected the proposal, and, unfolding the bag, went into thinking about his following actions. "It is unlikely that any of you will receive at least 5 nuani of these 150, he said, keeping the icy piece. Taking one coin, he briskly threw it up, showing it to all present, and then suddenly threw her forward with frantic force. The bandits were petrified with surprise, unable to understand that he had just squeezed. At the same moment, a coin, full of incredible force, crashed into the axis of the bandit. With a loud bell, weapons were knocked out of his hands. A sudden blow knocked the bandit out of balance, and he barely fell off his feet. He looked around confusedly, first, then forward, trying to understand what happened. Casting his gaze on the axe, he noticed that the coin was stuck in the blade, penetrating the metal like a sharp knife. A bluish smoke was rising above the city, which added even more mystery to the surrounding landscape. The way this young man was able to wave the axe with the help of a coin became a real secret for everyone around. Ho joked, said, "Oh, it seems I did not pass it on to the person." He took another coin and, with a smile on his face, assured that this time she would find her true addressee. Wagging during the flight and cutting the air with a whistle, the next coin flew at a terrific speed. She kissed the robbery in her ear, stretching it in half and leaving the enemy to suffer in agony. "Oh Lord, you didn't catch her again," he said with a smile, watching the bandit twisting with pain. Only when others realized that they were unknown, from which the alarm gradually took possession of their mood. The conductor ordered the attack, and the detachment, armed, snatched from the bushes, directing his rouse directly on Ho. The young owner was holding 6 glowing coins like sharp weapons, ready to conquer the world. However, for an unknown reason, the aggressors suddenly suspended, stunned by looking at Ho-Ho. Panic and fear were reflected on their faces when they were faced with unknown. It was obvious why. Does this guy really offer them such amounts? Each of them could easily approach and pick up their share. It is only necessary to take a few steps forward. Now another question is, will they decide to accept this money, realizing the risk that their ear can decorate a new earring in the form of a dangerous coin? Watching the young owner a difficult look, the leader of the bandits thought, how is it possible that a common coin, similar to a miniature dagger, was able to break through steel and get stuck in an axe? What kind of creature stands in front of him? Realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous, the offender decided that the best way out would be an escape. Departing, he left a threat that the time would come when the young owner would regret this choice. However, Ho only listened with contempt for those words that barely came from the bushes. His light annoyance visited, because he sought to continue the fun and amuse a little further. On the ground, there is a coin, partially sprinkled with blood, a silent witness of a fierce battle. Suddenly, a small hand appeared in the field of view that instantly lifted it. Lee returned, lifted the coin, and noticed in surprise traces of blood on its surface. The young master watched Lee in surprise. Why did he return, and even raised such a noise? Lee ran, vigorously waving his hands and loudly calling, "Brother!" He approached the hoe, and anxious in his voice, wondered why the traces of blood on the coin and whether he was feeling well. "Isn't it visible that everything is wonderful?" said Ho, slightly emphasizing his confidence. Then, by the way, he asked, "And who showed interest in my person?" I, truth be told, is more concerned about what happened to the ACSO gang. Despite their rigidity, Lee was convinced that even their lives had their value. However, he did not forget how Lee once threw the mascots in living people, so he noted with sarcasm that Lee had no moral right to discuss this. "There are many people in this world whose death is more beneficial than life," he said with calm confidence, justifying his point of view. After that, Ho went on the road, heading to the place where a meeting with the leader of the ASO gang was to take place, ready for a new conversation. On the other side of the scene, a wounded bandit with a painful moan pressed his hand to the cut ear, trying to shade his cry. The other bandit began to dress his wound and, annoying a little, urged a friend to quench. They began to share the thoughts of what happened, trying to put guilty on the other side. They all searched the guilty, throwing the burden of accusations of this unpleasant situation on each other. In the shade from the tree, the silent Ho closely watched their dispute, watching everything from outside the branches. They seemed ridiculous to him when their voices were spread between the trees. "The fools will remain fools wherever they go," he thought with the emerging smile. Sitting behind a stone, Lee thoughtfully thought about the words, Ho. He stubbornly kept his opinion. Any death, regardless of the circumstances, is always a pathetic and futile loss. Ho noted that sometimes avoiding unnecessary victims is only a strategic step towards achieving a big goal. "Do you know why snakes die under the scorching sun?" Hu asked, and then he himself answered, "Not because they are destroyed by fire, but because they lack the ingenuity to find salvation in the shade." Evening silence has already fallen outside when the bandits, beaten and angry, and the world went back to its shelter. At the entrance they were met by the guards, asking, "What kind of uncle did you go so early, and you return almost at night, and even with empty hands?" They paid attention to the cut on the ear of one of the criminals, but they only murmured something alarming and ordered to silence. Like a barely tangible whisper, the young master silently moved to their base. In the mountain comfort, a small base of bandits was hidden, carefully hidden, so as not to fall into the eyes inadvertently. The guards paid attention to a young man who was confidently approaching them with a steadfast look. On these remote mountain peaks of foreigners you will rarely meet, especially if it is a young man who does not look lost at all. They grabbed the swords without delay, went down the stairs rapidly, and holding their weapons on the ground, asked what purpose it appeared. Hosariverment explained that he came here with certain intentions, to pick up what he belongs to him. He immediately wondered if their leader was inside. Suddenly a piercing sound was heard when the metal hit the steel. Before his eyes, he flashed a sinister shine. Two swords now formed a cross near his throat, silently hinting at danger. "Do you think you have the right unceremoniously to mention our leader? Do you think he is under your control? Or maybe it is better to trim your tongue to calm your passion?" asked one of the guards with a call. However, these words were only summoned in a smile that he did not try to hide. And indeed, why hide if these guards were already dead on the ground in a moment? The bonfire was shimmering with living flames, and the crash of firewood was pouring around, creating a warm and even cozy atmosphere. However, a man whose face was read only cold disgust and dissatisfaction was sitting near this fiery heat. He was unbearably annoyed by the sounds that were spreading from the outside, as if destroying his inner peace. One of the servants went down from the back and delicately apologized for being distracted, turned to his lady. He said that a young man from Chonhajana penetrated inside the building and insisted on a meeting. The owner calmly listened, only from time to time repeating the word Chonhajan, as if thinking about its meaning. Meanwhile, the young owner is already in the center of the room, surrounded on all sides, as in the Verli volcano, bandits with a weapon set on him. They all, like hot sharpened stones, concentrated their views on the How and at the head of their leader. Finally, the leader came forward, returning to Ho and looking at him carefully. In search of explanations, he asked eagerly again, trying to understand what exactly had happened. They blocked the road and demand extra money for travel, he asked with surprise, not in the faith of such unceremoniousness. The conductor could not unconditionally trust the words of the Ho. Small criminals were always drawn nearby, hiding behind a mask of a good honesty. Ho mentioned the leader, describing him with the help of colorful details. He claimed that he was reminiscent of a huge frog, which firmly squeezed the axe in his hands. If I do not betray me, he was called UN, and this fear of literally trembled with fear of the fence when I spoke to him. Ho noted that he had punctured only a coin on the UNA. If the leader calls UNA, then he will see the same trace on his ear, an indisputable proof of the sincerity of his words. The leader immediately issued an order to be delivered without the slightest delay. It was not a minute as UN was in front of him. With his punched ear, armed with an axe, he was bravely trying to radiate confidence. He assured that nothing was found, trying to distract from himself. The conductor took an axe in his hand and immediately noticed a dent that was perfect with the size of the coin. Of course, he addressed the UNA with a question whether he had to say that he was in defense. UN tried to justify himself, calling it just innocent joke, but his words sounded so senseless that the leader lost patience and gave him the axe of the axe on the cheek. From a strong blow to the jaw, UNA probably gave a crack, and H silently watched this dramatic event. He watched the body of Una flew into the air like a puppet that had lost its meaning. It seems that the head of the group had such an incredible force that his blow rejected UNA for all 10 meters. After that, he struck the axe on the ground with all his strength, crushing stones into small debris. After that, the leader once again addressed the young ruler, interested in his name. He announced Lee Chagwan, the leader of the Aso gang, emphasizing that trust and respect for him have the greatest weight. Lee Chagwan solemnly stated that he soon finds all the participants of today's incident and will punish them without hesitation, cut their hands. He even asked Ho whether it would be enough to compensate for the inconvenience caused. However, the young owner has motionlessly stated that the acquisition of several cut limbs has no sense and is a completely illogical step. "So what do you want?" Lee asked, looking with interest in Ho. Given that the roots of this problem are hiding in financial difficulties, the young owner decided to solve it exclusively with cash. He demanded that the ACSO gang stop demanding any payments from the Chonhajan clan in the future. And that's not all. The young owner put forward another condition. "You are obliged to repay all the funds that we have earlier from us," he said in an icy tone. Hearing such words, the bandits did not resist and overwhelmed the roar. This requirement seemed so meaningless to them that they even offended them. They regarded this as a brazen lift that despised their clan with its allies. Lee Chagwan had similar feelings, asking whether Ho realized that it was thanks to their efforts that other gangs and thieves were held at a distance. He could travel without threats. He noted that HC crossed, not realizing that the fee is an ancient custom that has been dominated by warriors for centuries and served as a cornerstone in the world of wild lands. Lee Chagwan noted that he could only be compensated for 3 months, but not more. Lee Chagwan believed that the proposal of compensation for 3 months was a reasonable solution, and it was the maximum he could offer. However, the young owner did not answer, emphasizing that Lee underestimated the power of the Chonhajan clan. Lee only turned, as Ho, looking after him, threw an unfriendly remark behind him, calling a brazen bandit. How would Murya combat Union in such a difficult situation? Hu asked, carefully examining the reaction of the interlocutor. He was interested in whether Lee would also indifferently dismiss them, referring to his traditions and customs. Lee Chagwan did not perceive Chonhajan as part of the Murya combat union and felt dissatisfied because he had lifted this topic. He was annoyed that the young master spoke of a combat union with which they were not in any way. But Ho, with a barely noticeable sarcasm, noted that Lee appreciates himself too high. Do you really need to involve the whole union of Murim just to overcome this worthless mountain clan? He said, emphasizing the call in his words. The words of the young owner were pierced by Lee Chagwan, as if a steel blade, involving directly into his pride. A young man with black hair sincerely hoped that no adventures would be clouded today. He secured the grip on his stationery, hoping in prayers that no soul would leave this world. However, suddenly, in the distance, a powerful roar of the explosion. It seemed that the black-haired immediately realized that something was wrong. Energy was stuck on the horizon, attracting his attention in that direction. His final request was that no soul would seem to be unanswered. He rapidly rushed in that direction, seeking to interfere with the intentions of the young owner. At this time, the face of the gang leader reflected a real shock and distrust. It was the result of a precise blow to Kulak Ho, who got into his stomach. The blow perfectly hit the solar plexus, forcing the leader to release the last air from the lungs. For Ho, such disappointment was really bitter, because he hoped that the leader would be a serious rival. Lee Chagwan could not comprehend as this young man, having had no relationship with Murim, was able to carry out the same. The Watgo fell to the ground, making a muffled sound that accompanied his thoughts. He stood over his body, lifting his head high and watching his eyes down. The moment has come for the collection of funds that belong to the Chonhajan clan. At that moment, the voice of Little came suddenly, which instantly captured his attention. Lee slipped through the dilapidated gates and shouted with surprise when he noticed that people were scattered around him. He stopped, looking at this mountain of fallen, which lay randomly on the ground. At that moment, he said, "Even the most naked snake which miraculously escaped the flame finds salvation in the rain." Wholly comforted, assuring that all these people were just faint, but their lives are safe. When they come to their senses, they are waiting for many hassle, but those who have occurred with lighter injuries will be sure to put their shoulder for those who are less lucky, he said. Lee finally felt relief, realizing that the situation was not so threatening. It seemed to me that somewhere nearby a cursing voice was heard, he jokingly casting his gaze on Lee. Lee assured that he would never dare to say such words, trying to justify himself. A few days passed, and they decided to find the treasures that belonged to their clan. Lee could not understand how these bandits had no idea of savings. Even the poorest of the streets live better. They spent all the money on food and drinking without taking care of the rainy day. They do not even have furniture, utensils, or clothes that could buy. Lee sighed, looking around. Already desperate, he came to the conclusion that the continuation of the search is only a waste of time, so he suggested to leave this place. However, Ho, feeling something unusual, suddenly aggravated his gaze in one place. Lee asked what he was about to arouse his interest. However, the young ruler did not say a single word, staring at that mysterious point. Ho's eyes lit up with shiny golden light, as if he saw something incredible. He reported that probably some treasure was hidden under the floor. Ho leaned to the floor and struck a tile with a fist, breaking it into small, sharp fragments. The fragments of the tile were scattered in all sides, and finally he achieved what he sought to find. Under the tile they found a small but extremely exciting box that was sealed and carefully disguised. It was a real hidden treasure, and Ho seemed to catch his powerful energy before he came across him. Lee could not restrain his smiles because he felt energy, but the capture was unconcealed. In addition, his gaze came across a talisman, which restrained the energy in the box, and that was what prompted him to doubt him first in the words. However, this only testified to the presence of something significant inside. Ho lifted the box and was amazed at how light it was. Lee did not cease to think in astonishment, because even with his sharp sensation, the mascot remained a mystery to him. How is the older brother able to feel it? He thought. In the meantime, Ho carefully took up the opening of the box, carefully watching, so as not to harm its contents. As soon as she opened, the whole room was inflamed with a golden glow. In the center was a small ball of rich golden hue, which emitted the energy of life-giving force. It was enough for one look at this brilliant treasure so that all the fatigue, which had accumulated for a long rise to the mountains, disappeared. The intrigued Lee reached out, trying to better see a shiny ball. However, H-Kid instantly removed a valuable thing from a tiny hand. Certainly, Ho decided that the boy could accidentally swallow this preciousness at one point. When the sun was already setting and their path ran through the dark forest, Ho thoughtfully considered the plan of returning the ball as a compensation for an unfair debt to Chonhajan. In other words, it has now become the possession of the Chonhajan clan. Lee was more interested in how they were going to catch up with the caravan. He emphasized that in the case of too hasty movement, you cannot reach them to the sunset, and even if you continue to go all night, the achievement of the goal to dawn will be a difficult task. Host assured him that one powerful acceleration would be enough to quickly cover the lag in the way. "If it weren't for you, I would have had a long time ago," he said, referring to the delay. Thus, it was clear to Lee that his return had no need. At the same moment, he took my hand. Lee could not hide his astonishment and a little fright. What did he think now? Ho just warned him, "If you do not want to tremble like a bunch of firewood, it is better to sit quietly and not fuss." At Ho, a mighty energy, shining with bright fire flashes, began to emerge. Using his power, he powerfully pushed away from the earth and rapidly rose into the air. At this speed, Lee felt as if the wind was about to break his skin from his face and carry it on the nape. A break in front of the break, and Lee tirelessly warned Ho of the threat. Ho, remaining unmoved, carefully offered him to calm down and assured that he would effortless to jump. After reassuring himself, Lee again and again asked to find a detour. Ho briefly asked only one word, why? After jumping, they climbed high above the ground, and hoped he had to pay attention to how beautifully the stars are glowing among scattered clouds. However, she could not focus on the surrounding beauty, and did not even notice the charm of the night sky. The trolley was constantly rolling forward, and the can sturdily settled on it. Suddenly, Ho appeared before him, performing an impressive acrobatic maneuver in the sky. He gently knocked Lee on the nape of the neck to wake up from his drama. A black-haired guy was a real lover of a dot, even in motion. Lee immediately asked what happened because he was confused, but when an unexpected sight was opened before his eyes, he was only more surprised. A grand mountain stood in front of them, giving the impression of a real giant. Finally, they approached their goal, the mysterious Mount Mudan. Ho thought, and I returned here again. Here's the devil. Meanwhile, Lee could not hide his joy, enthusiastically jumping on the roof of a cart. After reaching the destination, they took up the unloading of their cargo. The client expressed gratitude for their hard work, because the check confirmed that everything was in a perfect state. One of the employees approached Ho with the news that all the luggage arrived without any damage. At that moment, he noticed how the customer's head entered the invisible duel of views. The head of the head was so harsh that it could be glued to the sculpture. Indeed, the Ho face was marked by the unspeakable seriousness, illuminated by the aura of determination and unwavering confidence. The man was surprised to address the young owner. "I apologize, what did you just say?" Ho stressed again, "These are the holy lands of Mount Mudan." Instead, he was angry with the order to immediately give away the entire weapon, because it was strictly forbidden to climb the mountain with the sword. The young owner did not like such restrictions, because he was always used to determining where to leave his sword. The guard firmly stated that the rise to the holy mountain would become unattainable until the sword with you. Ho was convinced that the real place of the sword was on the belt with its owner, and stubbornly adhered to this principle. However, his interlocutor firmly believed that when the owner himself is a walking problem, then the sword would turn into danger. Lee appealed to his older brother to compromise and get on the requirements. In the end, Ho-Hon with some reluctance pulled out his sword. He noted that if the blade appears at least one trace, he will destroy their Dragoing mountain on the fire. After giving his weapon, he looked with dissatisfaction with the guard with his eyes when he accepted it. A calm man explained that for the safety of the Shamanian faction, weapons were forbidden here. Ho sarcastically described the situation. What if a person turns his body into weapons? How then? Do we have to cut off her arms and legs with respect? The guard was boiling from anger at a guy who stubbornly ignored their rules and did not take them seriously. H only smiled slyly, playing his face playfully, breaking the guard even harder. The guard instructed Insun to accompany the guests to the holy mountain. Lee was fascinated by the HO perseverance because he did not succumb to the most severe rules. Usually safety observations are trusted by the newly administered third-generation novice who have just started their way in training on the way to enlightenment. However, today the responsibility was entrusted to the novice of the second generation, the commander of Mian. The Master Mon was not only a harsh approach to teaching his students, but also marked with stringent requirements for himself, so that his authority grew up and intensified. The young conductor explained this that the guests would be aware of. Mon is not a bad person, but simply marked by harshness in their methods. It was quite obvious for Ho, as discipline was always a priority. Ho was convinced that the main difficulty was those who do not want to realize the true causes of rigidity. Lee was filled with a respectful attitude towards Mon, because despite his young appearance, his style of behavior and a confident aura made a genuine impression on him. The conductor noted that Gin is the pride of the Mudan faction, which emphasizes its significance even more clearly. He also noted that he probably remembered the great skill of Gina in the possession of the technique of sword thangong. The teacher often mentioned this technique because the Mudan faction, which is also known under the name of the Tisan faction and the Saline faction, are two main pillars of orthodox clans that live in the majestic Gemini Mountains. Although Gin made the impression of a rebel with a new character, the thought was genuinely proud of him. Now we have finally realized what is happening behind the scenes in their world, and how the faction retains its pride. The HO reasons were unexpectedly interrupted when Lee began to shout loudly and joyfully. Before their eyes, the majestic spaces of Mudan unfolded. On the top of the mountains, architectural masterpieces were magnified, who captured the spirit with their skill. They were greeted by Monju, one of the novices who took care of the Wujin Palace. He sincerely greeted the guests, hoping that their journey had passed without any problems. Being behind the HA, Chan did not explain to him that Myeonjek was a famous warrior, the elder of the Union Murya, and the revered authority in the traditional martial arts. Ho named his name, introducing Mona. Hearing these words, Jean immediately realized that Chonhajan's descendant appeared in front of him. In his memory, the memories of their first meeting came. At that moment, instead of his name, he simply said that he was from Chonhajan. Jin firmly believed that this young man was on the confidence that the only one of its kind, and his manners give immeasurable self-confidence. He could not bear such people because they were descendants of wealthy families and never felt what true work was. The Jews came closer to Ho and sincerely thanked the Chonhajan clan for their support. He asked about the health of Ho because for a long time it has been since they saw the last time. The Juice was surprised to remember when they were last exchanged words during the performance of the Heavenly Treaty. His conversation was delayed and began to seem endless. In response, the young owner only noted that they had already overcome a long way, and he literally falls off his feet from fatigue. He added, "I was persuaded to get here, assuring that I will find a shelter for relaxation here. But how is it possible if you are constantly talking?" The Jinn, outraged by such boldness, could not restrain himself and emphasized the Ho that his mentor had not yet completed his speech. Ho noted that it is not easy to understand the meaning of the teacher's words when he was too fond of talking. It felt even more Jin, feeling the rise of anger in itself. The Juice could not understand why Jin was so annoyed. He saw Ho really looked exhausted and did not find any foundation for anger. Asked again, the Juice noted that he may have overdo it with the duration of their conversation. o ha sinceramente scusato per I suoi discorsi lunghi, cercando di armonizzare la situazione. After that, Jean ordered to prepare comfortable resting places and delicious food so that guests were able to restore strength. Lightly tilting his head, he made this decision, but at the depths of his soul could not overcome the annoyance. At that moment, he thought whether he reacted too sharply. Perhaps this peaceful HO deliberately tried to provoke him, awakening his emotions. The HO gesture has become an irrevocable confirmation of his suspicions, as if adding oils to the campfire. In response, Gin angrily clasped his teeth, trying to hide his rage, but his face spoke about frank indignation. At some time, sitting at the table, Lee tried to convey the opinion of the young owner, which should be more restrained. He remembered the wise words of the Hohu's father, who noted that it was a wonderful opportunity to practice in the art of communication. Martial art masters value respect, but HO actions lead only to an increase in dissatisfaction with all surrounding it. Suddenly, Lee noticed that 2 food sticks were stuck right in a wooden table in front of him. Ho seemed to be tired of enduring endless guidelines from Black. Lee Zaz swallowed all his words, silent immediately. Hot shook his hands on the table without even tasting a single piece, and annoyed with annoyance that this dish was not created for pleasure. Well, after all, there should be at least a little meat. He was indignant, casting a displeased look at a dish deprived of at least 1 meat piece. Lee wondered in Ho-Ho whether he was aware that all members of the Mudan faction were adhering to vegetarianism. Ho, with cheeky irony, he noted that even goats are not able to be as fierce vegetarians like them. He jokingly called them fierce scoundrels. The dusk gradually came on the street. The night soon came, and the sacred lands were absorbed by deep silence. The young master stretched on the bed, enjoying the long, awaited moment of rest. While he slept deeply, his breathing remained smooth and peaceful. But suddenly the expression of his face changed, as if in a nightmare. Ho could not even sleep normally, angry that these damned vegetarians feed it with dishes, which he does not digest at all. He was entertained by the idea that, even having acquired the human shell, he remained as vulnerable to vegetarian food as in the past, when he was jokey. Suddenly, he caught the weird sounds that made his attention. His alertness increased when he turned towards the door, listening carefully to the noise source. It seemed that events were unfolding in the next room. It seems like someone was making a noise there. He crossed the threshold of the room, but it turned out to be empty, the absence of no signs. Host stood in silence, almost forgetting to breathe, struck by disappearance, and tried closely to guess where he could disappear. At the same time, Lee was already stepping on the street. He stepped, quietly communicating with an invisible interlocutor in a soft twilight atmosphere. He was visited by a respected older man to talk about important issues. At first, his grandfather wondered in Chornovor, how was his mentor? He also warned that excessive attachment could turn into severe tests. This reservation caused anxiety from the bride. My grandfather recalled with sadness as he failed to talk to the teacher, Lee Teacher. They continued to move forward, sharing jokes on this topic, as if they mentioned a common experience. At that moment, Ho went out of the street, a desire to find out what was happening, and to find where Lee disappeared. Ho-Yu felt that Lee was nearby and in his thoughts mockingly called him a freak, as he always did. He went down the promotion and stepped on the solid land. Considering the surrounding environment, he was trying to understand feverishly in which the trap was now the little one, the hell is taken away. Studying the situation around, his gaze suddenly caught on something fascinating that he was behind his back. He stood in front of him, a grand statue that fascinated with her grandeur. Particular attention was paid to the sword in the hands of a statue, which emphasized her unwavering power. The face of the statues and the huge proportions were summoned in the hostly exclamation, "Wow! How very pleasant it looks like Yo Tonbin's face," it flashed in his mind. Instantly his thoughts returned into the past, immersing his life about lives. He once lived like Yoke, settling in the fox shell. He remembered the moment when he found himself on a piece of stones that was in the air, before that man who called him a sinister and sinful fox. The man reproached him for the boldness of avoiding his calls and fleeing for decades. Hoid, without much interest, I was busy having collected my merit. This is exactly how he said, noting that he was not going to spend time on fun with such a non-interdistant person as Tonbin. Tonbin, gradually filled with anger, leisurely exposed his sword. After the unexpected "shut up," he immediately rushed up like a lightning, ready to attack. Like a lightning flash, Yatsbin suddenly arose before, waving a sword like a formidable fighter. He was overwhelmed by the indignation of Jokei's boldness, who dared to challenge the authority of the divine mountain fox. Having straightened each muscle, he struck such a powerful blow that the space around it began with vibration waves of energy. However, Ho, without unnecessary efforts to curb the attack, catching the sword with his own hand. He emphasized once again that he devoted all these days to the acquisition of new merits, so he urged Yo to resolve controversial moments verbally, not with the help of a sword. "And then I can be tempted and just beat you to death," he said, hiding the threat in tone. He listened carefully to his reasons and finally retreated. The sword found himself in the ground, and his owner sat down, preparing for an important conversation. He announced that there is a task that Ho has to accomplish. In fact, this discussion was directed to correct errors made earlier. He inadvertently felt anxiety. He seemed to have to remember all his past mistakes and to redeem them. He focusedly clicked his fingers, emphasizing the determination of his intentions. Suddenly, the book came into the hands of the book. "I wonder if it is intended for reading," he thought. Yo told that this book was perceived as lost after his sister was buried, not knowing that she belonged to her dead brother. It was a mysterious book that hid the deep essence of the highest wisdom created by Chan Sambon. Hearing this name, the Ho face changed immediately, and in his eyes there was a clear interest in the content of the book. However, Ho was still not aware of who Sambon was and asked to explain. "I'm talking about Sambon's Chan, who almost twisted your neck and sent to the other world," he explained. After this detailed clarification, the Hao finally began to be aware of who this person is. She stared at a book that was in her hands without missing any detail. Yo appealed not to be offended, because the book should return to where it should be. Now, standing in front of the statue in the human world, Ho realized its meaning, a symbol that reminded him of his past and a task that was waiting for performance. The voice of Lee, who turned to him, came behind his back, calling him his older brother. Lee quickly approached the Ho, but their interest was attracted by a stranger standing nearby. The man immediately approached the Ho, wondering whether he is really the young owner of Chonhajan, who all are constantly admired. "The one who gave a lesson to the arrogant guy at the funeral of the elder of the Gun family?" he said. Lee reported that this man was a Yangjin rank, a prominent scientist, known for his manuscripts, as well as one of his most true comrades of his mentor. Because of this, Lee sought to exchange several words with him. Listening to Lee's words, he turned to the rank of greetings, noting that his act was not dictated by the desire of glory. The rank noted that despite the vast expanses of this world, the human paths intersect closely. He has a desire to ask something in Ho. He noted from afar how Ho focusedly studied the statue, and he covered his curiosity, which so attracted his attention. Ho noted that he had no special reason, but the statue surprisingly successfully reflected the characteristic features of Tonbin. The act was simply impressed, learning that he was aware of who Tonbin is. He noted that Jobin was the most prominent warrior in heaven, who was able to eradicate evil not only in the world of the gods, but also on earth. "I have not heard of this, but I know that it was marked by a huge inflammation and a bright temperament," Ho added. Lee, when he heard these words, tried to reassure the Ho and release him from such statements. After that, Lee returned to the rank with apology, assuring that the young gentleman did not want to offend anyone at all. The rank just laughed, clapping his eyes with genuine pleasure. He asked the young owner, as he was so well aware of Jolibin. The rank noted that many funny stories from ancient manuscripts which reported about the outstanding figure of Jotbin have reached the present day. Even people who study Taoism in detail often make assumptions and actually have only superficial understanding. The accuracy of the remark of the young owner was striking. He possessed not only the martial arts, but also deeply understood in literature. That's how it saw this. Ho-Ha did not know exactly how his figure was reflected in manuscripts, but he firmly believed that he knew much more than it was fixed on the pages. The rank noted that the Danny landscapes of Mount Mudan capture, but suggested to move the conversation to where you can admire the beauty of night landscapes. Going down the stairs, the rank came across a company of young people. He instantly asked them why they were so late in looking for adventures in the area. The boys noted that they had just moved away from the temple after the ritual of the trainees, but the act strictly ordered them to return to beds immediately, because even the divine spirits rest at night. Smiling, he easily called them little robes, and those instantly rushed to run. Lee became interested in mentioning the concept of divine spirit. The rank attracted the attention of both young men with an exciting story that they could not break away. He raised the question if they would believe if he stated that there was an altar dedicated to the revered yokai. When these words came to his ears, Lee felt a cold wave rolled across his body, filling it with trembling. The act, aware of how difficult it can be for perception, did not stop and continued his story for young people. The young owner did not seem like something difficult, and he could not understand why others consider it difficult to perceive. Lee said that he belongs to the faction as a Taos. In these words, Ho native echo, as if it had long been a sense of sound from the past. At this point, the old man began his story, revealing the mysteries of the past. There was a time when the boundary between the world of people and spirits was barely noticeable, and it was then that the shamans founded the faction in the Excels to exile the yokaiev. The faction is still carefully controlling the border between the world of people and spirits, although it is almost erased. They find it important to stay on the guard because it is unknown to anyone when the spirits decide to visit again. That is why you cannot be careful. For the construction of the altar in honor of these spirits, it seems absolutely incredible. Lee without hesitation believed that yokai embodied the evil that needs to be eradicated and driven. Shamans have always been the main defenders of humanity from yokaiev. Lee could not believe that such a respectable shaman could be involved in something so doubtful. The rank said that this unique yokai has significant differences from the rest. Ho mentioned cases where some creatures decided to abandon cannibalism, choosing friendship with people instead. However, to force shamans who fought with evil spirits to build an altar for honoring, this really went beyond the usual. Ho full interest. Who is capable of this? When they approached, Ho was simply amazed at what he saw. He stood silently in silence for a few minutes. It can't be. It's me, he thought, seeing himself in a picture that reminded of his past life. The rank said that Samban had received and left an invaluable gift for the coming generations of shamans, a treasure that contains the whole essence of the universe. The rank continued its story. On the day when Chong Sambon disappeared without a trace, with him disappeared and a priceless treasure. Their ancestors were in a situation where they did not know how to proceed, and this caused unbearable times of confusion. At the time of the impenetrable darkness, Yokai found and returned the treasure to them. He told that he was a bald yoke who made his way into the world of people to bring back the lost relic. Doing it, he left Mount Mudan without a trace, giving her ancestors to express his gratitude. From that moment, he became known as the benefactor, who found a treasure and helped the shamans to survive those gloomy times. The ancestors decided to honor him as a deity of the spirit, which will closely keep all the treasures of the world by constructing this altar as a sign of their gratitude. Ho listened carefully, but in no way could realize that this story was directly related to him. The most worthy of interest is that the rejection of meat and the choice of vegetarianism turned into a reverence for this divine spirit. Finally, the truth came to Lee. He always saw in yokai only a threat to the human world, believing that they deserve only exile. But when he learned of the noble spirit that contributed to the preservation of the shaman's heritage, he decided to accept this gift. Lee expressed her sincere gratitude for his fascinating story. Then he turned to Ho, asking what he was thinking about everything he heard. Ho only shook his head with a smile, noting that all these events had become the efforts of accidental. Returning to his memories again, he plunged into the past. At least how much he could remember. He remembered how, being a fox, he went down to the ground and first saw the altar of Shaman. The young man, plunging into his own thoughts, at ease, swept the yard on the hill, not suspecting. Suddenly, a stranger approached him. His face radiated anxiety, as if he was the embodiment of fear. The stranger was a real threat, the embodiment of night horror, and his eyes were giving cold fear in the hearts of others. The young man was staring and stepping back, realizing that he was faced with a real demon, a true Ekai. But how did he end up on this top? This issue immediately caused a spooky feeling and added even more mystery. Incognito with cunning advised him to master the mysterious technique of Chan Senfen, which was hidden in ancient foliant. In his eyes, the sly who lured the guy to get closer and touch the book, the young man sharply felt a fear of being in the soul. Communicating with this demon promised nothing good. Sleeping a demonic figure, the young man shouted frightened, and his cry was reflected in the moon on the mountain slopes. The stranger, trying to show kindness, calls the boy to take the book, emphasizing her magical power. The whole clan sought his death as if he was a swollen enemy for each of them. However, the cheeky new moon decided to express such an opinion that quickly led him to meet with their swords. He curved into a metal shield that reliably protected him from attacks. His defense was so strong that no sword was able to leave even scratches. His whole strategy was to wait for the moment when the enemies tired of strikes on his iron shell. I decided that it is best to wait for these guys to exhaust themselves permanently, and will be able to try to tie up the conversation since then. However, they did not plan to retreat just so much, though he tried to show only kindness, treating them like enemies. Realizing that no conversation will happen, he scatters everyone around with relentless energy, as if turning into a ruthless beast. The world was witnessing the release of incredible force, reminiscent of an angry beast. In a loud and powerful voice, Ninho calls on everyone around him to show his proper respect. Otherwise, it will break them into pieces and fill their lives with a bloody storm, leaving not even shadows from them. He hoped that, having a little scared of people, he would be able to attract their attention and make him listen to himself more closely. However, these fearless people did not intend to give up, even if their lives were at stake. Their leader urged to gather all the courage that they could have been. With new fierce, they rushed to the Nin host, firmly tuned to the end. HK gradually lost balance, and in his eyes the demonic flames were already ignited. A mighty fire layer escaped from his mouth, which began to destroy everything, immediately giving memories of the cruel clashes of the past. He recalled that aimless murders would not give him any benefit, as his purpose remains illumination. He was engaged in curiosity. Is the Duzmu Dan not doomed to death because of his senseless rage? Among the 200 people lying on the ground, one stood up and asked what brought him here. Ninho realized that the young guy, whom he had faced before, never discovered the truth to them, as he asked him. Having come to the realization that his words were perceived incorrectly, he eventually shared with them secret technology. It was worth explaining everything from the outset, but there was not enough time. They instantly exposed the swords and rushed. Despite this, the master expressed his gratitude for opening the secret equipment, a true treasure of the clan. He never came to understand why Ikai seemed to decide on such steps for humanity. His face, like stone, did not go into contact, but a cunning smile played on his lips. He only said that he had already intended to go on the road. Eke did not delve into the details. He stated that he fled and was doing what he pleases. He, as a creature endowed with heavenly grace, belongs to the forest Ikai with a noble attitude. It is with special pleasure that someone else is playing with the emotions of others. Thanks to his speech, the clan turned into vegetarians who decided to finally give up the meat. And all this is due to his brilliant words and technique created by Chang Senfen. This story has penetrated his mind, leaving an unforgettable imprint in the soul. In his reflections, he was aware that, in fact, the consequences were hardly concerned. He was aware that the search for guilty is in vain. In the end, responsibility lies on his shoulders. Perhaps the death of that guy was also the result of his own mistake. He realized that this case was completely lying on his shoulders. The spirit of them was very popular with students, but the young man, kept away, insisted on a quiet environment. Lee Ryan proclaimed the inspiration that it was really absolute truth. Surprised and confused, he turned to his older brother, seeking to find out what happened. He noted that their teacher, a true connoisseur of culture and history, would probably be able to share more details about this field. However, the old mentor did not even imagine that it was a spherical object. The guy exhaled quietly, looking at others with some indifference in his eyes. He pulled out a hand on which a light ball broke out. Seeing a glowing ball in the guy's hands, the old man opened in a sincere surprise. It was clear that he immediately recognized this artifact, because he knew his true essence. One of the most expensive treasures of the Mudan clan was an azure layer of life, which disappeared several months ago while traveling across the neighboring territories. This event has caused a great deal among the representatives of the clan. The elderly man assured that this decoration was invaluable, but he did not fully realize what he was immersed in. He turned to a guy with a casual interest, whose look was indifferent, asking where he found such a rare ball. Subsequently, a man who gives the sacrifice, trying to attract the attention of a mysterious spirit, appears before us. With a deep faith, he pleaded that the highest spirit came to him in dreams, giving him powerful power. He sought to conquer the peaks of martial arts, with the hope that the nature of combat skills will once open in dreams. The moment has come when martial art is losing its relevance, but perhaps thanks to this mysterious cover and gifts, it will get something exceptional. If he wants to gain true strength, he is ready to put everything on the map, except the faith in his own strength and unwavering passion for grasping new horizons in the world of martial arts. At the gate of the temple stopped a man overflowing with determination to take a significant step. He carries a box to make a gift to his mentor. However, his gaze soon attracts a glow that flows from the depths of the temple, fascinating and focusing all his attention. A mysterious ceremony filled with mysterious voices and unusual sounds continues in the room. The teacher has a conversation with someone, discussing that by eliminating the whole family of ACS and taking possession of a warrant layer of life, they will be able to gain any wealth. The master was astonishing, contemplating the majesty of what unfolded before his eyes. Lee Ryan, addressing her older brother, asks what they have plans for this artifact, but the brother cannot yet decide. Lee Ryan realizes that since his creation, the azure layer of life belonged to the Mudan clan. He is now convinced that he may not be the best solution. Ho considers this idea absolutely meaningless. Lee Ryan persistently convinces that returning the layer is a wise and fair step, because it will not only protect it from sale, but also prevent him from being considered stolen. He was aware that he was a real absurdity, and that it would be wiser if he did not speak. The master was convinced that if the young man did not dare to make this decision, then no one would demand the return of the artifact from him. After all, any hope of his return has disappeared for a long time. However, if he dare to this step, then his valor will be overgrown with glory and will turn into a legend, which will certainly be transmitted from the mouth to the mouth among the descendants of their clan. Ninho already felt that it was not as interesting to enter eternity as it seems, and therefore did not want him to be misunderstood. However, the obligation to return this layer of life was not embarrassed. He made the decision to absorb his energy. If the older brother did not interfere, Ninho would not stop his impulse. When the master appeared in the temple, his ears immediately caught senseless chats around. He simply could not understand how the head of the ACSO clan, a recognized master of martial arts, whose name was known even in the distant Marima, could be in the hands of such a fraud. They seemed to entangle everything with their tricks, laughing at the back of this master. In the end, the bullet was again in other people's hands. The old man turned out to be too fast so that it could be stopped. He firmly believed that when he got an artifact from the ACSO clan, it was necessary to absorb it immediately. However, the young man was able to steal the value simply from his nose. The old man thought whether he could accidentally impose a spell in his lifetime, as a way, because everything looked truly unusual. Turning his flow of thoughts, he wrapped his head slowly, and came across a closed entrance to the cave. He felt that he may have found a place that he sought for so long. He realized that this was the place where he struck with all its original power to stop them. Among the enemies there were those who tried to escape, and those who could not hide tremor from anxiety. It was a well-known cave of demon whose closed mouth, according to the written, had to keep the insidious forces. However, who dared to resist him? It seemed that none of the locals dared to challenge him. He noticed that there was no overlap over the cave and decided that he found this find on his own. Once inside, he found that the space was wrapped in a thick fog. The fog emitted a mysterious, strong energy that felt even from afar. Looking closer, he suddenly realized that it may have been his own strength. Not believing his eyes, he decided to dive even deeper into the bowels of the cave. The sky-blue fog emitted an unusual light filled with magical energy and mysterious sparks. He realized that in the past embodiment, he put into this blow an incomparable power. Even 100 years later, he still felt the power of that shockwave. When he took over this energy, his mood immediately rose, filling it with optimism. He realized that despite the flow of time, his power did not lose its power. The next day among the mountains, in one of the buildings, the young owner received his festive clothes, specially prepared for this important day. It was a festive outfit created for this special day. When he was asked if there were any wishes, Nin Ho, who woke up not in the best humor, received an additional offer, drinking a drink. The children gathered everything when they saw that he had fallen asleep. They even offered to massage his shoulders, trying to support him. He asked his younger brother in surprise why these babies have been so persistently suited to him in the morning. It turned out that the day has long gone beyond the morning, and the news that the older brother found an azure layer of life was lightening the entire clan. Therefore, the older brother became a true legend of the Dan clan. It struck his imagination. He never wanted information, remembering how he had once accused his younger brother that they had lost a drank layer because of him. In order to apologize, his younger brother lifted him in the form of frying rabbit meat. Yet the dish had such a weird appearance that it did not meet his expectations. The elder pointed out that he probably did not care enough for food, offering only vegetables, given that Nin Ho No does not belong to their clan. Looking around, he noticed even single drops of blood left on the floor. Additional traces could also be found on the outfit of the elder. Obviously, the elderly caught this rabbit and prepared it. He said that this rabbit absorbed the power of the mountains and the power of the spirit of Dan, so it was extremely difficult to catch it. The guards surrounding the building listened to this conversation with a noticeable surprise. They have never had the opportunity to hear their leader in the act Aigin so easily and laughs sincerely. The guard almost lost the mind when the air around the morning was filled with the incense of fried meat, and he clearly realized the absoluteness of their actions. However, the truth remained indisputable. The young ruler of Chongjin really made his way to the class and found an azure layer of life. However, the rumors were not convinced, so he decided to reach the truth on his own. The teacher told the young man that he could always run to them when he was nearby. He also noted that there is no point in spending time to communicate with the old ones. It is better to go to meet new adventures and enjoy life. He watched this, and his gaze was a slight doubt. The guards were ordered to accompany the act of Gina. At this point, they were alone. The guard drilled his view, which read amazing expressiveness. Having made a detailed analysis, I came to the conclusion that the situation did not look so hopeless. Smiling, he noted that this young man seems to be striving for a quarrel, probably because of the aroma of meat, which he may have suffered memories of something. The man barely restrained himself, trying not to succumb to the desire to hit this arrogant young man. I heard someone calling him a bad word. He again wondered that he had just expressed this scoundrel. Only looking at him, in her eyes she came to life, which emitted frank dislike. It took a step forward, reducing the space that separated them. Rising to the level of his opponent, he stared at him directly into his eyes. He argued that this absurd performance seems extremely unreliable. Because of this, he accused him of the stealing of the azure layer, calling it a thief. Undoubtedly, he firmly believed in his correctness, suspecting Nin-ho in the hidden motives that stand behind the return of the layer. In-ho thought about how vain and unpleasant the life of this man with such a curved outlook looks. However, he exclaimed that if Nin-ho really is not guilty, then let him prove his right. From the moment the young leader Chong-gin has overcome the head of the ACSO clan, everything seemed to have changed forever. I could not understand why this man is constantly doubting that he was the young master. He is too confident in himself and believes that the descendant of the merchant is able to overcome the whole clan of ACSO. And suddenly, somewhere from the side, a voice calling me Gina is a dishonest scoundrel. Let him listen to this and tell how he dared to treat their benefactor who helped them bring them back a warrior layer of life. Men-jin turned and at that moment recognized his mentor when he was encountered with a deep sense of shame. The man introduced himself as a healer named Tech. He is grateful to the young man for finding an azure layer of life, and without doubt, he considers him a true hero of their clan. However, Main-jin, a former student, became a scoundrel, causing shame on his mentor because of his rough behavior with philanthropists. The teacher feels ashamed that he taught such a person. Figin tried to find an excuse, but the teacher ordered him to shut up with all her rigidity, because he heard everything on his own ears and would not tolerate any devastation. The teacher ordered Mangina to lower his head without delay and apologized to the young owner. However, he assured that everything was fine, and he should not apologize for his words. The teacher suggested that the student was simply intrigued and sought to find out if he could overcome the leader of the ACSO clan, but the teacher regarded this curiosity as a suspicious sign. As it could be predicted, the teacher appreciated Nin-ho as a person with a sympathetic heart who voluntarily turned the layer. The other in his place could leave the fine to himself. He advised the student to take an example from Nin-ho because Main-jin behaves as senseless. I not only watched carefully, but also enjoyed the bullying of Main-jin. He decided to comfort the student's curiosity by demonstrating him some of his unique combat techniques. Hearing about martial arts, the old man was deeply impressed. Men-jin realized that he would inevitably face this young man, and anxiety began to grow inside. When the question was what he had to say, Ma-gin realized that the guy was in fact planning to enter a duel. If he decides to do so, he will consciously step into the Tiger Ligvina. Not having any reason for refusal, they went to the training ground. Every day, the warriors improved their skills in this place. They sanded their skills and prepared for future competitions. Their master watched their every movement. Suddenly, a court doctor appeared and asked the old man how things were going on the training ground. The master asked the doctor about the cause of his visit and quickly realized that he came to witness a fascinating duel. The master did not know what could attract attention here. Meanwhile, the training was completed, and the playground gradually began to be released. A young owner, accompanied by Main-jina, appeared on Vidas Nicole. The doctor noted that this confrontation promises to be truly exciting. Men-jin noticed that even the act was present here. He firmly decided that the moment had to destroy the reputation of this impostor, which was shamelessly trying to portray something significant. When they came face to face, he wondered if they would compete on wooden swords. It was a significant workout for Mangina, which thoroughly convinced that even a training sword could help develop true strength. For a few minutes, it will have to resist the offensive, armed only with a wooden sword, and remain within the circle drawn on the soil. HKH was interested in looking at the mysterious trial with a circle, slowly remembering his past life. Menjin explained that if he was crossing the circle, it would indicate that he was either frightened or refused to continue, and the fight would end. If so, he will have to recognize his own cowardice. He decided to do all the guidelines. It promised to be interesting. However, if he is bored, he will undoubtedly act in his own way. Barely words broke from his mouth, as Ma-gin breaks his voice, lifting a cry, so that none of the audience missed his passionate appeal. From now on, there are no more indulgences. For the first time, the warriors will have to stand for 100%. The master, with unconcealed admiration, monitors the events. Nearby stands a doctor who doubts whether even the young master will be able to withstand. The master is aware that when 3 cooperate, their power grows to 5. Instead, the 5 uniting reach the force of 10. In this battle, it will stand against the 8 strongest students. Certainly, his hardened look does not hide such an impressive sight. Yunho concentrated sword in his hands. Looking closely at enemy eyes, Jin is aware that his chances are scanty. Soon, he will be defeated under the wicked look of the master of the act. The tension between them has increased to the edge, and in the air is a premonition of an inevitable fight. All the warriors came together, focusing their energy on the HO and prepared to start the attack. But if he is able to overcome them all at once, then the glory of it will instantly spread the city. He should be tact and plan every step with a mind. One of the fighters swung on him, warming a wooden sword. He thought how not to show all his cards at once. He dared, allowing the sword to touch his head. Fijin, with a crackless look, followed the events, not realizing why Ninho did not even try to reflect. He frozen on the spot, getting an unexpected blow to the head. The doctor froze, holding his breath, struck by the sight that opened before him. The master was surprised, which instantly turned into disappointment. He could not predict that the guy would be so infirm during the spectacle he expected. At this moment, Ninho was suffocated, as if he had just survived a significant injury. The blow was so stunned by the young man that he got dizzy in his eyes, and for a short moment he lost a sense of space. The whole district expected him to somehow try to resist. He also swayed that he was defeated by ACSO's clan alone, and now he suddenly lost his strength and falls. It seemed to be adamant, but this unexpected attack was captured by a surprise. This testifies only one thing. It is an imposter, not a legendary fighter. He is a real fake. One of the men was delighted that the hero was a completely different person than he represented himself. Considering all this, the master even began to doubt him, because it was difficult to take his eyes. The doctor asked how they could start with a treacherous attack. They have been friends since childhood and are well aware of workouts, while a young man was only the first experience. However, the master with doubt noted that for the HOC it could be a difficult test. Despite the unexpectedness of the situation, the guy slowly rose to his feet as if nothing special. Concerned with what was happening, the man could not find the right words. It was undoubtedly that Ninho consciously stood this blow. A cunning smile on his face attracted the attention of everyone around. The master realized that now, probably the test for students will become much more complicated. Yinho, touching his head, laughed. He realized that everything could end up before it started. He was amazed with a noticeable surprise that a sudden attack on the part of one of the students had failed him. Fijin could not understand how this prodigy escaped damage after such a powerful blow, because even the most intact would be sure. The master wondered, did I notice it? Only in a moment the sword was reflected at incredible speed. Due to his high level of skill, he was able to perform the children's trick with these guys. Pain and a sudden knee recession is just a child's trick to which they often resort to. The circle around him remained unchanged and intact. Menjina has engulfed crazy anger because of this mocking laugh. He wondered why the students stopped and did not go on the offensive. Realizing that they had been delayed for too long, the students strongly lifted their swords and rapidly moved on the attack. An instantaneous wave of the sword in HO virtually took the blow, easily evading the attack. The forward was never able to navigate in time to track its lightning movement. Awareness of the attack came late. The counter-strife was approaching him at an extraordinary speed. Its performance was distinguished by exceptional skill, and so another opponent appears from above, but the young man has already prepared for it. Ninho only changed his position, as if nothing had happened. This caused a great sensation because it was a casual blow to another student. He became clear, if he remains stationary, it will not be possible to get into it. The students tried to strike a vertical stroke, but they wanted to accurately. They decided on an experiment with a horizontal cutting blow. They decided to act synchronously and put a plan into life at the same time. I looked at them as if they were completely absurd. He noticed that their heads served not only for chewing. Suddenly, 3 enemies made a simultaneous attack, struck on all sides. He with great agility rises up, as if spreading over them in the air. However, he realizes that opponents are not one of those who easily seem. He notes that there are 8 of them, and they even began to gather in the ring around him, as if they would discharge in the air. Menjin watched with delight. I was convinced that they finally came to his trail. In HO, he understands that it is almost impossible to escape from attacks on all sides. Grasping the sword, he focuses, ready to answer any challenge. It protects itself with the help of a devastating counterattack, reflecting all the blows. Fi-Gin opened his mouth so much that he almost swallowed the fly with great surprise. The masters on the podium were captured by his skilled maneuvers. When the soldiers noticed how Han Host begins to go down, they tried to direct their sharpened spears on him. Despite all their efforts, their attempts have collapsed. They skillfully reflects all the attacks, demonstrating their advantage. From his impact, the students scattered in different directions like dolls on springs. He ruthlessly gave them a lesson, forcing them to silence once and for all. It was simply incredible. The warriors could not imagine what really happened around. Suddenly, his sword shone with a powerful, unusual energy. The doctor decided to check that his impressions were not misleading. But everyone clearly noticed how a wooden sword flashed lightly like lightning. All this passed, and the line remained absolutely unchanged. From the hum, the incredibly powerful aura flowed. Watching them with the contemptuous, Ninho announces that from that moment, he will strike on his own. Menjin felt a strange throat, so he was swallowing with an invisible little knot. The students realized that they were in full hopelessness, although they still remained inside the circle. The older brother was not tired of repeating that all stories about his heroic adventures were just fictions. However, now the younger brother is beginning to doubt. Fi-Gin is trying to convince himself that everything is said is just a fiction. However, every time he finds more evidence of their truth. With such development, the techniques of possession of the sword may soon lose their relevance. If they are not able to take control, the consequences can be extremely serious. However, Menjin is convinced that this is just the first act in the great battle. Yinho, with a slight smile on his face, look forward to when the pride of the Mudan clan will finally take his move. Menjin, realizing the unbreakable determination, seeks to put his arrogance in place. With force pushing away from the earth, he rushes to the attack, seeking to break his arrogance. Applying his skills, he shines with white energy, demonstrating every aspect of his skill. Biho, seeing how he is approaching, he looks forward to the right opportunity to humiliate Minhin's man so that it remains in his memory forever. At the moment when Menjin rushed to the enemy, anger and disdain were raging inside him. He saw in it only the arrogant rich who came into the world in luxury without knowing the true trials of life. Every day, exhausted by the struggle for survival, he worked without rest because his fate was the poverty in which he grew up. His desire was to overcome his own pride and make himself worship before others. However, unexpectedly, he was struck by the amazing stability of Ninho, which he just succeeded. It was difficult for him to accept the fact that this abomination had encroached on his good reputation. It is extremely difficult to recognize the opponent's advantage that has proven to be more powerful. How can it be such a great power like this? Their swords easily intersect in the air, and it skillfully reflects the opponent. In his gaze, a thirst for victory, which burns with unbreakable confidence. Menjin is aware that resisting this young man is unattainable. His strength is too great. At the same moment, the twilight falls before his eyes, absorbing everything. He later comes to his senses in the hospital. It is embarrassed, as if after a horrific sleep she opens her eyes and suddenly feels how hard it breathes. He faces one of the doctors who watched his condition closely. The doctor tries to find out what he hurts and how he feels, but Menjin is lost in his thoughts and cannot understand what happened. The doctor reports that Menjan has been severely beating from a young owner, which is why he is now forced to be here. The blow on the head was so strong that the memory of Mangina seemed to be clean. He remembers the moment when he rushed in the attack of anger, but he easily reflected his attack, at the same time smiling, like a jade emperor himself. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a hole in the king himself, the god of death, and relentlessly tightened on Gin's devastating blows. This is all that remained in his memory. He realizes that he was struck, but is not able to remember how it happened. The doctor noted that Mangina's condition is so critical that he is on the verge of life and death. It is unclear where he goes on, to paradise or to hell. Answering the question of Mangina about what was the reaction of Gin when he realized it, the doctor reported that the master did not break a word and even in no way issued his feelings. The doctor persistently advised him to rest, comforting that he has now nowhere else. The feeling of humiliation before the act I did not give me a Jinn to even dreams. These were only training. Bone fractures and loss of consciousness became commonplace. For Mangina, it felt as if someone was disrespectful for his pride, as if he had caused him a painful blow to the deepest strings of the soul. In your favorite place, the monk with a deep focus mastered the art of cultivation of his own vital energy. Having shutted his eyelids, he was transferred in a moment. When a young master revealed his incredible power that overshadowed his mind, he was pleased that such a prominent personality appeared on the horizon. In their ancestry, prominent personalities appeared periodically, so it is likely that this young man is a descendant of Chicken Hanja's family. Perhaps, as the founder of Clan Mudan, Chan Senfeng, who at one time overcame young Ekai Surun, or perhaps as a heavenly demon, which is only a blow to destroy its opponent. He, unlike others, received fame only thanks to the victory over Quan Wen Pechma. The old man realized that this guy was able to overcome his enemies, spending as little effort as possible. And so he watches that there is an opportunity to take him to study. Finally, he came across a student that he was really worthy of his studies. There were always many ideas in his head, but the ambitions themselves were not enough to succeed. In any case, he hopes that today's events will serve Gin with a bona fide lesson, because this person constantly overestimated their abilities in the martial arts. Soon, a small box appeared in the doctor's office. This box was handed over to the young owner. He noticed that he was given back to him, and explained that he was a sign of gratitude for returning the azure layer of life to the pharmacy shop. There was a tablet of life essence in the box, and the doctor noted that she is inferior to the force of the azure layer of life, but is extremely rare, though not a real elixir. The young owner is aware that this is the legendary pill from death. He thought that the doctor probably made considerable efforts to create it. The doctor told in detail that it took a whole day for the pill to have an action, and emphasized that its preparation requires great effort. It is the most valuable remedy in all Udan. If you give special needles from the Mudan mountain for 3 years so that they are naturally ripe, then they can create such a pill, because during this time they absorb the powerful energy of the mountain. As for the azure layer of life, its creation requires that the branches mature for more than 10 years. This may seem simple, but in fact, only one such layer can be made with great luck. It is because of its unique properties that this pill has become a real treasure for the clan, and not only through therapeutic and combat capabilities. Ninho understands that patience and belief in their own feelings are needed to fully aware. The doctor approves this opinion and advises taking a pill to be attentive to his own intuitive sensations. The young owner realized that all other options were already exhausted. If these pills naturally accumulate energy, what happens if you change the conditions of their ripening? And how do they start absorbing other power instead of natural energy? He was illuminated by a demonic thought and greed in his eyes. He invites the doctor to accept his generous gift. He explains that it will be more appropriate if the doctor gives the pills to those who need them more, and will take away the other, the one that increases the energy level. The doctor stressed that these pills do not increase combat capabilities, but are endowed with other strengthening properties. However, even in such circumstances, It will be more support than any other service, even if he is an outstanding doctor. If he really has such a desire, he can get any number, because the doctor is able to make these pills as much as you like. In the HO, with a sly smile, it compares that he is able to get this medicine in any quantity. In an instant, all the pills dissolve without a trace. The doctor was amazed at the depths of his soul, because he did not expect to decide to take everything to the last thing. The young man quickly collected them all in a big chest, threw them on his shoulder, and led with him. Holding a box with tablets in his hands, he laughed, as if the true demon froze in it. He went simply to the mysterious cave of Ekai, which was banned for ordinary visitors. The young man decided to use the full arsenal of his elixirs to reach the dreamy. He would not be able to find a way out of this situation if it were not for the use of a doctor. The doctor advised to just wait, because soon the pills would begin to absorb energy. If it allows these pills to absorb energy that has long been left in this place, they will be an amazing elixir that can surpass even the azure layer of life. The greed overwhelms his heart, and inside the void, which desires to fill his desires. He is looking forward to when those pills finally start working, feeling this power can change it. Coming out of his cave, the young master did not expect to meet this guy. Menjang, with his head bandaged, confidently looked straight into the eyes of our hero. He studied him closely, but his gaze on his face did not show pleasure. Ninho sought to understand what was actually going around. He noted that Menjin was standing here, as if patiently waiting for his appearance for a long time. Did he suspect that the monitoring began from the beginning? But how could it happen that his presence remained unnoticed? Apparently, the young owner was too immersed in the dream of creating a new magic force, losing caution. The outrageous man Jean realized that he had dared to penetrate the holy cave, neglecting the warning of the prohibition of entry. Yinho Had, with a smile, substantiated his curiosity, telling that he felt somewhere about a mysterious location known as the Ikai Cave, and he wanted to find out what was hidden in its depth. He explained that, just going down, he immediately worried and, taking a few steps forward, immediately turned back. The guy realized that such places were always saturated with atmosphere of fear and anxiety. But nevertheless, Nanho notes that with me, Gin has already resolved all the questions. Why is he again subjected to this test again, returning here? Perhaps she wants to feel the dizzying sharpness of the experiences again? Mengin, without stopping and rest, asks the young man who he really is. He remained in thought whether his interlocutor really guessed the truth or just throwing jokes. He remembered the guidance of the master. If you strike with sufficient force, this can lead to a partial loss of short-term memory. I recalled the moment when one day, while at the table, he did not even mention that I recently had lunch, because he had previously received a strong blow to his head. The master laughed when he realized that his memory was deceived. He had already eaten his lunch. They spoke shortly before he lost his memory. I could not understand what it was about, while the mentor only advised him to forget it and just listen. In the end, the words of Menjina flew from her lips, filled with determination and categoricality. Who are you? It is aware that in this situation it is pointless to declare that he is an ordinary person, but in the future to pretend that he did not understand anything would also look meaningless. How to quench this guy who is constantly not going to go? He remembered how fierce the last blow was and realized that it was necessary to be ready for a possible new attack. Ninho wondered that it causes those strange trembling sounds, similar to the creaking of a dog that bites the bone. Menjan looked intently into his face, as if trying to see more than just the appearance. Suddenly, he grabbed a stick and threw it away from him. The young man reacted instantly. He grabbed a wooden sword with his hand. There was a mysterious question. What purpose was he rejected? I wonder what tries to bring this tricky man Jin, said Jin Ho. Fi Gin said that among all whom he encountered in the duels, the young owner is distinguished by the most degraded moral qualities. At the same time, Main Gin was able to pay attention to the extremely significant detail. Like a fighter, it is really a decent admiration and respect. At the training ground, he was unable to properly evaluate his strength, immersed in his own emotions. Now he sought to witness this power in a real duel. Standing in front of a young master, he bowed low and asked to share his knowledge with him. He looked closely at this naive man, puzzled, trying to understand what he was seeking. He felt that some tricky was clearly hidden here. However, watching him, he still couldn't imagine what really had happened to him. His gaze changed strikingly. Instead of a restrained, uncertain expression that accompanied him during the battle on the training field, his eyes were now sparkling with a living curiosity, as if in a curious child. It seemed that Jean appeared not to fight, but with genuine curiosity like a baby. Now he got around. He swept in his head, when he realized that he may not have worked too much because he was interested in his secrets in the cave. He just smiled before asking whether man was really teasing to teach. He once accused him of theft without any evidence, and now seemed genuinely interested. The young owner noted that their action is still unnoticed, as if in the arena, and in the heat of anger he is able to easily turn his opponent on a bloody dish. However, for Mangina, this did not play any role. The threat that the battle could be deadly for Main Jin for a moment made him stop and think. Soon he made a decision, confidently lifted a wooden sword and strongly said, "I am indifferent." Ninho only thought that this brag was arranging the performance, as if he wanted to immerse himself in the glow of glory, seeking himself as a representative of Clan Mudan. He smiled, feeling the internal anticipation suggests that this training battle promises to be exciting. HKH stated that there would be no repetition. If Mengin is ready, let it take action. Manjin fully agreed and was thoroughly aware of everything. He once again carefully considered all the circumstances. It seemed to him that his successes were no different from the average, which created considerable emotional stress, because in his way, there was such a senseless person. But soon he realized that he had prepared well, and it would be foolish to leave everything only because of this little thing. By this point, he was heading for his personal altar, as he called him. However, stopping and casting his god, he felt something in his mind changed. He remembered the teacher's voice. He always said that meeting with the young master was an integral part of his education. This experience has become a valuable lesson for him, from which you should not look or feel inconvenience. He may have heard his pleading and gave him this task as a response to his prayers. If this really is the problem, then you should not even hesitate. His life can be at risk. Menjin inseparably watched the Enwich, fully absorbed by the observation, focused on the smallest details. The young master watched his enemy carefully, ready for a decisive step. If his enemy could be alert. It is the moment when the battle must begin. Others, as if sliding in the air, the head moved forward. For Mangina, this trick was completely transparent. However, the passion for martial arts was moved by the heart itself. HK felt a slight sympathy for the opponent, admiring how much this match was of great importance to him. And finally this minute came. A warrior stood in front of Mangina, who had not felt all the colors of the real world. Amazed at the sight that had to unfold, he could not fully grasp the extent that this match promises to be. If I am able to catch even the smallest detail, it will greatly bring him closer to the comprehension of the depths of the martial arts. At the very moment when I was missing next to him, imagine how many extremely powerful blows began to break his clothes on pieces and hurt the body. He flashed nearby as a real god of war, preserving an invisible mask of rest and demonstrating exceptional skills. Manjin couldn't admit how impressive it was. At that moment, his eyes rolled to the mountain. Another moment, and he would plunge into the darkness of fainting. Ho completes this battle. We are well known to us all. That evening, the young owner walked to his room. He started a conversation with his younger brother. Made an offer to drink too. This day became a real bright event for him since their arrival, so Ninho just couldn't stand the temptation to lift the glass. Lee Ryan was convinced that the idea was really wonderful, but the question remained, where is Hi-Ho going to get alcohol? After all, the Mudan clan refuses alcohol, and if they do not consume it, it is unlikely that it can be found here. In other words, the younger brother was convinced that Ninho was not going to drink, in fact, but only thought about it, dreaming of alcohol. Yet, realizing that it was his question, he did not think too much. Calmly, with genuine interest, asked if she would like to join him. Lee Ryan was thinking for a moment, but still agreed. Why not, once the fate had already managed? We turn to the exhausted experiences of a person who has just suffered a severe reprimand. The real main Jean was stepping forward, feeling not only relief, but also sincere joy. When acquaintances were noticed, they could not even identify. Their questions were scattered like a blizzard. Where did he disappear for a long time, and what caused his appearance? Fegan confessed that today was the best in his life and assured that everything was fine. He described that it was the benefactor who found a azure layer of life. The abbot of the palace of Santian, Human, stood before him, introducing himself. He sought to find out from the benefactor what exactly led him to the office of financial management of the clans, adding that the issue of the money of the clan was not interested in him. Today, based on their knowledge, they decided to visit the store where medicinal herbs are sold. Human had a conversation with the store owner, leaving those who followed him, and despite the question of where he owns all this information, Master Ein was convinced that an aroma that does not look at this place at all. Even if it is not true, this aroma should definitely not be present in the Mudan clan. So the young man carefully began to sniff to him. The abbot was confused, not realizing what he implies. He was concerned about the incomprehensible situation. He decided to stay away, unable to grasp what the other actually wants. However, the young owner was not one who is easy to circle around his finger. He did not deceive his nose, because at first glance he determined that the whole body of this man had squeezed through the spirit of alcohol. However, he categorically disagreed. I am sure that it is nonsense. It cannot be so that it smelled of alcohol. However, Ninho did not intend to give up. Since there is no opportunity to put someone else's money, the monk can only entertain himself with expensive and fragrant liqueur. It would be much more pleasant to discuss this for a cup of tea with the Act Igin if the abbot does not want to do it. It was horrified by the possible consequences. The man stopped the decisive young owner. The abbot asked him what he wanted to remain silent, and assured that he would make every effort to keep the secret. I did not look away from the analysis, because it was not given to one thought: how to get alcohol. Soon they set on the road to the east, to the area known to their drink called Janha Tegok, which was particularly popular with monks. This place was famous for a well-known drink, which gained great affection from the monks. Preparing for a big purchase, they kept money in a bag. Brother In-ho was extremely surprised, because he not only joked over that young man, but also managed to pull his money out of him. It was a kind of payment for silence. It turned out that this abbot, managing the finances of the clan, used stolen money to buy alcohol. So it turns out that the monk not only consumes alcohol, but also wastes stolen money. With a satisfied smile, Ninho noted that he finally met a worthy monk. Now they are heading to drink at its expense. Lee Ryan noted that, unlike the monk, devotes himself to martial arts. Its roots are closely intertwined with this ancient tradition, which makes it closer to the soldiers than to the reclisters in the monasteries. In Ho, he called for him not to seek justifications, reminding him at their first meeting, Lee Ryan tried to demonstrate his clumsy skills, which did not seem a real warrior at all. When these words reached Lee River, he was overwhelmed by a wave of indignation because he was called clumsy. He firmly believed that his skills were not inferior to the skill of the Galseg clan. Perhaps the older brother is so critical that it is not able to evaluate it objectively. The owner, still young, realized that Lee River's methods looked somewhat rough because of his hurry. In general, it was very skilled. Only when his perfect skill was fully, he realized that he got directly into the trap. Subsequently, they will have the opportunity to fully demonstrate their talents, and in doing so, they will be able to surprise the young owner. Ninho knows how easy it is to tease Lee Rosen, and it brings great pleasure. After a while, their road led to the hospitable tavern. The young man looked carefully at the blade of his sword, suddenly noticing the small scratches that still remained invisible to his eye. He said he kept the sword, carefully wrapping it in silk cloth. Then he asked to do not invent nonsense, because the sword has absolutely no scratch. He glanced at the abandoned Lee River with his dissatisfaction and advised him to look again at the sword under the rays of the sun. In the meantime, he added, you should not lose vigilance. Lee Ryan realized that he would not leave him alone until the end. Musting through the thick darkness of the forest, Lee Ryan noted that his brother's reckless character remained unchanged. I felt the spirit of words as if they were reminded him of the wisdom of the late teacher, and at the same time felt curiosity to learn more. He knew the martial arts thoroughly, because this world just had legends about him, so he could not shy away from why he had never encountered stories about his older brother. Lee Ryan asked the stage of the hierarchy of the world of martial arts he was all this time. In response, he noted that since his life flowed alone, he was unlikely to reach significant heights. However, the mystery remained. Its power was so great that it was an extremely difficult task. I said that, although there are individuals who superior 24 masters, it is difficult for him to believe. Among the 24 outstanding masters, such legendary figures as the Host and the 3-meter Emperor, who were forever made in the history of martial arts, were particularly distinguished. However, in the secret corners of his soul, he asks himself, can anyone surpass 3 emperors by force? Lee Ryan thought that those who made the transition from the human world to the kingdom of spirits were indeed outstanding personalities. These words awakened in the boy images of the world of spirits. Often, the teacher emphasized that although it has not yet gained great heights, its purpose should be the realm of spirits. Even if it seems too usual for such a ration, this desire must lead it forward. At that moment, he realized that he had no options left. Although this place is called the world of spirits, he understood that he was at a level that could not be compared to even the smallest of the spirits. Therefore, he continuously improved his skills, approaching his goal daily and becoming stronger. He thinks about how incredible a person can be, remaining only in his physical form, and whether there is a limit of the potential of the human body. It seemed to him that he had already conquered a certain height. It made a strong impression on his smaller brother. Lee Ryan suspected his words a little, so he just laughed. Lee Ryan thought that maybe his imagination was just too exciting. So it means that the older brother is able to overcome even a heavenly demon? It sounded too bold, and his younger brother was barely reflected in not giving his imagination, but he could not help but admit that it seemed rather fun. Watching his friend reacts, he had already suspected that he intended to study him. Having realized that the circumstances were far from as funny as it seemed at first, Lee Ryan suddenly stopped movement. He immediately noted the piercing look of the young owner, directed directly at him. Suddenly stopping laughing, he justified, assuring that he did not mean anything like that. He assured that it was only a joke, and the situation was not at all that it could seem at first glance. However, the young owner was limited only by the fact that he constantly emphasized his advantages over his younger brother. In the end, he only suggested a little drink and noted that this is enough today. It took a little time before they finally got to their destination. Seeing that they finally got to this place, I felt a real admiration. This city was reminiscent of skillful painting, as if a plot that could not be reached. He could not imagine that such a magnificent place would appear before him. He had no idea that in this distant depth there could be something like that. I was stunned. Everything exceeded his expectations that it was born barely noticeable. Having passed through the entrance, they approached the largest structure in the territory. One of the red lanterns did not shine. Watching this, the girl suddenly decided to pour oil into the wick. But no one guessed that she was watching the extinct lanterns. If she has no other things, it is better to make sure that their guest rooms have enough drinks. When we were entering, the security guard asked whether it was not for such young people to walk in the city at this later time. He pointed out that they may not come there, because their young appearance customized such thoughts. He looked at the security guard, determined to prove that they arrived at the right address. But his younger brother could not dare to enter, although no other institution with a similar name was visible around. The complexity was that the security guard made it clear that their entrance would be impossible. Lee Ryan quietly confessed to his brother that if everyone is not allowed here, then it indicates that the courtesan here is incredible beauty. The young man wondered at what standards the guests of this institution choose. The security guard has been listing the possible options. Maybe these are provincial chiefs or wealthy merchants, but such data need mandatory confirmation. In the end, the guard only shrugged, demonstrating his indifference. In such a situation, he notices that one of them is armed with a sword. That is, he is such a warrior who may have already received his name and information. However, the young ruler is still in peace, so his name remains little known. The guard wondered if he had any features that distinguish him among others. Our hero stated that he is the oldest descendant in the family of well-known traders. The guard asked if it belongs to one of the large clans. After these words, the door opened hospitably, meeting them as if the real young owners of the house. They were greeted as revered members of the Konja clan, and they were in front of them. When he came to the guard with whom he was dealing with, he was quite surprised. Ninho only emphasized this, assuring again in his name. The guard exploded with laughter, seemingly enjoying the sounds of his mockery. In response, he broke into hysterical laughter as if pouring it straight into the face. It seemed that he perceives them as stupid. He noted that the Chonzam clan comes from the north, and usually their representatives do not appear in such distant lands. The guard was stunned by the look of the Ninho, who did not answer his stories at all. His words were heard boldly, leaving Ninho in a mild embarrassment because he could not fully understand their meaning. In the house of courtesan, one of the ladies noted that some naive girl risked getting to the lantern. She was nervous that one of the lanterns on their site did not work. Suddenly, she noted that a noise was rising in the territory nearby. She witnessed how a security guard, like a stone, flew under the pressure of blows. It becomes obvious that the blows have really caused him considerable damage. Ho was surprised how such an unlucky person could take such a responsible position of the guard. When the guard called their ancestral coat of arms fake, he almost exploded from the rage, but his brother kept him, preventing the fight. At the same time, other fighters were already rising towards the high-profile roar, who wrapped the scene. Finding the guard lay on the ground, they wondered who he was, the brave man. The guard told that the young man called the heir of the famous clan, and when he tried to detain him, he suffered a blow. The eyes of the warriors stopped at the Nin of Host, filled with close attention. If he really calls the one, then the conversation will become completely different. Nin Hode felt a shrewd look and quickly realized that this time they were no longer destined to drink. They clearly crossed the border. However, even in such circumstances, he did not lose hope that they would be able to turn into respected guests whom no one would dare to refuse. Having taken a deep breath, the commander realized that he was faced with new guests. He led to his soldiers to deal with them so that everything went quietly and without unnecessary noise. The younger brother was lost in doubt, not knowing how to act, because he did not believe that he could cope on his own. But his older brother decided to take the initiative. Ho was thinking about whether he possessed some skillful techniques that could be useful in the battle. Returning his head in search of his younger brother, he noted that he disappeared without a trace. The finders were silent around, and behind his back, the guards were ready to attack. He waved his hand. One powerful blow put one of them on the ground. The second hit the nose. With one smooth swing of his palm, he feinted another opponent. In an instant, the guards did not even have time to understand what had happened as their teeth were knocked out. He was aware that no one else was able to bring any business to the highest stress point. The warrior was ahead of the attack, kissing his fist in the air. But the fist of the young owner showed his remarkable power. From the upper floors of the tall building, one of the girls was interested in watching the fussy hammer of troubled guests. She was interested in the idea, who is so bold to visit them? They have reached the news that one of the guests looks like the owner from the Konjam clan. However, the old man noted that there is no confirmation of this information. Recently, conversations have been spreading that merchants have come to the Mudan clan. However, a young woman felt more and more chaos around, and realized that it could have significant consequences. Squeezing her teeth, she realized that if it turned out to be true, the situation would gain threatening momentum. Surin understood the consequences of this incident. She immediately went to resolve the situation, because it was not for jokes. She could barely believe that even the most outstanding soldiers of the Union were recognized by his skills. She could barely believe that someone alone was able to destroy the clan class ASO. There was a rumor in the head that there may be no one else than a young heir to the Chungonjam clan. Despite the fact that these rumors have not yet been confirmed, in the Union, Morima is inclined to hold a different view. People became convinced that this young man, who was recently in the Wisdom and raised a real storm there, can be the same young master. When the maid asked about the name mentioned by the young man, now this answer is quite popular and widely known. The name of the HH is performed to the bones, forcing the blood in the veins to cold. Our hero has already felt a pleasant warmth that spilled all over the body. He unbridled these scoundrels without intending to stop. It seemed that his visit did not relate to the courtesan at all. The goal was another, a fight. Subsequently, as swallows at dawn, the warriors began to fly in different directions. His blows unfolded with powerful waves, penetrating the whole body from arms to legs. From powerful blows, the teeth of the warriors broke out of place and flew away. Ms. Surin appeared personally and witnessed all the events with her own eyes. She watched as their powerful defenders fell on the ground exhausted and homeless. Horror and impressions penetrated her bones, covering every part of being. She could not grasp how one person managed to overcome so many experienced warriors. The skill of these soldiers has been sanded for decades. Each of their movement was incredibly accurate and ruthless. The commander assured the hostess that there was no reason to anxiety. They would certainly find how to curb this brazen. She guessed that if the rumors would come true, then, looking at the condition of the wounded soldiers, the result is obvious. It did not excite it, but it could well be the head of the Chong's family. When she looked at him, she did not find in his gaze no trace of fatigue or fear, only unwavering confidence. The confidence that stormed inside gradually gave rise to an alarm in it. Suddenly she ordered the battle to stop the battle with loud determination. Her words immediately mentioned that the troops showed disdain for one of the influential rulers of these lands. She smiled slightly when, after all, someone who recognized him was found. I recalled that these fighters called her a mistress. She is probably the head of this institution. However, she did not show joy. She immediately caught his unwavering confidence and, thinking, came to the conclusion that even the most gifted students of the clan would not be able to match him. She realized that the young master no longer needs any new confirmation of her power. After that, she manages to quickly change the facial expression, decorating it with a friendly smile. She calls herself the mistress of this institution, Surin. Surin sincerely meets Ninho and expresses his congratulations on his return. Ninho looks at her carefully, grasping that Surin, the harsh young lady, actually manages all the estate. Moreover, she realizes who he is, despite the fact that they have never seen themselves in real life. Surin thought that everything went to a scraper, because her subordinates did not show a proper respect for the young man who overcame such a great path, relying only on superficial judgments. In HO, only wanted to enjoy the drink quietly, but when he was not believed, he was forced to show his power and significance in the world of martial arts. He has no doubt, if necessary, he is able to show something else. However, Surin believes that now it is more than enough and does not want to cause even more pain to his people. She was aware of how important it is to keep such brilliant warriors under the control of such preparation. Of course, considerable money has been invested, and any loss would be a real blow. Thanks to this, Surin expresses his gratitude because he is concerned about the financial stability of the organization. Nin H is aware that she has put a lot of money into it. So if a young man intends to increase their profits or otherwise to reimburse expenses, it would be extremely grateful. He made a look at her and realized that he was now worth the status of an honorary guest. Surin perceives it as an honor to give him service. His face was ill with a tricky smile. He is quite satisfying all around, including new acquaintances. It is at this moment that Surin realizes that he is not alone here. I just smiled mysteriously, realizing what was happening. Suddenly his partner with a loud roar flies beyond the fence. It calls him a foolish monk who abuses him with a good heart. They were soon invited to the most obsolete yard. There they organized a luxurious feast, which is a lot of delicacies of traditional cuisine. Lee Ryan radiated the joy of the privileges he got to him. He felt real pleasure from the Society of Magic Curtain Ants, who was delighted to tell about his gift to predict the future. He argued that his outstanding abilities allowed many people to dramatically change their lives. After all, as a monk, he allegedly had the gift of prediction. He watched him with interest, exploding laughing. Meanwhile, Surin, who was sitting nearby, noted that he had a truly exciting friend. She wondered what the young master himself is if he was surrounded by such extraordinary friends. He was slightly red and timidly asked what personality she considers him if he had such comrades. It seemed to her that it was a person who deals with a real pleasure and easily accepts his vocation. In her voice heard such a nice shade for him. Lightly embarrassed by her eyes, he devastated a glass in one movement. At this point, the woman wildered slyly with her girlfriend. She tied a conversation with a drunk friend of the young owner. They were aware that the almighty master possesses not only incomparable power, but also considerable wealth, and his clan is in great respect. Their first meeting was far from the ideal, but the commander emphasized that they were not enemies and they should act carefully. If girls are able to conquer their hearts, it will greatly facilitate their future. The head of Surin appealed to the courtesan with order, in any way achieve the affection of these people. The girls dedicated to this lesson all evening. One of them took advantage of the moment when the young master jumped his cup and dared to tell him something significantly. She dreamed of opening more from her world. Nin Host was confused and did not find words to answer this unexpected question. She just didn't find words to explain how much she asked him to let her do it. Taking a glass to his hands, he wondered if he could allow her. Will she have the strength to overcome this challenge? His wicked look without words spoke this question. It is important to remember that the essence of the world of spirits has their magical forces, and when someone is immersed in their tenets, whether or not a common person or even a deity, their heart is fascinating, and they turn into meaningless fools. In this world, there is a martial art named Sorgon, which is distinguished by its sophisticated technique of magic temptation. It seems that they are currently using this sophisticated technique against it. They do it with such skill that their skills are immediately visible, but it does not give the impression on the HO, let them apologize. Whether Ryan seems to be a naive young man because he does not understand that he is already trapped. It is so careless that it is ready to offer the girl free prophecies for the whole decade. Nin Ho is thinking that if their goal is to increase profits or increase sales, it would be more logical to simply continue to pour drinks. However, they seem to seek the attention of the young owner. Of course, he is not deprived of suspicion, but even if they arrange something like this, it will be quite ridiculous. In HO, he addresses the courtesy and is wondering whether she is ready to cope with him. The girl noticed how he was worried about her success, but she assured him that she would make every effort to achieve the desired. She persistently reassures him, because the young master will certainly receive the desired. For a moment he felt as if he were in captivity. He noticed that she used the technique of Sorgon without hesitation. But how did she manage to learn about it? Having realized the need to put a point in this case, he collects all the efforts for decisive action. It turns on the technique of elusive QU, and the wave of energy is invisibly poured throughout the room. Their magic charm is gradually dimming, and the look becomes increasingly clouded. His strength is similar to the neutralizer, which breaks their plans to completely. In a few minutes, a completely different atmosphere prevailed between them. Yin Ho, as if everything is in full order, with an indiscriminate rest continues to taste the drink. He is entertained as if there were no trouble in his life. Finally, you can enjoy the drink because it reveals the real taste. After his pranks, the girls became creepy. They were wet with sweat and felt unbearable. One of them could not stand and was forced to run out. She was not good. When asked by the young owner about what happened to her, she tried to look as if she were hiding her true feelings in every possible way and convincing everyone that everything is fine. She could not understand what was going with her, and suddenly blood flowed from her nose. The other girl also felt bad. She began to cough blood, although she assured that she was all right with her. After she felt a cough attack and looked at her palm, her gaze found blood drops there. It was a signal that it is not all right with its circulation. Nin Host was aware that the mysterious chi is a force that is difficult to understand because its influence remains unnoticed. Despite the unbearable pain that squeezed their insides, the girls tried to endure it. Its Ho saw a fly that was sitting on the table. He noticed the fly circling next to the food. He turned to the girls, pointing to an obsessive fly that flew around food. On the motion alone, he ceased to exist. Then he warned the girls that it serves as a science. If you rush to the call without preparation, without thinking about the possible consequences, they can get into a similar trap. And let no one dispute. One of them noted that now the table is in a mess, and she would have to clean it all. However, the impression was that the blood flowed through its veins. She was horrified when she realized that this bleeding could be associated with a stranger nearby. She began to suspect that her condition could be the result of its influence. When Surin entered the room, she reported that she scattered around the grass that should scare away flies. It gently squeezes an object reminiscent of a musical instrument and radiates a sense of calm and safety. The young owner struck when he saw the tool in front of him. If he is not mistaken, this is a 7-stringed quin. Is Surin really skillfully owning this tool? Usually, when she wants to entertain a respectable guest, she is justified by the lack of her ability to play on this tool. The young master looks closely at her. His piercing look captures how she skillfully evades the topic. In her opinion, the room is already a depressing mood, so she decided to use the tool as the last chance to cheer him up. The owner still wants to enjoy the music as long as the drink tastes, so its appearance is very appropriate. He calls for her to demonstrate her talent and play if she is really capable of it. Surin, with an insidious smile in his eyes, watches him. It takes a place near a table designed for musicians, inhales on full breaths, focusing its energy. Focusing on the tool, he begins to remember how to manage it. Suddenly, a fascinating melody breaks out of her hands. Her tunes have not yet been able to attract the attention of the young ruler. And suddenly it sounds, giving a charming tune. Her fingers slide on the strings of a 7-string guitar. The sounds of music envelop the entire surrounding space. Everyone kept breathing, listening to these charming tunes. In these places, this song was quite famous. If the young owner does not deny it, it will make him a great impression. But suddenly his eyelids sank and his eyes began to close. Like a sailor on the deck of the ship, he slowly covers his eyelids, plunging into the journey of his dreams. He guessed that she intended to provoke him and test Kisongon technique. She encloses her whole soul into every sound. Now her hands are only gracefully pulled and released by strings. This sound was pure, like dewdrops, and so exciting, like a morning fog. The mistress demonstrated a truly exciting speech. She stopped the game. She sighed. Feeling the fatigue of this game fills every cell. She addressed the young owner with the question of how he evaluated her speech because she made so much effort and spent a lot of time training. In response, the young owner noted that he did not hear anything exceptional. He perceives it as a manifestation of her remarkable courtesy. He admitted that he could not even imagine how to express her gratitude for this incredible performance. However, Surin did not play gratitude at all. If its performance did not impress the audience, then the reward for it will not matter. Even if he fulfills one of her desires, it will still remain inappropriate. It looks like an excessive generous reward for the projection, which was not of particular importance. Surin seemed that his words sounded boldly, so she wondered if he at least imagined what she really wanted. He replied that he was not sure about the 100, but he had several assumptions. In his opinion, her true desire undoubtedly lies in power. The surrounding girls were concerned about glittering glances. They felt that the young man probably crossed the permissible border. Ms. Surin froze, holding her breath. The intense atmosphere froze under the weight of the insightful look of the young owner, who fell on them like a cold stream of water. The atmosphere was thickened with tension, as if a sinister whisper before a thunderstorm. But despite all, the young owner was confidently controlling the situation. Not suspecting, his younger brother just gave up a moment, as if everything was in full order. However, Lee Ryan unexpectedly felt some anxiety. Something clearly happened, and it caused excitement in it. It was at this point that Surin turned to the young man, and her gaze was shrill. Many visitors who usually want to meet the most talented braid for entertainment have not been able to find it. And this young man, to the surprise of everyone, does not even burn the desire to speak, even in front of her, which is extremely strange. Bai, with a smile on the face, hints that it is a little more expressive than others. He notes that mercenaries who are rented for protection are hardly prone to self-sacrifice. For them, their own lives are of greater value. Moreover, he did not inform the Mudan clan of his arrival. How then did Surin find out that he was a member of Hunjan? She probably guessed it because he recently visited the clan to teach them, and she wanted to find out if it is true rumors by gathering more information. Ninho was convinced that such deep knowledge could only be owned in 2 cities of this combat universe. Surin interrupted him, not understanding that he was inventing now. However, Ninho did not stop there and added that there is still a place in the world of Murim, where Kaisen's martial arts, which covers the techniques of perception and memory. It seems that these girls deliberately hide their weapons under their dresses, as if they were ready to pull it out and attack it. Looking closely at one of the courtesan, he advised her not to fuss and stay still if she appreciates her life. The girls turned their eyes on the hostess Surin, not having an idea of what to do next. He looks forward with a smile. After all, their intention to transfer the arrows to the young owner, uniting to stoop at him. At that moment, Ms. Surin kept silence. She realized that she was a very insidious opponent, a really unpleasant person. At the same time, Lee Ryan healed, muttering something. While Nin hoed a conversation with Surin on petty topics, the rest of the girls gradually left the hall. With surprise, she noted that this young man was a real source of surprises. Although he was not silent, his face remained unmoved. However, Surin is well aware of what kind of power this case requires. However, it seems that this knowledge is not required at all. He was pleased, watching their unsuccessful attempts to pick him up, and this episode could strengthen their abilities when she asked the girls to enchant the young gentleman. And only now it became clear to him why she approaches the choice of guests with such scrupulousness. All this was aimed at achieving this goal. Here, the choice of guests is determined by whether a particular person is of any value. This is her unique way to survive among the mighty. Ninho immediately understood this, comparing them with rats. For the soldiers, Murim, such a comparison is extremely harsh, and now that he has expressed his true essence, their desire to greet him as a guest went out. The young master noted that her behavior seems incredibly interesting. Not standing, Surin rattled on the table with fury. She could not understand how this scoundrel had the audacity to say such. It is clear that the new moon is only fun with her feelings, and it brings her to shawl. Surin realizes that his words raise doubts about his seriousness, even though she took his jokes seriously. However, Surin warned him, it is not necessary to lose vigilance. Even rats have teeth, and if they are teased, they will certainly pay off bites. Therefore, it is better not to turn it into your own toy. Ninho, catching in her eyes the shadow of despair, thought that she should understand when to give in and when to show her unwavering, which becomes especially important when his pride is pride on Teresa. He made a decision to warn her. If she insists, let him be ready for the fact that he can no doubt break her neck. Surin was barely holding on her anger because of the boldness of this brazen, so she warned that he would also leave this place without consequences. She managed to return his memories of the famous blacksmith, the majestic Master Gojaj, and to emphasize that this room is completely overwhelmed by his spooky creations. Despite his skills, he will not be able to avoid thousands of traps that are waiting on all sides. Finally, Ninho realized what she was talking about and decided to ask no longer. Surin sought her words to be a little cheeky self-confidence. Suddenly, Lee Ryan's drink appeared. His intention was far from spoiling all the mood, but because of his intoxicants, he involuntarily launched all the traps. Nearlessly restraining the excitement, he began to carefully switch off the devices, fearing that they could be accidentally activated. It was a real delusion, and Surin refused to believe that they could be stopped in general. When she entered the room, she was aware of her awareness. It was necessary to check at least one of the traps to make sure. She understood that she could not survive without traps, and even their use could also cost her life. She did not have another option. Surin raised her hand and touched the secret lever that was next to her. Time has passed continuously, but there was no change. Lee Ryan stressed that all the traps have already been deactivated. Surin was shocked. She put a considerable sum in these traps, and these guys took them without reproach, and they were calmly neutralized. The host warned her that he should not use anything, but she ignored his reservation. At this point, she realized that she had committed her own death sentence. He does not know the fear at all. If she dare to attack, she will not be defeated. At that moment, she felt herself in the corner of a rat. The young owner, leaving the room, carefully threw coins on the table. He apologized, noticing that they could not protect from excessive drinking. Despite the fact that the cashier noted that there were no 70 new jags, Surin was ready to neglect it to leave this place faster. With a barely restrained annoyance in her voice, she stated that she was finding a way to get the necessary funds, even if it was necessary to attract her soldiers. The young master just smiled, noting that life is still raging, despite all the events experienced. Lee Ryan waved her hand for goodbye, even when the young master quickly led him away from her. When the servant asked if you could just let these guys go, Surin shook her head. You will not do anything. They do not stop them anymore. They understood who these persons were, but there was no chance to mark them even with an amulet for tracking. All subsequent steps will be agreed with Lord Ammon. Undoubtedly, Surin felt disappointment, but did they have another choice? Not at all. It was too cunning, Fox, skillfully laying the way outside all its traps. When the scoundrel left the institution, Surin thought of the next steps, because with his disappearance, the search became truly hopeless. When he was still around, she could not find determination to take the next step. The guard remembered that he had just crossed the threshold of the room, as he immediately felt his presence. This man aimed his aura directly on him. It was such an obvious warning that it was impossible to ignore him. Thanks to his previous experience with numerous martyrs of martial arts, this guard was perfectly oriented in his business, which was the key cause of his appointment to this position. It was a mystery to Surin as he was so skillfully slipping out of their view. Didn't the most powerful of her soldiers command their detachment? In fact, the enemy looked unusual, but to imagine that he was forced to retreat someone's powerful presence seemed humiliating. However, the true source of his hesitation was hidden in a completely different way. He used the invisible power to conquer his spirit, an art that he did not even dare to dream of. He used it so much without effort, even against girls that just mastered the basics of martial arts. The fact is that this guy was much more powerful than they expected. According to their estimates, it is able to withstand even 24 masters at the same time. It is likely that it is able to even surpass them. For Surin, this news seemed incredible. It seemed illogical, because the guy was too young for such skills, but given the phenomena that happened to outstanding personalities, there is nothing impossible. Surin could not understand who this young man was, who at such a young age had mastered incredible strength and riches. In addition, his confession of the first thought about their brothel, they say, they were rats, only poured oil into the fire of indignation. If her heart was full of despair, she may have realized that she should obey him. Still, he said, she signed the death sentence on her own. She could not put up with the idea that this nasty type was the embodiment of treachery and meanness. However, she decided to turn to the main guard with the question of what their further step is against him. Guessing that the situation could be complicated, the guard advised to turn to their allies for help. No one knows about it. And at this time, the young owner was at the height of the mountain. Their stories testified that they followed traders and guards, but were eventually lost. Returning, they decided to collect all the necessary stocks and deliver them home. Therefore, he ordered them to move forward, after which the brother realized that the return trip would be on the cart. Ninho was quite convinced that they would be able to solve all the small problems on their own. However, his brother hesitated because it meant that he would not only have to support, but also to run with him. As soon as they intended to leave, they were suddenly stopped. He was called Ginman, and he was widely known, though he looked quite beaten now. Lee Ryan asked what happened to him. And how can he explain his arrival here, as if he is a patient who, while flowing with blood, barely holds on his feet? The young owner impatiently expressed that he was waiting for numerous adventures, so he asked Jinami to accelerate the story, because time for him is for the weight of gold. Ginmina's gaze became unrecognizable. His heart was overwhelmed by her sincere gratitude to the young owner for all his good deeds. It was thanks to him that Jean Men felt the magic of the world of martial arts. The young master was convinced that any other person on the sight of Gin Mina could think that he almost saved his life. However, he did not seek to continue this conversation and instructed his teammate Lee Rosen to deal with the circumstances. Jean only warned them to be careful, but also had to take care of their own health. Stepping on, Lee Ryan thought that their conversation had not ended in the best way, as if he had missed something essential. Jean-Man was aware that in some sense the young gentleman really kept his life. After they have lunch, they grateful to people for their hospitality and generosity. Satisfied and died, they left the room, wrapped in a sense of harmony. Ninho would never have guessed that such delicious dishes can serve in a simple roadside tavern. Lee Ryan believed that perhaps this dish seemed so delicious because of the modesty of food in Mutana. However, this time she was really impressive. Suddenly a voice that they could not confuse with anyone else, which all around them turned out to be surprised. Surin appeared on the horizon, already controlling the draft. But why did she find herself here? At first they did not even recognize her. However, it became obvious that she did not arrive, because she already noted that they were returning to the family. The young owner realized that these events undoubtedly hide something more. After all, the same man who followed them earlier appeared, and now everything became clear. I was made clear that they were ready to go, but the question remained, why did she stop them? She invited him to make her a company on a trip in her carriage because she intended to go to Uhana with certain things. The brothers were convinced that after a hearty dinner, they would not be able to avoid drowsiness, and nothing seemed more attractive than to dodge in the comfort of the passage. The older brother gratefully approved a generous offer, offering the younger to climb inside. The young owner in no way was about to join their journey, whatever their requests. Although Lee Ryan made an effort to convince him, both were already so mature that they did not accept such manipulations. Surin looked at him with dissatisfaction. She decided to intervene in the conversation, saying that, to put it mildly, she was not too fond of trips. Since the trip was no longer urgent, she made a proposal to stroll through the city on foot. HQ wondered where she intends to go. At that moment, Lee Ryan lost the gift of language from surprise that he could not say a single word. The owner, the young and determined, squeezed him under his armpit, as if he was not going to release. If Murin has any remarks, the young owner always has a second hand to quickly put him in place. Surin turned red, feeling embarrassed by the hint that he may have lifted her in his arms. She did not want it at all, and she could not understand the reason for her unwillingness. Surin felt awkward and was looking for a way to justify herself. However, the young man did not plan to delay the conversation and was transparently made it clear that if she dared to touch him, something may happen. It was clear to her that she could trust her body only if she had lost her sense. After a short hesitation, she finally decided to agree, although her face was an implication of dissatisfaction on her face. At the same time, the young master took up the case. He suffered them all. She could not understand what was happening inside her. At first, she suggested going on a trip together, and now felt inconvenience. Lee Ryan, a hardened traveler, recommended to squeeze his eyes and breathe through his nose, because if you breathe in your mouth, the throat can dry up. Surin realized how much comfort was lacking in this situation. This moment was a real fun for the young owner. He advised them to secure the straps and hold them firmly to avoid falling while driving. By activating their abilities, they immediately gained incredible speed. The man who followed them did not have time to click, as they had already disappeared from his appearance. He had never had to see such amazing skill. After going through a certain way, they eventually stopped. They stopped for rest on the shore of a beautiful lake after this active movement. Surin could not restrain himself and began to tear. After the rapid maneuvers of the young owner, her treacherously boiled. Lee Ryan realized that at first everyone feels the same. However, in the end, is there any difference in this? Surin, after completing the case, shifted her view to the young owner. She could not understand how possible that he and Lee Ryan so lightly mastered such a high level of endurance. When asked if she was fine, she only watched in surprise, thinking how the young master did not even leave a trace of sweat. He moved slowly, providing for something like that. Surin realized that his words were hiding the care, although he still treated her as ordinary luggage. Nin Ho asked Lee Rosen to pass to the man who follows them so that he was in no hurry. Their ultimate goal remains unchanged. He is able to put all his strength in the pursuit, but even then he will not reach his goal. Murin could not understand how Nin Ho was aware of all this. At the same time, the pursuer, without sparing strength, raced forward at full speed. He tried his best to catch up with them, using all his skills. After all, they reached the destination. The humming, unrestrained, throbbing city is raging with energy and life. They crossed the threshold of the ancestral estate. My grandfather greeted them with warmth and such joy that they were expensive guests. He was always striking. Wherever he went, he invariably came with a new satellite. Surin was genuinely pleased with the opportunity to take the opportunity and meet new people. She called her name and bowed, showing honor. The father of a young owner was happy to say that this time his son appeared with a girl. The meeting with her also brought him pleasure. He was called Hane Yin. He ruled the castle, gaining glory and respect in this world. Lord instructed to organize a festive feast, and Surin immediately realized that he was dealing with an outstanding and noble person. Instead, his son caused her feelings of solid unceremoniousness and arrogance. But she decided to postpone these reflections and focus fully on coping. The head of the family asked how their acquaintance with his son happened. Nin Ho told that it was a coincidence, as well as with Lee River, when they suddenly crossed on the street. During a conversation on any insignificant topics, the woman noted that she needed to resolve some cases in Wuhan, so she decided to join the interlocutor. The manager guessed that Surin may seek where to settle, but she confessed that she had not yet decided. At that moment, Lord expressed his wishes to remain in their estate if it was convenient for both sides. Her response was full of joy and consent. Lord noted that his son's friends are also his guests, and if everyone is satisfied, they can stay until they complete their business. Surin expressed his gratitude to Lord Gin for his generous hospitality. All this time, she broke her head, looking for an excuse for her stay, but did not even hope that everything would be resolved so quickly and easily. Despite their cordiality and willingness to accept it with outstretched arms, she was amazed at how quickly the trust of Lord. And here the room was filled with a man splashing an unexpected stream. It seemed to be a real panic. He conveyed the news of significant problems to Lord. Entering the room, the man saw that the owner was not alone. Guests gathered at the table. The head assured that everything was under control, because they were guests of his son. However, he still wanted to find out what had happened. The man, barely audible, said that 3 Yansa branch staff were found dead in Koam. The leader realized that those scoundrels have already completely lost any limits. In HO, he slowly absorbed the food, thinking that the problems of Yansa's branch in Koam could have significant consequences. Surin decided to join the discussion and suggested that it could have a connection with the King of Forest with Henson. However, everyone began to think about where she had such a deep knowledge of the details. The girl said that she was aware of the recent involvement of the Forest King in the urban life. She concluded that these obstacles were probably caused by a conflict of interests between the possessions and lands of the king of the forest. Surin asked if there was an attempt to negotiate with the head, adding that a compromise with the king of the forest was hardly given easily. The leader was passionate about her wit, but soon became interested in where she had such confidence in explaining the case. One of the men noted that they made efforts to reach agreement, but all their initiatives were unattended. Surin realized that such a development was quite expected, because the initial attempts to reach the agreement could really undermine their reputation. Since they have failed, even ordinary negotiations with the king of the forest have become more complicated. They had to take steps to turn their land and mountains into impassable obstacles for them. If Surin's assumption turned out to be correct, she realized that they probably used a special formation. The head confirmed that they succeeded in a sophisticated plan to interfere with any contact with the king, forcing them to leave the horses. If it is really a formation, then perhaps the young owner Lee Ryan will be able to offer them help. He tried to use all his resources to reach out of help. However, the head could not reject the hesitation. He remembered that Lee Ryan was traveling to gain knowledge and experience. How can he be useful in such a business? However, Lee Sin was convinced of his skill in this case. Lee Ryan watched how the mighty Goyaga was destroyed in gunpowder, and remembering that moment, looked at Surin. When they first learned about the formation of Goyaja, it made them an invisible impression. The hostess felt a slight injection of insult, because she realized that the conversation concerns her. Lee Ryan said that their help would give him finally meet a shaman he had long sought to see, so he is glad to take up the business. Being a skilled craftsman who devotes his day to his workout, he promises to provide all possible support. Surin wondered what their opinion was about luring the owner of the forest. She knew that it would significantly simplify the negotiations. The chairman considered this perspective, and Surin put forward some ideas for the realization of the plan. The head was stunned by her unwavering readiness to help so generously. Ninho noticed if it would not become too difficult for Surin to help the estate. If they suddenly stumble on their way, then who will be responsible for the consequences? Probably it will hit. However, Surin focused on the future and confidently stated that support would not be burdensome for her. Che looked at her with unconcealed interest, though his gaze remained unparalleled. He tried to understand what she was in mind, remembering the future. Surin wondered if he understood everything correctly. After a while, the action is transferred to a new location. A devoted companion and servant, overcoming the swamp, spends the last strength to reach the goal. He continues to chase them every day, but he cannot get closer, feeling almost like a loser. That night, in the office of the leader, there was a fervent discussion about how these individuals test the limits of their patience. They are lost in guessing whether they use their power to intimidate, but this time ordinary people became victims. It was quite unacceptable to the leader. It seemed time for the next step and the beginning of a possible dialogue. The theme rotated around the fact that his son squeezed with the ACSO group. The advisor fully approved this opinion, emphasizing that the ACSO group would be guilty of the events that day, but they are not a reflection of the entire Green Forest. Gin seems to have perceived his son's desire to break traditions as a serious problem. Probably it is time to act and cope with this situation. However, the leader considered it all too confused to believe. A person who was chained to bed but only 5 years ago, he decided to master the martial arts. Now he is capable. It is simply impressive. There is no point in seeing as if the leader is not aware. If it will come when he has to discuss it with a young master, the time for a frank conversation has come. He is both excited and worried at the same time. Is it necessary to continue the path or better to be more mysterious with this mysterious and dangerous look from the forest? Cho spent a sleepless night. He was engulfed by anxious thoughts that were not allowed to dive into sleep. He thought about the possible consequences after this incident. The next morning, the events unfolded as usual. As always, he started his day with morning workout. In the morning, he plunged into meditation. Having joined his own power, he immersed in practice. Suddenly, he realized that unusual sounds were coming around his hearing. In front of him was a series of about 5 concrete blocks, forming a strict wall. He collected all his attention on them, trying to force them to fly into pieces, Concentrating on his breathing, he began to release the energy that raged inside. Subsequently, the blocks began to vibrate lightly. They got on the dance and trembled with more passion. At that moment, Ninho released a wave of powerful energy on them. This energy, like an arrow, immediately escaped from his body. Sticking on the block, she made him jump away. He continuously struck energy. Under their pressure, blocks flew in different directions. He began to swing the air around himself. Soon all blocks were scattered. Wiping his eyes from sleep, the guy appreciated his result with a close look. He felt real pleasure, realizing that he had achieved such a high level of skill. Being in their own possessions, in his home he felt the most comfortable. It was the perfect place for training and rest. Here he could relax, enjoy the food when he felt hungry, and plunge into sleep when fatigue took the mountain without worrying about possible clashes. For the first time, he came to this body. He was surprised, and even the desire to avoid such a fate was fighting in his heart. However, as it turned out, it became a great solution. Lee Ryan all this time was deeply immersed in reflection on planning. He found that the building had a weak point, vulnerable to the outside, and suggested using it in their favor. When invading the enemy's den, you should use a sophisticated strategy to prevent them from escaping. The whole situation looked like a carefully prepared trap, and the question arose, how are they going to get out of here? Suddenly, they had a young owner behind their back and asked if he could look. Lee Ryan was constantly planning tactics for the Supreme Coalition, but to his surprise, his friend began to show a great interest in this process. It seems to be not aware of fresh news. Indeed, he had no idea. As it became known, a mysterious thief appeared on the horizon, which was dubbed Divine. Surin noted that the underestimation of his abilities could lead to unpredictable consequences, as this time he even dared to rob the Sishi Association. The only question is, can this really be a reality? When they came here, Surin led herself so strange as if she had already become part of their family. It is constantly found in some adventures. Ninho even began to suspect that the girl thought to stay here forever. Surin, along with the leader, could not believe that even Transcendence Masters were able to solve this alone. They also suspected that the thief was not acting alone. He looked at Surin with distrust. Even his younger sister was spinning near her, and all her kindness caused him suspicion. Maybe Surin had a hidden plan. The leader said that the association himself is the fourth of the largest associations of the Central Plains and is under the influence of my family. It is worth noting that this incident was quite unexpected. Surin was certain that my family and the Muram alliance would lose their reputation because of this case. Probably, they are currently in a state of panic. In the near future, they can contact the Trade Association with a proposal to cooperate in the case of a divine thief. This morning, the head received a letter from the Alliance, which reports that they intend to send the investigator here. Ninho was surprised why the head asked Lee Rosan to check the safety of the building if suddenly the thief tries to get into them. The leader argued in the soul that after the events in the association, this enemy poses a serious danger. They are some of those through whom a huge financial flow directs. Surin was convinced that the Alliance decided to send the investigator for suspicion that a traitor probably appeared in the Supreme Coalition. The chairman confirmed that the master of the Supreme Coalition consulted with the Emperor on this issue. Suddenly, laughter escaped from his mouth. He started a joke to stop his father and sow a groundless inhibit. The young man firmly believed that their mission with his father was just to track this bold thief and detain him. He assured that he would appear personally to catch him, whom he would be, without any additional plans and difficulties. While walking with her sister, she shared the joy that Surin lives under one roof with them. My sister said that Surin is the same as Rina. She knows everything and extremely friendly. She likes this warm attitude, but Nihu warned her that the kindness of Surin can only be a mask. He warned that his sister did not know how cold-blooded and prudent. If this is true, what purpose did it appear here? The sister asked, to which Ninho replied that he did not invite her. She decided to follow him herself. However, the sister suggested that Surin was attracted to his older brother Ninho, which caused him a storm of protest. The sister noted that if she followed him, she undoubtedly liked her. But then, there is an important question. Why did she go after him at all? I decided to clarify, not because he was interested, but because of his power. However, the sister was convinced that Surin considers him attractive and probably affected by his capacity. She even hinted that Surin was thinking about marriage to young Mr. Nin-ho, who was not able to grasp this thought. He soon accompanied his sister to the academy. He noticed inadvertently, it seemed that a whole crowd gathered here. So many people were in this territory, as the eastern and western gates were firmly closed. And most likely the culprit of all this chaos is the heavenly thief. Enhanced external protection and increased the number of internal patrols. Now carefully inspect the luggage and personal belongings of all who are suspicious. Nin-ho considered it overly complicated because of one thief, but it was this exceptional offender that really defied the call. He thought that it is much easier not to give him access than to bother with preparation for such events. Meanwhile, the leader was aware that he would not be able to catch him. His motives remained a mystery, the appearance was not known to anyone, and the place of residence was not revealed. Surin advised the owner to wait a little and watch the situation, because the alliance of Murum had already told them that the investigator on the road. Nin-ho was angry because even this woman Surin was able to interest her father. Suddenly the guard was detained by a suspicious passerby. He strongly asked to demonstrate that he was hidden in the bag. The young owner watched carefully, not looking away from this fascinating scene. The guard solved the bag and saw inside the soybean beans grown by a peasant on his own land. The peasant brought them here, hoping that he would be able to sell at a favorable price. The guard eventually decided to let him opening the door in front of him. However, the young owner was not limited to this. He watched this man inseparably. He had some incomprehensible feature that instantly attracted attention. It was at that moment that his gaze slid at this man and stopped there. For the farmer, his legs were extremely wide and strong. Undoubtedly, it was a person undercover. The man turned towards the granary. He was traveling to the harvesting appraiser, which was occupied by his business. He emphasized that this year's harvest was very successful, and if it was only one bag, he is ready to give it for a dozen. However, if you decide to buy 2 bags, then in just 12. Without hesitation for a moment, the man agreed to give the bag for 10. When he left the building, he immediately began to carefully inspect everything around. His eyes were locked in the area where the guards were wicked. Subsequently, one of the fighters took the duty to carry a suitcase. It was obvious that this suitcase was kept vigorously. It was so much sales for this morning. The one whom everyone called the farmer followed the development of events, listening to every word concerning the secret repository of the Supreme Coalition. Hu reliably watched the mysterious persons, asking them where they came from and for what purpose they came, while this prodigy unnoticed the streets of the city unnoticed. In the crowd, he was quite lost from sight. He soon brought his path into a quiet lane. The lane seemed quite quiet and deserted. As it approached the structure, he gently pulled one of its bricks. Before his eyes, a secret room unfolded. Inside was the note he received. Without hesitation, he closed the secret room. He had no idea that he was watching closely. As soon as he moved from that place, his hearing took the sound of steps that suddenly stepped behind his back. When he turned, he noted that the figure appeared behind him. Nin-ho noticed something unusual in his course, which did not match the farmer's role at all. Even more suspicion caused his long stay next to the Supreme Coalition storage. In response to the question, "Who are you?" Component Placement Farmer got a note and began to read. It referred to the Supreme Coalition and plans for this evening. HKH. He found his target and asked what plans she had for the evening. However, the farmer insisted that he had no idea what was being said. Suddenly he rushed forward, trying to escape. Yet Nin-host was moved and now stood in front of him, blocking his way. He suggested that if this farmer was actually smart, he would never have forgotten what he really was about to do. The farmer realized that he was dealing with a master, against whom his skills dull. Nin-ho noted that this person is not as outstanding as they are declared. His skills are not bad, but he insisted on one thing: he is not the same thief. The young owner, looking at his face, realized that the fear had swept it because he was captured. However, he never admitted himself a thief, and it was then that the farmer suddenly showed his knowledge of martial arts, attempting to escape. However, suddenly stopped in the air. He suddenly felt someone's hands firmly closed around his leg. He gave him the choice, either confess to himself or take beating. The thief clenched his teeth firmly, realizing who is now controlling his fate. At this time in the central office of the manager, they gladly met the guest, who appeared suddenly without any warning. This man was a participant in the Brotherhood of Travelers. He was overwhelmed by the disappointment of the news that they never received his message. This man was called Chuguang, and he appeared not only as an elder of the sect, but also in the role of an investigator, seconded by the Alliance. The head was not fully aware of the meaning of the word investigator in the Central Plains, but was convinced that this person was engaged in finding someone. He realized that not just a person was chosen to investigate, but a prominent figure and elder. This testified to the extraordinary weight of this case. He also realized that Lady Surin had a validity in his statements about the case that caused a considerable blow to the pride of the Alliance of Murim. Surin later had a meeting with her ally. He reported that all three witnesses independently pointed to the same place. He had no doubt about their words. Surin suspected that there was a powerful force behind it, but she could not even imagine that such an influential person was involved. If the information from the young head of the Supreme Coalition is false, their own sword may return against them. Surin was clearly realized that they had already crossed the line and intervened in another's business. Now, they had nothing left to be loyal to their original intentions. However, its owner did not delight it. Despite the fact that it could be quite sharp action, he was interested in how to ask Surin about it. He was alarmed because she began to approach the young master. Meanwhile, the Supreme continued dialogue with the messenger of the beggar sect. He confessed that the sect has been watching them for a long time, and their intelligence group has repeatedly crossed them. The elder felt inconvenience when he had to admit that all the efforts to track and catch the thief were defeated. In the art of maneuvers, the divine thief was unsurpassed. His skills reached a great level of perfection. I also cherish this unbreakable confidence. Based on these data, they have developed a plan of countermeasures in those places of the Supreme Coalition where the thief can show his activity. The elder of the beggar sect was convinced that only their people could have this information. Therefore, when he became aware that the mystery went beyond the sect, he suspected the young owner in the organization of this pranks. Suddenly the door opens and Surin enters the room. She seems absolutely calm, but still notices an unexpected visitor. Looking closer, she realizes that he knows this person. On their faces reflected genuine surprise and easy anxiety. Undoubtedly, they were well acquainted with each other. The elder asked the owner of HA whether this kiss had already issued information about her connection with witnesses and the mysterious divine thief. Surin realized that this old murderer was here by order of the Alliance. He even asked the leader to expel this woman by calling her the leader of the malicious and unclean sect Hao. When it came to his ears, the manager said restrained that he was his guest, trying to keep her inviolability. The chief elder of the beggar's sect was aware of her soulless cold-bloodedness and shameless arrogance. However, the manager stressed that she was his guest and called for her proper respect. He reminded the elder that his guests were worthy of respect, regardless of their origin. The elder barely held himself in his hands, realizing who this woman was, and could not hide deep disgust in her presence. Surin realized that the moment would come when she would inevitably have to open her true essence and, realizing it, thought that after such opening she probably had to leave that place. However, having learned about her true nature, the head did not deviate from her, remaining a true gentleman. If her fate brought her future test, she may even think about her wedding. Although the preparation was careful, the elder of the beggars could still not comprehend how everything turned. Although careful safety measures have been implemented, there was always a risk of new vulnerability. So it was decided to contact several recognized masters of martial arts to enlist their support. Surin intervened in the conversation, noting that she heard that experts from the association did not take up for help when theft occurred. She added that making efforts in such futile measures is absolute futility. The Supreme Coalition gathered masters capable of competing with the Alliance in martial arts, and if you also add their strategic ingenuity. Two people are excellent workshops both in the first and in the second. Surin noted that they may not even need external help. They are able to solve everything on their own. The head listened carefully to her words, but never realized who she was talking about, remembering two. The girl asked that she had not reported earlier, and the head was interested in who these two were. Surin explained that there are two important figures in front of them, a young master and a shadow detachment master, known as Gui. The head could not realize that she hints at his son, referring to the word talented master. The leader of the beggar sect firmly believed that the young owner was still lacking in experience to compare with the big master from the shadow detachment, so he did not slow down to share his doubts. However, Surin was convinced that they did not yet imagine what power and abilities the young master hides. The elder did not intend to despise his talent and apologized. However, he stressed that Surin does not understand the importance of the information he provides. He made it clear that the mysterious divine thief probably pursued goals that had nothing to do with material wealth. Surin asked what he was in mind because his activity did not bring fame and no one heard about him. The elder noted that if they focus and carefully consider the situation, they will be able to find out who is involved. The manager urged him to voice his assumptions if they have. The elder said that during the robbery in the association, the puppy himself disappeared an extremely small amount of values. However, the gossip exceeded this event, and rumors spread like a forest fire. This caused a wave of panic among investors who had their money in the association, forcing them to withdraw their investments massively. The elder suggested that the true intention of the thief was in the submission of investors' trust. This agile strategy forced them to withdraw the investment from the association and redirect them to another place, which seriously shook the public's confidence. Now we do not know who is responsible for this incident, but begging that has its own organization has already formed some assumptions. As investors start investing in other projects, it will become clear who really manages the situation. Surin noticed that when the elder chose expectations as a strategy, it looks as if he believed that the thief would eventually expose himself. However, the elder warned that lightness in this case would be a fatal mistake, because it is not known for sure who lifts all these intrigues. Despite the fact that the HAO clan has the most influential intelligence throughout the planet, compared to the beggars sect, they are only newcomers. The statements were made with a rather harsh tone to the hostess. Recently, a secret collection of unorthodox factions and representatives of Nanman was held in one of the tavern of the Hao clan, and the details of this event remained a mystery to Surin. There was a conversation about the leader of the unusual faction, Mu-sun. The interlocutor persistently tried to prove that there was a heavenly thief. Hearing about the unconventional faction, the leader of the HA clan was stunned. The elder of the beggar sect was no less impressed. The burning red ear of the thief clearly testified to the agility of the young owner who detained him in time. He frankly admitted that he was involved in affairs with an unorthodox faction that manages the dream, and emphasized that all his actions were the execution of their instructions and ideas. Ninho could not understand for what reason they decided to rob the Supreme Coalition, if it was not involved at all. Under the influence of pain and desperate screams of villains, in the end, he began to teach him all the truth. However, soon the horror covered him with his head, and his face became a shade of greens. He fell to the ground, not having time to reveal all the secrets. Something unknown suddenly cut off his words. Ninhu suggested that he probably scared him, because it was obvious that this guy was on the verge of life and death. At that moment, a group of people in masks emerged suddenly, and their leader was coldly declared that he gave the servant poison, quite realizing that he would not be able to keep the secret. Did this young man think he would be able to reveal their secrets while remaining unharmed? In the hands of the leader there was an object that resembled the transmitter. The guy, betrayed and trapped, slowly lost his life, not having time to entrust the world with his truth. Biho, covered in rage, he glared at the killer, realizing that a serious conversation was waiting ahead. However, he remembered that in this situation he was not alone. Somehow, Ho heard about the poison of yagu, which gives the soldiers an advantage over the rivals. This substance is surprisingly dangerous, and its acquisition is a very difficult thing. This poison is marked by a paired action. As a female and a male, it binds two carriers so that when one hurts, the other also suffers. Yagu lures a person under control when one parasite penetrates into his body and the other eliminates. Imagine only what unbearable pain the victim is experiencing when the parasite is constantly moving inside, a horror that is not described. While studying with his teacher, he noticed that the rice was marked by a moist flavor. Although it was quite unusual during the meal, it seemed that the master found special pleasure in them. I recalled that the swallowing yagu was doomed or horrific torment, which would inevitably lead to death or to commit suicide when he would be exhausted until the end, leaving only a pathetic shadow of life. It is quite obvious that this man would never agree to accept this poison, knowing that it would lead to his death. Ninho decided that in such a situation it is quite possible to think that this man is forced to work on them. All you have to do is find out if it is true, but whatever it is, it looked like he still came to the trail of the main villains. He noted that communicating with this late young man was much more interesting and enjoyable than conversations with them. In Ho-Ho's to feel some pity for him, understanding his suffering, because he soon was destined to die. The face-hidden face masks looked at him as if at the madman. They, however, realized that their mentor was revealed. And now they are forced to deal with the HOH, so, armed with knives, they rushed to him. However, he only easily waved his finger, emphasizing that they would be responsible for their actions if they died and tried to manage everything peacefully. One of the attackers just exclaimed, "Continue, abomination!" The young owner cleverly avoided the blow of a dagger. He noted that this young man aimed at the acupuncture points on his neck, which sharply distinguished the behavior of criminals from the techniques of righteous factions. It did not upset him at all, he just smiled. Ninho Hawk touched the tip of the finger of the killer. The enemy fell on the ground, as if struck by an artillery projectile, and remained motionless to lie down without any breath. When the colleague of the deceased saw it as he was clicked with his fingers and disarmed his friend, he waved his sword, almost touching the face of the young owner. However, Aura Jinho was so strong that the sword began to simply melt under her pressure. The killer's face has frozen as a surprise. He never watched. At the time, the guy seemed to be pleased to be in a situation. A quiet town. The new colors were played when the killer escaped from the aura of Ninho-Ho, and then slowly began to fall from the roof. After getting on the ground, he gave the impression of a typical failure. He addressed the one who survived and asked him to pass the same thing. Suddenly, he felt something hit him on his head. Now he has a poison management tool in his hands. All this chaos began through a small box, no larger than a fist. Expanding her, he caught fire with interest to find out what was hidden inside. He realized that the creature in the box was already dead, released all her poison. Ninho, turning to his enemy, asked if he was still alive and squeezed in pain. However, the young man said that he was no longer able to demolish the torment and begged him to be deprived of his life. Ninho decided to support him with reassured words. If he fails to overcome on his own, then it will still lead to death. So just keep up and stand, said Ho-Ho. He realized that it is impossible to contain already distributed poison. However, if he manages to imprison this cursed creature in a trap of energy until it's sprayed all his poison, all you have to do is determine its location. He carefully stretched his hands to explore the young man's body. Soon I felt the presence of this ill-fated creature. As soon as he found him, he broke up in a smile. He understood that he had a few seconds to make a decision. Soon the creature began to surround its energy. There was only one short moment between life and death. The young man, twisting in pain, asked what happened. In response, he explained that he managed to stop this merciless monster in time before it exhausted the last time and released the poison. This indicated that his life would be saved. now only somehow to snatch this creature out of his body. She asked it when he last visited the toilet. The guy was a little puzzled by this issue, but unexpectedly realized that he had forgotten when it happened. He reminded himself that last time he visited the toilet 2 days ago. He wondered how many times he had to eat during this period. The man noted that he had lunch about 3 times, but could not understand what reason he was asking it. He was ordered to cause vomiting. He explained that this creature, like everything else, should appear from it in this way. In the end, the man was still able to survive. Once on his knees, he expressed his gratitude to the young master for his generosity and kindness. In response to the question if he could somehow thank his salvation, he just smiled gently and replied that he could start it right now. The boy asked him to find out why the robbery of the Supreme Coalition took place. The man acknowledged that there was no idea of the true cause. He really does not understand anything, does not even suspect the preliminary robbery of the association. He only fulfilled the assignment. He felt some disappointment because he realized that he was only a tool that was used and left later. Finally, the man remembered that he knew the location of the hiding place. I decided to take advantage of the situation and said, "If you know it, show me the way." He does not worry about why they attacked the Supreme Coalition. They will certainly be responsible for their actions in front of him. The ordinary peasant could not comprehend that the young man really planned to plunge into hell. But Ninho asked with interest, "Is it so frightened by death?" Part of the man no longer felt fear, though he believed that the young man had lost his mind, because his opponent is one of the 24 most powerful King Monas. He could not understand where he was in such a certainty that he could handle him on his own. The peasant wondered, if it were not for the Naiho, maybe the poison would have taken his life for a long time. He decided to go with him to the end, no matter what. I said that this young man was quite prudent. Ninho realized that it is much easier to run when there was no need to pull someone behind him. At the top of the mountains, a mighty fortress stood, equipped with striking strengthening. The devoted warriors gathered to pay respect to their owner, the supreme commander of the Central Land Clan, dear master of Chole. Hearing the appeal to himself as a supreme commander, the Master Chol felt that he had acquired power that lifted him over others. He had a higher opinion about himself than people from the south. Although they are often arrogant, there was something fake in their speeches, as if pushing twice. However, could he really be so sharp in his statements? It seems that it was only a well-faded mask. In conversations with him, the soldiers turned to him as a higher commander, which caused a noticeable tension in the look of their leader. One of the men apologized to think that his words could affect the master. He was aware that those who dared to offend the Chill did not expect good. At this point, Chol approached him, feeling that they were playing in one team now, and the task has ceased to be unbearable. It seemed to him that he may have worried that he could accidentally offend the master. The man apologized for his position, explaining that he always followed such views, and Master Chol knew about it. However, now his task was to clearly determine whose side, even if it is associated with a certain risk. The master could not promise protection against possible punishment after this choice. These words had a gloomy tint, and the domesticated wolves of warriors, feeling the danger, began to grow sinfully. They could not put up with when someone dared to threaten their masters. The man realized that his patience was already on the verge. Everywhere there were guards and wolves around him who was threatening to the wizard. Master Chol emphasized that witty replicas have already crossed the border, and now it is necessary to be kept to the utterances to avoid misunderstandings. He could not think that these southern beasts would ruthlessly show their anger without paying any attention to who stands before them. The forehead explained that he wanted to make sure that their dedication to the owner, and sincerely apologized for having crossed the allowed borders. The warrior from the south was aware that he had joined this young man only to invade the Central Plains. Although he would rather avoid cooperation with him, but circumstances forced him to put up with it. Meanwhile, the HOC, accompanied by the conductor, reached the fortress of the Colomuson, the head of the clan. In the separate part of the fortress, a man lived under strict supervision. At the entrance was constantly on duty hundreds of guards. If there are truly warriors from the south in that area, Nin-ho can wait for a collision with extremely powerful beasts. He smiled widely, anticipating that it promised to be a real adventure. The conductor squeezed under the influence of these words and frozen, overflowing with fear, but the young owner quietly asked, "Are you staying and not going with me?" Undoubtedly, he rejected the proposal because this journey was released on real madness. The conductor was convinced that the guy completely lost his mind, because the thought itself frightened him to the depths of his mind. At the same time, Master Chol reassured that everything was quite safe. If the Jinn takes on the assignment and fulfills it, it will encourage even more people to hurry up their money. Whatever they have returned their money, their worries will not disappear, and no one will rush to chase them. When peace reigns, the belief in 4 large associations will shake even more, and that is when they will be able to establish their organization as they conceived. After that, the head of the Janjin will be hung on the city gate. This will be the last hope for the association, which was able to catch even the divine thief. On the guard of this sacred place will be faithful people from the south. They will demonstrate the irreplaceability of their animals to protect the association, and this will encourage people to actively invest in their organization. Often, from the wizard, it was possible to hear that no other creature could be compared to the power of wild animals from the south. Everyone kept breathing in anticipation of results, because time was pressing. The era of 4 major associations was almost over, giving way to the new day. The thundering crash spread throughout the room. The forehead was alerted, hearing the sounds from the outside. He instructed one of his soldiers to go and find out what was going on. The gates trembled as if a giant creature tried to break them. The warriors listened to as a great power of ruthlessly ruthful on their goal. In an instant, the young owner almost completely smashed a protective barrier. In front of our eyes, a huge castle was destroyed. Despite all the efforts, the gate stood in place, even when the warriors did not invest in their heads, as it was possible to destroy them with their own hands. In Ho, with a call knocking on the door, mimicking himself under his nose, which could make them lighter, or at least just open for him. And it is at this moment that their strong fortification gates are majestically scattered before the warriors. They depart without any idea which army can appear in front of them. However, instead of the expected army, only one figure arises before them. The desperate Nin-ho sees and is interested in why the door in the shelter of thieves is so massive. The conductor, full of admiration, watches the guy from afar, realizing that he has a force that exceeds the usual level. The other notes that the conductor has a fairly funny appearance. Subsequently, he states with all confidence that all these people are nothing but ordinary theft. One of the warriors, swording in his hand, asks him with annoyance, "Who are you the hell you take?" In Ho, it easily gives him a kick on his head, while saying that he is just an ordinary guy. He goes by as if nothing happened. The warriors were shocked by the boldness of the young Zukvals who dare to disturb them. They come to the conclusion that this offender deserves destruction. Hinho appears like a ghost. Turning to the warriors, his eyes shone like lasers, burning everything in his way. With a smile on his face, he notes that if someone was destined to stay alive, then the next life is to live with dignity. When Kaval learned that a young man had fallen into their fortress and caused chaos, he was fierce rage. It requires immediately to resolve this case, no delays. There is no place for pity. He burned out of indignation. This brazen could disgrace his reputation to all guests. He instructs to grab the guy before the banquet begins. Otherwise, he threatens to punish everyone without exception. One of the warriors in attendance confidently says that he will follow this brazen. He promised to return to the feast only when he got his head. The conductor closely monitors the results of the battle, started by the young owner. Many bodies are lying everywhere, and the young man never raised his sword. He looked around and froze, watching pure chaos. This young man is able to overcome all opponents on his own. It was a sincere, unbridled scoundrel. Every time a brave warrior made an attempt to attack him, Ho, with incredible agility, intercepted their blades only with his hands, as if they were toys. And with incredible force, He sent them to a long flight for several tens of meters. He quietly took the fight for 1 to 3, paying no attention to the alarm. No saber could even touch his skin. Cho has repeatedly assured them that this process is completely painless. Subsequently, the warriors lit up with faith. The warriors were puzzled by a terrible phenomenon, because their swords could not cut the magical shell of this horrible essence. The energy of Qi remained inviolable. The young master said that the reason was their excessive weakness. Aho skillfully demonstrated them as the crayfish stopped. His strength was impressive, and it was incredibly difficult to keep it under control, even without the use of a sword. Everything he wanted was that these scoundrels would finally disappear from his path. Having concentrated all his inexhaustible energy on them, he forced them to breathe, as if dogs were beaten. The invisible powerful power suddenly began to accelerate them in different directions. The warriors could not believe their eyes. It seemed absolutely incredible. This young man possessed the ability to carry out the technique of energy explosion. I recalled the times when he had to overcome the endless crowds of Ant Motto. He spent 2 days to overcome the horde. If his memory does not fail, even the queen herself ended his head in front of him. The warriors realized that even if it was their last battle, they were obliged to gather all the forces and stand against it at least once. They, like a flock, rushed to the head. The young man easily parried every blow, even when hundreds of swords were hanging around him. For him, this seemed only an extra obstacle, because he would not stop until he finds Chernison. Despite the obstacles, it moved forward, gaining increasing speed. Due to his internal energy, he lifted enemies into the air with explosive force. He was confident that the situation under his complete control. The warriors, like chess figures, were scattered in all directions, but suddenly in the sky had a dagger. He raced like an arrow straight to his head. The young man effortlessly parried his attack. However, he could not hide the mild surprise from the unexpectedness of this attack. Like Boomerang, the dagger is again in the hands of his master. The man lifts his voice over the HO, emphasizing that his superior behavior will not lead to anything good, and warns that he is deeply mistaken in his own impunity. The other is interested in who this bold character and on what basis he has the arrogance to call him arrogant. The conductor, hiding behind the wall, warns it to be careful, although the young man believed that he had already left this world. The HO noticed the crowd and the leader approaching him. It was Helk's Torment, the right hand of the Monson, known as a bloody blade, as well as the second person in the whole claws of Sape. This traveler skillfully conveyed all this information. When Ninho saw the informant, he realized that he conveyed important information to him, just in an angle. Zhangja angrily exclaims, "For what purpose did he even bring this guy here, just to ask them problems?" They were explained that the embodiment of his plan could be a chance to save his life. A man overflowing with hatred, boiling from anger even more. Everything seemed meaningless to him. Instead of helping, they just wanted to lose him. The young lord has deprived this unhappy traveler from the poison that he was slid, and now he does not want to have any business with them. Janzel 10, with an ironic smile, claims that that vagrant is a real fool who believes in his escape only because he was poisoned. Ninho already cheated with their vain chats. Perhaps it is better to take a stroll to the tavern, drink a glass, and discuss everything in place. Hearing these words, Yangaten only boils from rage. He agreed that their enemy was an arrogant brawlery. Janzel 10 is strongly swearing to destroy all the local, and especially these 2 vile traitors. The shining sharpness of the blade, it rushes rapidly, starting the attack. Applying the art of a bloody blade, it seeks to gain a decisive advantage. Like a ghost, he widers in heaven, moving at a dizziness. His rapid blade is almost pierced by the defense of Ninho, and it seems a little more, and will hit him. Janzel 10 was convinced that his sword pierced the young man's body. But instead of his view, the following picture opens. With a slight smile on the mouth, Hi-Ho stopped the sword blade, using only 2 fingers. The warriors stood amazed, watching the legendary bloody blade of Helhoma's flower without any effort to reduce the level of a regular spoon. He managed to stop this dangerous blade with only 2 fingers. Irony notes that although Janzel's sword is really wonderful, its owner, unfortunately, is just a sparkle. It is covered by fury and perturbed self-esteem. The bloody blade growls from indignation, calling the enemy a miserable pellet deprived of true skill. In contrast, he smiles happily, because these words, baptized mediocre, only raise his mood. Yange was stunned by the boldness of his enemy. Suddenly, the treacherous sword slips out of his hands, depriving him of any protection. The young owner strikes the chest of the master, throwing it a considerable distance. The bloody blade is not able to put up with the fact that he was overcome by some shameless young man. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he solidifies in place with a struck mouth open. His own sword is now steaming in the air. Yahello skillfully controls the sword. Directing his energy in chi is a true art of possession of a sword. The young owner draws attention to the fact that the master seems to not deserve such a sword. So everything is clear, he says with a touch of disdain. Such as you are unworthy of this sword. Enho, pointing a finger in the direction of the master, begins a speech. And here's the sword of the bloody blade, listening to the order, ruthlessly punches his master. At that moment, the master only has time to realize what happened before his gaze fades. In this madness, the master understands that his last breaths are truly farewell. This spectacular episode moved to the depths of every warrior in the district. The young owner releases the master with dignity, but does it confidently and without hesitation. Using his energy, he again captures the sword, turning it to himself. Pulling out of the breast of a bloody blade, Ninhost strongly grasps the sword, feeling his weight in his hands. He states without a shadow of doubt that he will immediately recreate the head of any of these soldiers if they decide to stop it again. Wolves feel dangerous from afar. Their sharpened instincts make it possible to predict the threat long before its approximation, which makes them surprisingly careful and sensitive. Their owner began to worry about the left, because the behavior of the wolves could be a sign of a hidden threat that could hang over his friend. Since the beasts do not retreat, Chanley concluded that their visitor was not even worthy of the slightest attention or effort to lift his hand. Their task was to start acting only after they willing to meet those who was in a hurry. Given the silence outside the window, it was possible to guess that the young man had already been settling. Suddenly, the beasts began to respond emotionally and intensely, threatening their teeth in the direction of events, reporting the hidden danger. The guest felt uncertain, so he decided that it would be best to find out what was really going on. At this point, Chanley said loudly to his fighters, trying to find out if everything was fine with them and what really happens. These sounds of the gates were screened, as if under the influence of mysterious force. The unknown force began to open the gate, saturating the air with voltage. With the advent of the young owner in the room, the energy of chi began to increase, overflowing the space with unspeakable force and feeling of hidden danger. In Ho-Hode, he carefully studied every detail around, trying to find at least some tips that indicate the presence of the Sape clan. The angry Chanley raised his voice, asking who this bold, who dared to declare here. In response, our hero calmly explained that his presence is associated with important affairs with Limousin with Sape. The young man realized that even the sword of the celebration could not keep him. How did he dare to break into his clan and home? The gaze fell into the guest's hands, and the sword immediately visible in his right. Horror becomes a reality. It turned out that this young man was the cause of Mukoma Helgoma's death, which looked absolutely incredible. "In ho-hos," he exclaimed, calling this cheeky desperate to speak. The leader of the clan himself addressed him whether they really turned to him. If his guess is correct, then he faces the same foreheadman as G, known for his incomparable force. The head of the clan could not understand how to treat such bold behavior. This seemed absolutely incredible. It seems that his crazy entrance suggests that the young man seeks to find his death on his own. If he is so unrestrained in his gusts, let him go to the mountains to splash everything there. Why then appear and cause chaos here? It's just arbitrariness. "This is so bad," the young master said thoughtfully, analyzing circumstances. Compared to the fact that he does against the clans in the Central Plains, his pranks can barely be called a clutter. Chol Manosi drew attention to his statements, shrilling his eyes and alerted. Inho said further, one of the robbers risen and confessed that he was the one who destroyed everyone around during recent battles. He performed this task exclusively from the Order of Black Song. They realized that Yan Ginta, this unbearable Peel, was a real fool because he revealed all their secrets. Arriving guests were frustrated when their views fell on the forehead of Manos, who looked surprisingly pathetic after a loud speech. I have not admitted to anyone that it was his trick. Fate, oddly enough, was on his side. The young owner proposed to stop these criminal acts, at least before his reputation is blown. Chol Monos listened to these words, laughed, but the fire of anger in his eyes did not go out. Is it possible? Some kind of young man dares to challenge the king himself, and at the same time I am also boldly threatening, he exclaimed. The other was warning that in the event of a serious threat, Chol Monos would already lie at death. He first strikes, and then threatens in words. The king came to the conclusion that the boldness of this young man has no restrictions. He never realized how this stranger was able to grasp the sword in the new moon, but in the end, he would be waiting for a nameless rest. At this point, the guest of Manosa made a proposal. Once it was decided to end this guy, then let his body be a better dinner for predators. Despite the feeling that the young man is under someone's influence, he strongly tried to strengthen his position from the southern direction. He commanded his wolves to attack his wolves without delay. These aggressive predators, huge wolves, rapidly attacked the young owner, set up to break him into pieces. But only with a light smile did he follow how these magic creatures rapidly rushing to him. These creatures are really charming, he flashed in his thoughts, hardly feeling fear. He did not think to go into battle with them. There was enough look in their eyes to catch them by surprise. Moreover, they not only stopped, but also bowed to him, as if recognizing their lord in him. Chowal Monosji was stunned. Who is this mysterious man, before whom his own wolves bow his head? He could not comprehend that these bold animals, who always fearlessly rushed to the opponents, were now standing in front of him, scaring the tails. I said that the wolves were more resourceful than their masters. They realized that they met with the enemy, which should not be shown their teeth. Embarrassed in rage, Chol Mansong pulled his sword, unable to quench the fire of hatred in his heart. His patience came to naught. These circumstances brought it to the limit. The other was warning that this is the last opportunity to save your reputation. However, Chol Manos became aware that the only way to maintain his dignity was to dismember this young man. His martial arts skill was not equal, and confidence in his own victory was adamant. The warriors could not restrain themselves and close their eyes from the quiet capacity of Qi, which emitted incredible, dazzling power. They were aware of the power that they changed from one of the 24 great masters. In Ho-Hode, he gained his gaze on him and noticed how the rage exposed his features unknown. His power did not look extraordinary. Undoubtedly, it gave him a chance. But if so, you would do nothing. He awakened his strength, pouring the surrounding space with Qi energy. The whole space was filled with powerful energy that created an atmosphere of intense tension. At that time, this force seemed to explode, starting to mercilessly defeat ordinary people with its impressive power. Choel Monosji could not understand that he was waiting for resistance from such impressive power. It seemed that their forces were almost the same, but still something did not happen. Their energy of Qi suddenly met, directly confronted with each other. Suddenly, when their paths crossed, a loud explosion occurred. However, the fact is that the energy of the young owner exceeded the power of the Choel of Manos. He realized that his power had been suppressed and could not accept it. This guy proved to be incredibly stronger than him, which seemed impossible. In Ho-Hode, he watched this spectacle, full of delight and pleasure. Slung by Qi energy, he enjoyed a sense of power and resolutely tuned to prove his advantage to this opponent. Monsong constantly competed with this incredible force, investing all his power to withstand this unbearable pressure. However, he immediately felt this chakra relentlessly burst into it, depriving him of control and undermining his balance. With every approach of the young owner, the burden became more unbearable. His confidence began to crack, and the awareness of his own vulnerability culminated into consciousness. He was rejected by surprise to the power of this opponent, who was tirelessly moving forward. I said that Manong probably planned to strike him. However, what happened to his determination? Where did she go? His name was included in the list of 24 prominent martial arts, but it was the fear of the young master that he had increasingly owned his heart. The face of Manong was distorted by the terrible horror when he realized how powerful this prodigy was put before him. Others emphasized that if Monsong wants to protect his honor at least a little, he would have to take his life accounts. However, it seems to be an extremely difficult test for him. John Lee Monsg looked at this Jvarl. To this day he did not happen to him, whom he would not overcome his perfect blade. Armed with a sword, he thoughtfully asked himself if he could overcome his opponent again, or maybe this time fate prepared another result. At that moment, his heart was filled with an unrestrained rage, and full of determination, he brought his sword, putting all his strength in a blow. I watched, without holding back smiles, noting how funny his vain attempt looked. From the collision of their AUR formed a single powerful field that combined their forces. There was a powerful explosion that stirred everything around. He turned this majestic building on a pile of ruins. Subsequently, the consequences of this battle became so obvious that they could be seen even from a long distance. The fortress turned into ruins, and the central house belonging to the main leader was destroyed. The young master stood on the remains and ashes of the old building, squeezing his sword. There was absolutely nothing with him. He remained unharmed. He was approached by the same vagrant and asked whether the young man was surprised that the guy remained here all this time. The traveler asked what happened to Chol Manong, however. Looking around, everything came into place. "This scoundrel just took and disappeared," he said with disdain. "The situation is this. First trying to kill you, beats as if obsessed, and then suddenly disappears behind a ruined building." The vagrant convincingly insisted that they could not be allowed to be alive. It is necessary to find and destroy it without delay. In HO, he noted that pursuing someone seems to him quite monotonous and infinitely uninteresting activities. The essence was the awareness of the young owner that John Manos would constantly suffer himself the idea of failure. And sooner or later, it is unable to endure. It will appear to finally accept its defeat. After all, they will find out everything with him. Currently, one of his guests crawled from Zalov. It turned out that these soldiers came from the south. The only thing that remained uncertain, how to proceed with them. I was aware that strict and ruthless methods are used to taming wild animals of the south. Their cruelty leaves no place for mercy, switching to the tornado through everything that will be on their way. That is why the spirits of the South are cherished with deep hatred of these scoundrels and removed from them, considering how to destroy these monuments. However, in HO, he came to the conclusion that this issue did not apply to it. There are people who are already taking care of them. There are other people who can solve this problem without its intervention. Return to the native land of the young owner. The head of the clan did not hide his stunned state from the news that flew to him. Shuren was numb, losing his ability to speak through an unexpected shock. One of the people shared information with them. Yes, it was the same traveler who outlined all the details. In Hode, he could answer the question. "Let him explain who he is and for what purpose he was here," he said. The passerby called himself John Gin. In the people, he is known as a divine thief. The remarks were made with such confidence that it was almost impossible to believe in what was heard. Shuren exclamedly exclaimed, "You, not in your mind? You brought here a thief." Yinho looked at her carefully. "Why do you say so?" The leader assured that he would turn to the elder and transfer the offender to the Alliance Muri. But Suren insisted they need to agree on their order and reveal the details as the thief was seized. Inho, he pointed out that when she remembers the elder, it was about the elders of the poor. If he arrived here in the role of the investigator on behalf of Murum, he will be obliged to report. However, the old man did nothing. He just came and enjoyed drinks and dishes, having no desire to give a young man to the young owner. After all, It was the young man who caught, and it was his victory, for which he belonged to all the honors. Shuren firmly believed that the moment of discussing the one who deserved recognition was not yet. Now all attention should be directed to the thief, to reveal who hired him. He gave them to know that they were in front of them Monos-ji, the head of the clan of Merciless Blades. The leader of the organization shuddered with horror, realizing that he had brought this man himself and understands who was behind him. However, the young master caught him and brought him here. He couldn't just send him away. Shuren was convinced that if the head of the clan realizes that the thief was in them, he would not delay. He will do his best to destroy or steal it before being caught. Then their Chenjan may be in danger, and perhaps all present here will bring evil to the whole clan of Hao. Although the young master has not spoken about it yet, the words were struck deeply. Surin asked the owner to formally announce that the Alliance Murim had grabbed the divine thief. Meanwhile, she plans to contact Clan Hao to explore the circumstances surrounding the ruthless blades. She undoubtedly knew that to underestimate this cunning sword, Koli Manosa would be really stupid because his strength was striking. With an adamant and decisively compressed expression, she moved forward when her gaze suddenly stopped on a sword protruding from the ground. She looked closely and realized that before her, the sword of the Kole Monos. From this unexpected discovery, it was on the verge of loss of consciousness from shock. After all, this legendary sword belongs to the head of Monong. How could he get here? The young owner decided to bring him with him because he believed that this sword would be useful to him. Shuren, with anxiety, realized that this young man belonged to the clan of Ruthless Blades. Inhoho reassured her, assuring that there was no reason to worry, because Choel Monosk could not hurt him. It turned out that everything that this traveler said was actually reality. Selmonis has suffered serious losses, so it will now be extremely difficult for him to recover after this blow. His right hand, Helgum's Torment, died instantly when the enemy's sword pierced his chest. Their leader, unable to withstand the tension, left the clan and escaped. Yes, the circumstances have undergone a radical transformation, forcing the world to stand upside down. Within 3 hours, his father sat with his mouth and could not look away from his son. He gradually comprehended how much his son is a powerful warrior. Just imagine, he forced the Black Sun, shameful, to leave the battlefield. It seems that his son exceeded all the expectations, reaching a level that far exceeds the idea of possible. He may be even more powerful than 24 great masters. This can cause great difficulty if someone in Murima learns about his true power. However, if the father continues to leave him and oversees him, there will be no problems. Shuren is located on a chair, stunned by the power that the young master revealed. Choel Monsoon, this cunning fugitive, is not one who will just settle for defeat. Undoubtedly, he will prepare for revenge and may try again. She is firmly convinced that it is a significant danger to the Murim, and underestimation can have serious consequences. The father fully supports her. As the father of Master Inhoho, he is even more concerned with his well-being. He is aware that the issue with the Murim will be resolved and desires his son to stay away from all this. I could not imagine that it would end with such grayness and monotony. So he had to complete what he began to go to the end without being raising the pace. Now thinking about it, he realizes that even in the presence of the Alliance Muri, this young man is brazenly sow chaos in their territory. Will the reaction of the combat union cool it? Unlikely. The father asked his son at least once to listen to his advice. In HO, he heard his father and decided not to contradict his will, but if he feels that everything is out of control, he would certainly seek help. Don't worry, he said calmly. I am no longer the one who you knew so far. The ruler was in an unspeakable surprise. He just couldn't find the right words for the reaction. Soon Suren turned to her servant, wondering if he managed to find out something. Despite the fact that there was a thorough investigation of anyone who had at least some connection with the clan of Merciless Blades, there are no results yet, and the traces of the fugitive remain invisible. For Suren, it seemed like a real mystery. A person with his appearance is extremely difficult to go unnoticed, and even the slightest hook is not. But after all, this scout still came across something important. This news has been disclosed from one eccentric grandmother who has long been holding an ancient tavern. However, it is worth noting that the truth of this information is doubtful. She shared the story of the evil spirit, the great of wild boar, and he is somewhere in this tavern. She began to find out in detail her exact location. She noted that these events are taking place in Invan's residence. They discussed the traces that indicated that the Cole Manus visited here and passed this road. They came to the conclusion that this is the most likely place to find it. However, the fact is that as far as they know, the clan of Ruthless Blades and the King of the Forest were ancient enemies. Because of this, Suren immediately decided not to consider this clan. However, according to Jan Ginta, we can conclude that they just do not like them when put at one level. In fact, they are close friends. This radically changed circumstances, forcing them to review their intentions. Suren was confused, not knowing how to deal with this information. The young owner urgently asked that she immediately reported him as soon as the location of the monsoon's forehead. However, the father was aware of what consequences it could lead to carelessness. He decided to share his suspicions on his own to prevent misunderstandings. If this young man goes there, he will have to face two prominent craftsmen at once. Any prudent person could change his decision, but Ho remained confident. He didn't even think about it. He was soon waiting for a fight with the King of the Forest. The father was stunned by his son. He could not reconcile with this when he saw the son with delight watch the events without realizing the seriousness of his concern. I said to him, "If something bothers you, just free your mind from these thoughts. I plan to visit each of the 24 masters, so you can be calm." But for what purpose did he decide on it? What sense does it have for him? No one was able to give an accurate answer to this question. Let's go to the province of Pupung. Since the funeral happened, the behavior of people has become incredibly strange. Their touch is constantly given by training, focusing on them daily. Inside it, an insatiable thirst for power awakened by unusual events. He tirelessly worked to improve his body, preparing for the coming battles. The man could not be stopped. He was full of passion for training. His consciousness continuously enveloped memories of the battle with that demon. In the heat of battle, he suppressed his aura, forcing him to retreat. And he raised his sword to his body, clearly showing his advantage. His eyes were burning with a sinister demonic glow, as if he had lived something inhuman. For Musen's forehead, it became a real curse that did not exist any salvation. No matter how many times he has tried to lose it in the imagination, no answer appeared. In the end, he felt immovable and defeated. Only the mention of that dishonest protosvit struck his rage, but had to put up with the defeat. The unexpected voice of this young man swept nearby, and the skin of Musen's chill passed. The new moon wondered if it was in mind. Hearing the question, "Who is it?" he stared at his face, asking, "How are Lord Penga in these days?" His presence emerged unexpectedly, as a ghost on the way. The guy directs his weapon exactly at him. His eyes are burning with determination, and every muscle is tense in anticipation of a decisive moment. The smile on the face of this young man is gradually distorted, turning into a grimace of anger and contempt, which reflects a whirlwind of emotions in his soul. In fact, he is not a Cro-Monong. He calls the enemy a vile, because he appreciated himself too highly and believed that he was far superior to others. I was aware that this man, different from others, was able to master his anger and avoid a deadly threat, maintaining cold blood at such a critical moment. Still, there is no point in delving into the past, because it is losing significance now, and it is not involved in it. However, his master, still young, has only one desire, to make him a company during a visit to the residence of the other. That's all that is expected from him. This is what is required of him. After all, if the young gentleman leaves himself, his father will start to worry, and it is better to avoid unnecessary worries. He is aware that taking care of his son is the main mission of every parent, and understands how important it is to support him right now. In addition, how can he stand aside and watch quietly when they are literally destroyed under his feet. It can be a very exciting spectacle, and for him, such a task is not a problem. However, the difficulty is that the challenge of Hogwan from Tanta Mountain can be perceived as a declaration of war against Kanokram. To avoid even more acute conflicts in the future, he prefers not to appear there. He is convinced that the young man will handle all the tasks on his own, and without his help, he will do completely. Others, paying attention to all of this, without any hesitation noticing the man about his bad breath, he proposes to curl his neck first and then discuss cases. Suddenly, the man changes his decision and is interested when they will go, because it has been confirmed that the Chol monsoon was in the palace. So we have a little free time, he notes, hinting at the opportunity to prepare for further action. As a reward for fulfilling his request, a man requests to help in one important business. They soon find themselves in a giant castle whose greatness is completely confusing and breathing. The young man meets an unknown demon. His eyes are extended from horror, and the heart rattles in his chest like a wild storm. He looks at him like a toy, with a shade of disdain and cool indifference, which only make a young man. He, suspiciously looking at the stranger, asked his father why he brought him here. "Do you want me to have a matter with this scum?" he asks boldly, revealing his indignation openly. The father instantly stops him for his rudeness, not tolerated such arrogance in his own presence. The main task was to raise a son, regardless of the price that would have to be paid for it, even if you succeed in extreme steps. The father warns the son of the consequences. If he dares to leave the training ground, he will lose both the inheritance and all his privileges. He closes the door with noise, demonstrating that he is not going to deviate from his decision, which is final and adamant. The teenager is unfolding, unable to realize everything that is happening around, feeling anger and losing landmarks. Having waved his hand towards his father, he asks that he had just said. The father has never shown such a harshness and unwavering in conversation with him. Both Ho believes that, apparently, it happened because last time he did not learn the right lesson, however. His manners are still far from the ideal. Now, from your father's will, I have the honor of being your teacher. So for starters, show proper respect, says Inhu with icy determination in his voice. The guy does not think about showing respect. He's swinging his hand boldly and without hesitation, hoping to impress. In HO, it is easy to deviate from the attack of the young man, as if it were a petty business, demonstrating his virtuosity. He thinks that maybe his own mentor once survived the same feeling when he first saw him. He is not going to spend time delaying this young man. The moment has come for decisive action. And so, in an instant, the young man is already spread on earth, not even able to realize what happened and how lightning was defeated. It seems that he did not shake anything, because his view, turned to others, is again filled with self-confidence, ready for another call. It is not good to lie down in front of his mentor, he says with a slight laugh, noting the guy's helplessness. He grabs the guy by his foot, and as if with a toy, he twists him around himself. Swinging hard, throws him with the power of the stone straight into the huge door, demonstrating his power. In order not to run away, the father even supported the door with a stone, as if it could really be a significant obstacle to retreat. Despite the pain and unspeakable regret for the son, he was aware that it was necessary for his future and development. He should be aware that his father dreams of all sincerity, so that he strengthens and learns to stand up for himself. The night quickly approached when the twilight went down smoothly to the castle, giving the surrounding area a mysterious atmosphere. We had to finish the workout, but there were many things ahead, and no one was about to retreat. The warriors, carefully patrolling the territory, did not even suspect that someone was watched from the depths of the darkness, hidden from their views. A spy was hidden on the roof, watching every movement below. After the recent detention of this legendary thief, all safety measures have gained previous power again, and since then, the spy has not even been able to get closer to its target. Against the backdrop of all major markets, it is here that the security is marked by the highest harshness. making penetration deep into an almost impossible task, even for the most experienced spies. Although so, Miss Surin recently instructed him to track that abomination. If he knew about it in advance, it would be possible to avoid a lot of hassle. These unnecessary experiences would have disappeared if it was not for the need to penetrate directly into the building, enduring the danger of exposure. He rushes like a ghostly shadow, which quietly and cleverly overcomes the fence with one jump. It flies between the yards rapidly, seeking to find out if something interesting and worth it is happening. What does it happen here? He thinks. Growing anxiety covers him as he goes down. Fear perks it to the bones themselves, causing the heart to beat in a frantic rhythm, because something is clearly wrong. He does not stop circling in the same place, feeling that he had crossed him many times, as if he had fallen into a closed circle. However, when he made his gaze, the awareness of the relentless trick of the trap, which was not rescued, hit him as a thunder in the clear sky. Like a dead angle of rat, he saw no opportunity to escape, feeling the complete hopelessness of his position. And it was at this moment that Lyrian's voice came to him. "Come out, unclean spirit." This command order came so insightfully that he unwittingly shuddered. It seems that everything around is filled with red shades, emphasizing the atmosphere of danger and fear. Above him, the evil eyes were felt, and the question came, how did you dare so brazenly invade the walls of Chonjun? The frightened spy, looking around in search of at least some opportunity for escape, realizes that all the paths are cut off. Lyrian, absolutely motionless, asks, "Who are you?" His voice sounds cold and indifferent. "Are you a robber or killer?" What is so wrong? Does not restrain the lyrics, penetrating him with a vigilant look. "Answer immediately, or a fair punishment is waiting for you," he says, with a cold strictness in his voice, depriving him of the opportunity to doubt. However, Lyrian's efforts were brought in significant fruits, the mystery began to reveal, and the truth gradually manifested itself. Subsequently, he managed to reveal the true identity of this man and to understand the true intentions that he was moving. He advised Surin in the future to report such issues in advance to negate any misunderstanding. The spy is justified. In his life, he has not yet struggled with such a confusing formation and horrifying magic. Still, this Surin had to warn me about such nuances. In any case, it is quite strange that it appeared here for no apparent reason. The spy may have felt something and decided to find out the situation. He reports that information about frequent visits of high-ranking, ruthless blades to the palace of the other, and that the structure of the clan was rebuilt in such a way that these people become its central part. It is safe to say that Choelmonis is in the palace of the other, as previously anticipated. Surin is aware that without his decision to reorganize it would be unrealistic, and all doubts find confirmation. She makes a lightning decision to visit the young owner and inform him that you need to go on the road immediately, even if it happens late in the evening. In HO, he turns to his student, urging him to open his eyes and focus, because the most important moment when the training that is critical for its improvement should continue. If you continue such reckless actions, everything can turn into serious consequences, warns in the other, looking closely into the eyes of his student, seeking to convince him of the importance of discipline. The young man was aware that the master was able to easily beat him to lose consciousness. If he does not change his tactics, he will soon be powerless to lie on the ground again. "Isn't enough that you have already mutilated my ankle?" he shouted indignantly, overflowing with pain and feeling the injustice of everything that has happened. "And do you consider it an education?" the young student asks indignantly, not perceiving the ruthless methods of his teacher. However, instead of answering, it catches a new blow to the face that presses it and clearly demonstrates the importance of these training. After all, the masters had their own approaches to the upbringing of warriors and believed that harshness was the best way to harden the spirit and body. I was aware that this young boy would still have to overcome a significant way to gain true skill and become a warrior worthy of respect. He is not at all capable of comparing with those who have already demonstrated his power and skill. Each fall of the young man was accompanied by more powerful strokes against the wall, and the pain scattered waves throughout his body. Each fall of the other was demanded from him to return to consciousness again, so as not to stop on the way to his goal and continue his workout. In HK, he possessed such an incredible force that even a simple stroke of his fist was equated with a powerful blow to weapons, demonstrating all his power and mastery of skill. If even after the third or fourth attempt this guy does not learn anything, I will have to leave this futile business, said others, sighing on the complexity of the task. Soon his father came to see how his son was successful in his education, hoping to see signs of progress. And so he meets his eyes with his son, which radiates relentless energy. His look is determined, so much that it seems like a completely different person stands before him. I said that he had immersed him in a trance state, exacerbating the maximum of survival instincts and other emotions. Training in this condition reinforced the strength in his body, turning it into a stable habit. "Did you raise my son as long as he was unconscious?" said the father in surprise, clearly not ready for such a non-standard approach. When his father asked about the results, he replied that his son had now strengthened 30% compared to what he was before. Given his character, this task is not easy, but in a few days we have achieved considerable success. The father did not hide joy, because it was such a result that he hoped from his son. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted. People appeared who asked if the master was present here and brought with them important news. It turned out that guests from the Supreme Coalition were already on the spot, and their visit had to pay maximum attention without delay. The young owner instantly realized that most likely Suren came, and that meant that his son's occupation had come to an end. "Make sure he rest well after awakening and reinforced," his father instructed, taking care of the restoration of his son's strength. Suren reported that Mr. Lyrian had already gone to the generation to process the plan of penetration into the residence. However, one important aspect arose. The band was joined by the King of Barbarians Pengel, and it was really exciting how the young man was able to convince such an outstanding and gifted person. Suren hesitated whether he could carelessly follow the young master, given his difficult fortune. In-Ho-Ho emphasized that he did not convince anyone, once made a proposal, and this man accepted it when he heard that he would fight against the King of Death and the King of the Forest. Suren realized that the Pen family with Hebe had a significant impact in Murima, and therefore should be acting with special care. It was difficult for her to grasp why the Pen clan head chose this new moon, because he just finished all his plans. In HO, he confessed that perhaps even the worst option would be to offend his feelings or get into the maelstrom of political dispute. He recently created many problems for him, and this threatened to be even more difficult. Suren was aware that if the young master has overcome even King of Barbarians Pengel, then he was either a impressive powerful or frantic crazy. El came across a person he knew well, and it awakened in him a great curiosity. He called that Curl, but the man confessed that he had nothing to do with such work. Along with one of the 24 most powerful warriors, he felt depressed, but did not predict that he would be so powerful. In Ho, Pengel's, forcing him to speed up the course and smaller. This is the leader of the Pen clan with indignation. "What? I can't even talk a little? However, if you do not stop talking so much, we can well arrange a place next to the Curl," said with a smile. It was unspeakable. A young man was freely and easy to exchange words with King of Barbarians Pengel, as if he were only an ordinary servant. And so, Suren decided to go with Mr. Kuker, agreeing to the circumstances as they formed. However, this man was realized that Kucher was not his specialty, but since there was no other way out, he had to take on this role. The carriage became a little tight, but for those who did not suit it, other Hawk with a smile offered to take a walk. Soon they got a gloomy valley, shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere where darkness prevailed. The cold broke to the bones, filling the outside world with a terrible atmosphere. The wind penetrated inside, and the shadows, surrendered, came to life in the dance of the night ghosts. The traces brought them here and suddenly disappeared, as if they were dissolving in the air. The task was that the warriors were closely examined by the area. They made a thorough search, but did not find any trace. In the end, he was forced to admit that the enemies seemed to dissolve in the air directly in front of their eyes. The warriors dressed in bright red raincoats saw the carriage crossing their territory, and this immediately raised suspicion. A thing was made from the carriage of a carriage, full of sharp words which created a certain atmosphere of ambiguity. The warriors were amazed that someone dared to step on their land without any permission. The carriage rolled with such confidence as if its passengers had forgotten all possible threats. The head of the Pen clan behaved as an offended child, frankly demonstrating his dissatisfaction with the situation. He realized that it was worth hiring an experienced driver, because this young Curl was not able to manage the crew at all. The man was well aware that he was not a simple Curl, but Van Hooney was a former liquidator who dealt with Salmon's family and a dark detachment captain. However, he had to endure this role and skillfully outline another. Suddenly their path crossed the figures in red clothes, stopping the movement of the adventure. Suddenly, they froze in place, alert from the anticipation of something unpleasant. The head of the Pen clan felt the increasing annoyance on Kusher. They stopped, although it was a long way in front of them. Another, the young master, felt a bad anticipation, and tensed in anticipation. Guan Kavi asked these people not to interfere with them in the way, explaining that they were not familiar with such a person. At the same time, these people persistently demanded to check the crew, which the driver warned them that such a step could cause them. It seemed that such a brave statement was particularly striking when the ordinary driver was heard. The puppies of the puppies are mentally boiled from anger when he was taken once again for a regular Curl, underestimating his true abilities. He extended his hand to the sword, slightly removed him from the vagina, preparing for the probable confrontation. I ask you for the last time, refrain from this, otherwise you will be sorry. Everyone who dares to enter the crew put their lives at risk, he said. Warriors dressed in cloaks laughed, taking his replica for a witty joke. Their interest in checking the crew only increased, and they decided on decisive action. One of them rushed forward, aiming at the one who was called the Curl. He looked at the enemies and counted 16 opponents. As soon as he was approaching, the enemies seemed to dissolve in the air. 14, 13. Finally, it reached 11 by its calculations, adjusting to the future battle. Soon the blade of the sword of the soldier in the red rode nearby, but the young man bounced skillfully. The leader of the shadow murderers masterfully owned the sword, tirelessly demonstrating his skills. As a result, he forced the warrior in the red cloak to feel his advantage, which is why he was injured. He fell to the ground, seriously injured, and had no strength to fight. "So you still seek to check our crew?" he asked, turning a close look at the rest of the warriors. One of the warriors in red armor confessed, "This Curl is just incredibly gifted." However, unexpectedly, the one who had to win is raised, as if nothing happened. Despite his serious injury, he not just rose, but proudly straightened his shoulders. Juan was puzzled. How did this man manage to rise in spite of such a powerful blow? The fighter in red exploded with laughter, enjoying the pain from the wound he confidently tied, still absorbing blood. Ivan Kavi cast a suspicious look at him and asked with a call, "What here the hell is happening?" His heart was fighting at a frantic speed, filling the body with energy, like a stream of a streaming stream, forcing every pulsating rhythm to feel. This fraudster almost destroyed his defense, which looked completely impossible. With every sword swing, this sinister creature in the purple mantle only made fun of it. He could not understand what really happened to this guy. All this seemed absolutely incredible. Suddenly, the huge hand, which belonged to the head of the clan Pen, quickly grabbed this reckless character for the head. Lifting him, as if a tiny baby, he made him die in absolute silence. He uncompromisingly forced him to silence, not giving any opportunity to resist. With his mowing, throwing his inadvertent head to his brothers, he showed an unbreakable power that was hidden in it. Warriors dressed in red armor realized that this man is an extremely famous person. The head of the Pen clan realized that they were in front of people in red cloaks. Such a gorgeous element of the wardrobe can afford only one clan in all Murima. That's right, and the young owner also understood. It was a blood cult. Filled with chi energy, the sword of the young owner rapidly rushed to his next victim. He pierced her like lightning, leaving no opportunity for salvation. The boys from the blood cult could not understand their failure. Such a disaster was a real surprise for them. Trying to search for a resort, they did not even suspect what a horrible creature was hidden in it. And here the body of their leader, squeezed by the cold breath of death, was powerless to the ground. The young master waved his sword as if a storm and weapons fulfilling his mission returned to him. From the boy in the red cloak, blood splashed a fountain. They were ruthlessly destroyed. After the massacre of all, it was possible to return to the cart and continue the road. But one of the satellites was warned that other enemy detachments could hide somewhere nearby. The Pen Clan head hinted at a certain injustice. Ho mastered the art of the celestial blade only in his 20 years. Even the king of the blades would be stunned by watching this skill. In his turn, he did not hide his disappointment with how difficult he managed to overcome ordinary scoundrels from the blood cult. The Pen Clan head explained that these guys had used some dubious pills, causing 3 of them to suddenly acquire great strength. I had to adjust the battle strategy to overcome them, although this was not a big problem. At this time, Surin looked at their bodies and noted how the veins acted very under the skin. It may have been a side effect of absorption of excess essence. It turns out that these pills worked in such a way that the internal chi was absorbed much faster, which led to a madly rapid increase in strength. The young owner understood well. Essence is like a sharp two-edged sword. With skillful use, it benefits, but if you abuse it to the limit of exhaustion, it inevitably leads to the fatal end. Surin had no doubt that these guys were quite aware that they were waiting for a deadly battle. Everyone had no doubt. These were members of the blood cult. However, as far as the young master could know, this cult broke up many years ago. This is exactly what happened. According to the legends of Murim, the blood cult was destroyed about 5 times, but every time they returned at the most unimaginable moment, causing many troubles. Surin was aware that they would need to bring this case to Murim's combat union. Their ability to fight so skillfully testified that they had already restored their strength and number. I did not plan to do anything yet. Despite their intentions to tell everything, the presence near the small village would be important. They thought about a trip to some small countryside nearby. Somewhere there is probably someone from the Union Muse. In place, they will reveal the whole truth, presenting one of the bodies for the conviction of their history. However, the question was the question before the leader of the clan. Who was taking a cart if they send that young man with a message? In Ho, he cast a clear look towards the head of the clan Pen, as if hinting that he would take up the case. No matter how hard he was or did not get angry about it, there was no other way out. This strong man was forced to accompany the cart contrary to his will. He did not have the ability to manage it, as he had never practiced it before. The next day, their journey brought them closer to the city, constantly leading to a cherished purpose. Lyron thoughtfully considered different ways of penetrating the building. He carefully weighed every detail, preventing any opportunity for mistake. And yet he decided to try, though he understood how dangerous it could be. After all, his art reached such heights that he was determined to take active action. He began to create a mysterious drawing on the rock, fully immersed in this exciting process. Although no one stopped him, but one day, our team suddenly emerged on the horizon, breaking the silence of his loneliness. Lyron did not even know who was standing behind him and watching it. Soon he achieved the desired result and was so fond of his occupation. He created a pentagram that looked amazingly familiar and did not pay attention to what was happening around. Inhone noted that Lyron did not spend time on empty things. He asked to exercise maximum caution and not spoil his efforts, since this configuration is designed with meticulous accuracy and any mistake is unacceptable. It turns out that they only need to create a hole to penetrate. It is not necessary to hurry with this. However, Lyron was aware that the entry process was quite complicated. The palace has huge size, complex design, and in addition, it is necessary to destroy 30 key points at the same time. The head of the Pen clan seemed to be that their only task was to just penetrate the palace. There are no difficulties in this. Lyran realized that everything around was just an illusion. The mountains facing our eyes are just a mirage, deceitful. If you just go blind, you can go out of the way and spend whole ages on wandering eternal mazes. But if the fate is even more insidious, you can come across another group that can cause serious damage or even take away life. However, Lyran felt that the situation was much more complicated than it looks at first glance. It was at this point that he noticed that a huge figure was traveling with the young master. The head of the Pen clan saw in this young man, who is usually indifferent to worldly worries, but when it comes to him, it becomes a real bloodstream. HKH interrupted him by entering the name so that no one would be confused. It turns out that mirage can still be dispelled, although for Loren, it was the first such experience. Despite unheard of difficulty, they decided to start with small steps and try to take the first breakthrough. Fortunately, his skills have much exceeded the requirements of this task. Lyran caught the seal around himself, preparing to start the ritual. He took a place in the center of formation, fully concentrating his energy. Soon his staff shone with dazzling light, filling the space around the space with magical energy. Everything around the bright yellow light flashed, and the seals began to work. They rapidly flew around him as if they were in the heart of a radiant whirlwind. And so they dropped exactly into the pentagram places, draining everything into a single image. The formation was played around him, as if illuminating everything around a bright glow. All around were amazed, but the young owner knew well about his exceptional abilities. In such moments, others could not help but think, maybe this guy was not so bad? And he was well aware of why he chose him with a companion. His abilities were of incomparable value. Lyran's eyes shone with a yellow glow. Having created a magical formation, he urged the power to obey him and establish his control over it.